This week on PTL, we'll be covering for Jat in this or that.
What? Scripted.
We're gonna be giving away more skin codes.
Ah, cringe.
I thought we stopped doing this in front of a live audience after last time.
Actually, I'm not a live studio audience. I'm PTL live chat. Scripted.
Well, I guess if it's scripted, that means my next line is Primetime League starts right now!
Cringe.
Queda servido, Kenty se definitiva, recibe con 3 jugadores del Bombo Combo por parte de Furious Gaming.
He's got a quadra. He's going for the penta. Penta kill for Jensen.
Isabuela's gonna fall to the Bloodlord as well. It's a quadra kill for Pawn.
Welcome to Primetime League. I am Rivington Bisson III, and this member of Fight Club is David Freak Turley, and he's about to break the first rule of Fight Club. Go!
Hey, whoa, you just broke the second rule of Fight Club. That's messed up.
I'm sorry.
Check yourself.
Continue. 3 teams in total have now officially clinched their playoff spot in North America and Europe, while the bottom teams clench to try and stay in. We're looking at you, Immortals, TSM, and G2 Esports at the top. Even if they tilt off the face of the planet, we will still see them in the playoffs, so congratulations.
What's even more impressive to me, I like the self-edit right there, but the fact that TSM and Immortals locked in first round buys before other teams locked in playoffs. They're that far ahead of the rest of the league. Those teams are insane.
It's got to feel good. Mental note, though, for those teams, do not let things go lax. You cannot be relaxed here.
I hear sometimes Immortals get 3-0'd in the semifinals, so they should be very intelligent coming into this playoffs.
Back to the Lucian top. Well, we celebrate FLICKR's 1,000th kill last week as well, so we thought we'd check in and see what other LCS players are creeping up to that milestone. Turns out that the closest LCS player to something similar is Doublelift. He's currently on a 962 kills right now, and if the split keeps going this way, we wouldn't be surprised if he reaches 1,000th kill, the 1,000th, before Worlds.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive for him. He's done very well for himself. He'll be the first pro in the LCS with 1,000 kills and 1,000 assists, so he's even a team player. You can see the list down here. Bjergsen and Wild Turtle are right behind him. All 3 of them have actually been on TSM at some point, so good for those guys. And of course, Sneaky and Froggen not terribly far behind. Of course, Froggen obviously pulling in stats from Europe as well, but you can see Doublelift obviously the closest.
Absolutely. And moving forward, finally, the man himself, Satan, is back. Teemo wasn't just picked once, but 3 times this week. How unfortunate for the people he was playing against.
They messed that one up by the look on the face right there.
Oh no.
Oh no. That is not the look of someone who's happy with the draft that's just happened.
Well,
Longzhu's like, hey!
Longzhu's like, all right, boys, got this one in the bag. Free game.
If I were Fly, I'd be careful about those Teemo hovers, man. I mean, that can come back to haunt you this season.
Yeah, that was dodgy yesterday.
Wait, what?
What?
Are you serious?
That's what I do when I pick Teemo. But I'm pretty sure Teemo was locking himself in. He was picked twice over in the LCK and once over in Turkey, where he even managed to get a pentakill, but when it's Teemo, he controls your soul, the same thing, so pentakill, he already had it anyways.
Yeah, but you know, just sometimes he's that powerful. And you know what's great is actually there's an old adage in ancient Greek, I believe, and it says that whatever Korea can do, Turkey can do better, as Teemo actually won.
Yes.
Then similarly, actually, you don't troll Teemo, Teemo trolls you.
Oh, that's pretty deep.
It is really deep.
You know what else is deep, Freak? I have a question for you.
Yes.
I've got a mic to check with you. Would you like to check a mic? Let's check a mic!
Oh! Someone's filming you right now. Please, stop embarrassing yourself.
You take your shoes off when you play? Oh.
Strategic advantages.
Yeah.
Front to back.
Okay, that's all.
We can chase.
I'm coming.
Hey, let's go, baby.
Oh, it's not.
Let's go, baby. Careful, don't die.
He's dead.
Let's go.
Let's go in.
I can chase this guy.
First of all, we need lanes to be pushing. Second of all, we need wards. We need ward coverage, and we need to correctly control our vision. We put a ward, they try to zone it, then we push and put it again.
Nice.
Go police. No, jungle.
Just go for John. Just go for John.
Let's go.
Okay.
Flash
Run top. Run top. Run top. Top.
Okay, go top. Listen to the call. Go top.
Top. Bust the top wave. We end.
My grace.
This is because you're watching too much Game of Thrones?
Yes.
Okay.
Karma, Rexa, it's user champs.
Okay, fighting.
Go top.
I'm going. How will sit here, FLICKR?
Their bottom lane should be basing right now.
Yeah, they're basing right now. I have ulti. You can walk up.
Jake, are you ready? Come over. We can walk up anytime, Jake.
Okay.
Right now. Oh, Jake's got the solo kill. Okay.
I have no smite. Just take great groups.
Oh, feels good to me.
We have no smite, remember.
Yeah, I can get this. Look at my nice stealing. Oh my god, I'm so good.
Chill, guys. It's not one yet.
Yeah, okay. Holy shit, we're gonna win, guys.
But chill, please. Don't say that. Yeah, I agree.
Alright, I'm not gonna win.
If any of you hovers Teemo, when we get home, we're gonna do custom games and only do champs like 10 times.
Alright, I'm hovering Teemo. Park, you're not gonna stop me.
What if I accidentally lock Teemo? And one of us accidentally. Who would play it?
You will get benched.
Oh.
Let's not no.
Accident.
No Teemo today.
Okay. Rise. Penta kill. Nice! Go Nash. Penta kill! I have speed for you, Jensen. Get him, Jensen! Penta! Get the Penta! Nice, Jensen! Nice, good job. Let's go, dude.
We can
I can chase Kazadi. You can.
Oh, Penta! Give him Penta! Oh!
He's no mana.
Ah!
Have you ever wondered how I get my skin so soft? It's from all the salt you guys send out when you fail every week on Twitter. I mean, come on, I almost don't even want to give away the skin code because of how bad most of you are. But you know what? It's fine, I will. Some of you got it right, so, you know, a deal's a deal. Last week we asked you which winning LCS team's Nexus would survive with the lowest amount of health remaining. And for a spot in the Hall of Fame, let us know how much health that Nexus was going to have. Now, if you were one of the 13 people who predicted Counter Logic Gaming, then congratulations, you got it right. In Game 1 versus Immortals, they did take quite a bit of Nexus damage, but they still came back to win the game. Okay, it took some Nexus damage, but even still, that was the lowest one of the week. And now, none of you made it into the Hall of Fame. You didn't guess the number correctly, but one of you did get a skin code, so congratulations to @StolenPenta. Check your inbox. You've got a brand new skin code coming your way. So now on to this week's question. The top mid laners by damage per minute last week were Power of Evil, Phoenix, and the notorious POB, averaging roughly 700 to 900 damage per minute for those week's games. This week, we want to know which mid laner will have the highest damage per minute in Week 8 of the LCS. And for a spot in the Hall of Fame, what will their DPM be within 5 points? I'm going to say Immortals Pobelzer with 925. Hashtag PTL @LLEsports. Now you got your question. Make sure you tweet to @LLEsports with the hashtag PTL, and your answers might be on air. You might get a Hall of Fame, you might get a skin code if you get it right. So good luck.
On Tuesday, we tweeted out the hairline of one of Europe's finest.
It's Afro-Moo.
I said Europe.
It's still Afro-Moo.
Damn it. Why are you still here? If you had guessed that it was Splice's AD carry Kabe, then you are correct.
I told you it was Afro-Moo, though.
Who said it wasn't Afro-Moo? Originally from Denmark, Kabe played his first split in the EULCS back in spring for a brand new organization, Splice. After a shaky start, Splice are now looking fantastic in 3rd place, and Kabe has put up some huge numbers for the team. He has the most kills in the EULCS with 112, along with the most triple kills and the most quadra kills. Pretty sweet. Can't wait to see if he's got any more of those hidden up his sleeve as Splice takes on Fnatic in a battle for 2nd place this Thursday.
Hi guys, it's Shox here, and I'm bringing you the EULCS rundown. It is the business end of the season as the hunt for a playoff spot is still wide open. The only team so far to secure their place is G2 Esports. Not a big surprise there as they are dominating so far. Now Roccat will most likely be the first team to drop out of contention unless there is some sort of minor miracle, or should I say a huge miracle. Although this is the EULCS and stranger things have happened. Now the rest of the table is wide open. There are only 5 points between the 4th place H2K and the 9th place Origin. Origin will be looking to close that gap with a win over the 5th place Giants when they clash this Thursday, because it is looking dire for our, world semi-finalists of last year for Origin. Now, H2K, Giants, the Unicorns of Love, Vitality, and Schalke are in a traffic jam in the middle of the pack and will have a tough final weeks ahead of them to get into the playoffs. Now, finally, it is our BF match of the week between Fnatic and Splyce. This is a battle for 2nd place, and if one team wins, they should secure their playoff spot. The last time the two teams clashed, it was back in week 3, and it was Fnatic who came away with the victory, but that was the last time Splyce lost a match, and no doubt they'll be looking for revenge this Thursday.
Grill, 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 grill. Oh, no more grill.
All right, fam, strap yourself in. It's time for the NALCS rundown. Let me see it. Boom, there it is. And now you get one too. Perfect. We're going to kick things off at the top of the table as TSM and Immortals have both secured a playoff spot. Congratulations once again to them without the profanity, freak.
Yeah, good by them. Of course, Cloud9 and Liquid are close behind. They haven't technically clinched yet, but they are very likely to join them in that top 6. There's only 2 weeks left to play in the North American and European LCSs. Those guys are pretty much certain. So, Liquid, good chance to finish 4th.
It's going to be huge for the other teams. Things get interesting when we start to look at Chronologic Gaming and Team Envy. They are ahead, but a late surge from Apex or Energy could potentially see one of those teams overtaken. Keep a close eye on their matches against Immortals this week, as an upset could be a deciding factor if Apex or Energy make playoffs or not. And it's crazy to think that those struggling teams are kind of in that position now.
Yeah, you talk about struggling teams. Technically, Phoenix 1 are in the playoff run. However, they have to win every single one of their games. They need some help in that they've got to be able to tie either CLG or Envy, and Apex Energy can't pass that as well. Right now, magic number is, right now it's 9, but it's going to very quickly be 8 and very quickly be 7, and then there you go. You start getting into the playoff lock-ins.
This sounds like a wager to me.
Yeah. The magic number right now is 9 wins.
We'll have to see. Now, at this point, it's impossible for Immortals or TSM to finish outside the top 2 spots. And I want to talk about TSM now a little bit for this moment. This is currently the best split in the history of the organization, no doubt about it. Can they control this? Can they keep Pandora's box closed and not let it explode?
I do think there's a good chance for TSM to stay on top, to keep playing this well. They are doing amazingly for themselves. You're seeing them stomp games, to start winning, come back from games that they started out behind. Like these teams are very, very strong. They're continuing to dominate, and I think it's a real possibility. And honestly, at this point, you can maybe look at Fnatic from last year's game 18-0 record and maybe try to best that as well. So there's a chance that these guys go really, really, really far.
Very true. That is kind of like the aura you get from the team, right? They can mess up and give away 3 kills in the jungle early and still come back.
Sure. And of course you don't want them to, but they're just that much better than the rest of the North American teams. I'd be surprised they didn't make at least top 2.
All right, so Immortals or TSM?
I mean, TSM is the favorite. There's of course a chance Immortals can beat them somewhere down the line, but like you're wrong if you don't bet on TSM right now.
Very true. I like the way he's going with it. Now that we've got the important stuff out of the way, it's time to get these damn clothes off.
What?
Loosen up, freak. It's time to show me some skin, everybody. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you should know what's coming by now, so get those clients ready and
Woo!
Oh my.
Yeah, show me some skin. Yeah.
No, none of this. None of this.
Are you good?
No, I'm not. This is. Can we just put the skin graphic up? Like, just let's go, please.
The missing letters from this week's skin code are the letters that would come after GG. And no, it's not easy. To have seen what we just saw.
Yeah.
In eye bleach. There.
Yeah.
I'll give you a second.
Yeah.
There you have it. If you're the lucky winner, tweet at LOL Esports with the hashtag #ShowMeSomeSkin. This isn't literal. Remember to slip Freak and I a buck when you see us next time.
Welcome to Fantasy. It's Tom here, and I'm here to take a little bit of time out of your real lives to just talk fantasy. So let's kick it off right away with some studs you're going to want to play in your fantasy leagues this week. Sunstar, Impact, and Expect have been making big things happen on the Rift, especially the 2 top guys in the top lane. Expect has the most fantasy points per game in the top lane, and has a pretty decent week this week against Unicorns of Love and Schalke. Impact's a good backup, though, if Expect's not available in your league, as Cloud9 is going up against Team Envy and Phoenix 1. But you're going to want to replace some of these duds that you're going to have in the fantasy lineup. Cabochard, Power of Evil, and GBM won't be putting up the points you want from them. Power of Evil had a pretty good week last week, fantasy point-wise, but he's going up against Fnatic, so there's going to be no repeat performance there. And then Cabochard has a difficult week against H2K and Giants, who they're very close in the standings with. Might want to go with a top lane stud instead. Let's talk a little bit of risky business. Some picks that you may want to go with or you may not want to go with. Trashy on Splice has very quietly become the 4th best fantasy point jungler in the league, but he's got Fnatic and H2K this week, so it's a bit of a risk. And then the Team Liquid and CLG matchup is the NA match of the week. You guys can pick your poison between which team you think is going to win, and some of the players have been putting up big fantasy points for their respective teams in those roles, so it's up to you guys who you're rooting for. All right, guys, that's going to be it for the formal portion of today's PTL Fantasy Minute. But if you want a little PTL After Dark fantasy style, head on over to the LOL Esports YouTube channel, where I'm going to be answering questions from the LCS Fantasy Forum.
Hey guys, what's up? Riv here, taking over for Jat and This or That while he's recovering from surgery. Obviously, feel free to tweet him. #SaveJat, just spam his Twitter.
Or hashtag let him burn.
That's right. Apparently, he hurt his arm, can't talk. A weird thing. We'll figure it out.
I would like to personally welcome you to This or That, though, Riv.
Thank you so much.
Let's get it going.
We need to ease into this. It's my first time. We will start with the first slide. We have not seen these slides, so I'm prepared. A cuter Pokemon, Gate.
I'm not sure where to go with this one. Awkward. I'm gonna go with the Pokemon. There must be a joke that they're referring to that I've not heard of.
There used to be like a Huggable, but I think I'd still go with the We'll be with Jiggle.
All right, we're on that. We're on that.
All right, next slide. Better Pentakill, Jensen or Wild Turtle?
I gotta go with Jensen. I mean, he's flying around. Wild Turtle is on the Ash, and he got people delivered to him by an Azir.
I feel like that's
true. I gotta go with Jensen.
I feel like that's true. We also hear Doublelift's kind of saying, you know, Pobelter gives over those pentas, so we're gonna go with Jensen. Next slide.
All credit to the mid laners.
Best dressed. Oh, no contest. Go ahead, choose. I already know my choice.
I mean, no tie on
Young
Yamato.
Buck or Yamato.
His shirt's a little better, but I'll go with Young Buck.
Yamato Cannon Online. Yeah, that's mine. All right, next slide. Let's do this. We're flying through these. Who will win Counter Logic Gaming or Liquid?
We actually get a serious one for once. So if we were looking at past performances, I definitely am going to say Liquid. With Dardoch in the lineup, they look so much more focused. Babby's done great things for the team as well. All the rookies actually playing around them really well. And CLG have continued to struggle.
It's been a very scary. This isn't the CLG we slumped in the middle and found our way back up. This is the CLG we've been tumbling the whole time. I'm with you. I go with Liquid as well. I know, there's going to be a lot of unhappy people about that one.
Maybe I changed my vote. Yes.
Next one.
I gotta go CLG.
We'll lock up the next one. Who is in deeper elo hell?
This one's pretty bad. Echo Fox is at the bottom of the barrel also. I mean, Steelback, I recognize the situation he's in, but Froggen is a veteran. I gotta go with seniority here. Froggen's put in his time, and it's looking rough.
We got like minds, Kobe. I mean, this guy's tried to make super team after super team, and he's still trying his damnedest now. Unlucky. Our last slide. Let's see what it is. This or Jat?
What?
He's standing
right here.
Do I just walk off on this one?
They're standing right here. It's got to be this, obviously. Who showed up to work today? This. Just kidding. Get better, Jat. We love you.
So that's going to be it for us today. Hit us up at LOL Esports. Let us know whose side you're on using the hashtag this or that. And remember to tweet at Jat. Let him know if you preferred this or that. And now it's time for the regional rundown where we describe everything that happens across the globe.
This is all pre-recorded. How did you even get here so fast?
Do we have security? Can you get it? Of course it's pre-recorded. How else are we going to do it?
Oh my God, this is miserable. We just do this one over.
Just be quiet and let us do our thing. Thank you. We don't need a retake. We're starting the regional rundown with the LCK, where ROX Tigers are now at the top of the table. ROX Tigers beat KT Rolster and Samsung Galaxy to jump ahead of the pack and now sit in first place just ahead of SKT. SKT still have a match in hand and have the power to catch up, which will probably happen if you give them a chance.
Likely.
It could be another chapter in the SKT versus ROX Tigers rivalry.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like these are the top two teams in Korea right now. SKT keeps beating them in the finals.
Yeah.
So SKT keeps winning LCK, but every split, the fans of Tigers like, maybe this is the time, maybe this is the time. It's probably not, but maybe this is the time. It's probably not.
It could be. There's potential. I think there's a lot of potential there. That's the word people use.
ROX Tigers, the CLG of Korea. Let's go.
Let's do it. In the rest of the standings, you have KT Rolster and Samsung sitting behind SKT, while the Afrika Freaks, MVP, and Genera sit in the middle of the pack. Near the bottom, rounding out the table, is SC Ever, Longzhu Gaming, and CJ Entis. Now we're going to move over to the LMS, and the Flash Wolves have been dethroned from the top of the table after losing to J-Team, who have been surging under their new management. The whole structure seems to be working out perfectly. They had to play each other 2 days in a row due to the previous week being rescheduled. In their first match, J-Team 2-0'd Flash Wolves, and that was partially thanks to some great performances from Morning on Gnar and BB on Jin.
Yeah, honestly, some really incredible things. The games overall were incredibly close, all four that got played back-to-back days. The first set, though, was a 2-0. They was pretty much close till 30 minutes. And then basically Baron fight after Baron fight turned for J-Team. You go farther down the line, you look at their next series as well. It was a 1-on-1 series, but basically each one was a lane swap into an almost perfect game. In the first one, Flash Wolves won, giving up a turret at the very end of the game for a Baron trade. And the second one, it was a perfect game except for one Dragon and one kill in the last team fight. So these teams are playing themselves incredibly close back and forth. Hopefully we get to see more of them in the playoffs.
I love those games where it's like, let's run it back again, but the other team's completely able to flop it. Too bad we don't get overtimes.
Right.
Because those games would have the overtimes.
Yeah.
Their second match ended in a tie, but put J-Team 1 point ahead of the Flash Wolves on the table. Right on their heels are AHQ, who are on 18 points right now. Midnight Sun, Hong Kong Esports, and Machi sit in the middle of the table, while Extreme Gamers and Team Mist are at the bottom of the pack trying to work their way out. Now finally to the LPL, where the last week of intergroup play has just wrapped up, and it's EDG who sit firmly at the top of Group A and look like the team to beat in China.
Yes.
When do things...
EDG, yeah.
Sometimes LGD, but then you're just like, oh, whoops.
This time EDG stopped slumping during the regular splits. They're actually insane.
Exactly. EDG have now played every single team in the LPL and is currently undefeated in matches. Doesn't suck. Last week also hailed the return of Pawn, who played 3 out of their 5 games, and although they lost one of those games to LGD, they're still looking pretty damn strong as usual.
Yeah, you can drop individual games, that's okay. The fact that Edward Gaming are still smashing it is wonderful. And to talk about a player who continues to smash is Clearlove, their jungler. He is an absolute monster, 9.8 KDA right now. 70% KP is really, really quite high. 340 damage per minute in the jungle is incredible as well. And honestly, you compare him to some of the other top junglers around the world, and he's statistically freaking ridiculous. So Clearlove continues to be worth all the fandom he's gotten. What a great player.
Lots of love for that guy. Now in the rest of the standings, it's Snake Esports behind EDG in Group A with Newbie and Game Talents in the middle of the table. Royal Never Give Up still at the top of Group B, as you may expect, followed by IMEI, Team Wii, and Beachy Gaming. Every day there are big plays happening all over the world, and we're here to give our friends at home and abroad some love in the top 5 plays of the week, or as Jensen, Wild Turtle, expect Thailand's own Duke and Avenue from Turkey can call it the Penta.
Coming in at number 5 from Turkey, Team Aurora's Avenue swiftly picked up a pentakill on Teemo.
4 kişilik bir ulti herkesi taşa çevirdi orada. Robin, ben de seni öldüreceğim dedi orada. Skor almayı başardı. Arka tarafta Heimer ölmüş. Çünkü Avenue 2'de 2 yapmayı başarıyor. Buraya kadar dedi. Madness'la Penki. Oo, muhteşem bir oyun. Ama Avenue burada kimseyi bırakmıyor. 4'te 4 Teemo'dan gelecek. Bu skoru da bıraktı Unknown'a.
Pentasal, pentayı ver. Ver çocuğun pentasını.
Geliyor, Konyak geliyor. Konyak geliyor.
Konyak geliyor. 5'te 5 geliyor ve işte
öldü zaten.
Ölemedi.
Öldü. O zehir yetiyor.
Avenue'dan Teemo 5'te 5'i de. Teemo main, sen bilirsin.
At number 4, from the EULCS, G2's Expect surprise Splice with his Gangplank pentakill.
And Trick is just going to knock him down. Expect will steal the kill with a cannon barrage, and Trick turns his attention back towards Senkux, who can't rift walk out in time. A double kill as Kabi falls in the back of it all. A triple kill for Expect. All the work's being done in the back of the pit. Can you believe it? A quadra kill for Expect. And what do you expect? With Senkux nowhere to go, we'll finally finish off Perks. But that's the ace, and a pentakill for the Gangplank.
Floating into number 3 from the NALCS, Cloud9's Jensen sent all of Apex into oblivion.
Sneaky is burning down. Will he be able to kite away with his life? He does. Jensen gets the double kill as the snare misses. There's the equalizer on cooldown. Sneaky kites it back as Ray goes down, and Apex have bitten off.
Jensen is burning them down. He can chase. He's got a
quadra.
He's going for the
pentakill. He's going to try to chase it down.
Pentakill for Jensen.
All the way from the Thailand Pro League, USP's Duke picked up 5 kills out of 10 in our number 2 play.
คาเซต้าโดนผลักกลับมาครับแต่ว่าวิ่งหนีไปแนวหลังตัวเองได้ครับแต่มิราดครับยังคงตามไปที่คาเซต้าอยู่ครับตอนนี้ครับแต่คุมาโมโตะโดนเก็บโดยทางฝั่งของดุ๊กครับแต่มิราดครับตอนนี้เริ่มโดนลุมครับเพราะว่าคาเซต้ากลับมาพร้อมกับของเพื่อนนะเอาครับแลนด์พอลล็อกครับเข้ามางัดอีกครั้งนึงครับชิบะครับรับไปจังหวะนี้ครับสวยงามครับสำหรับทางฝั่งของยูนิเมนไปแต่ว่าเอวีครับเลือดยังเต็มอยู่ครับแล้วจะตามเข้าไปยิงครับตามเข้าไปว่าโดนครับขอได้คิวจากทางฝั่งของดุ๊กครับตอนนี้ครับอีกนิดเดียวลงมาจุดไม่เกินกำเนิดและไอ้โอ้จุดไม่ละแพนจะคิวฝั่งของดุ๊กครับและตายทั้งสองทีครับทั้งติดแชมเปี้ยนครับแม่งไม่มีใครรอดเลยฮะ
And in our number 1 play of the week, which was definitely not a pentakill, Furious Gaming from Latin America South rocked a perfectly timed wombo combo.
Queda servido, que antes defendido encima con 3-4 jugadores del Wombo Combo por parte de Furious Gaming y terminan llevándose a 4 jugadores de KMB en un instante, Tommy.
It doesn't matter who you are or where you're from. If you see a big play, remember to hashtag the Penta, us, at LOL Esports, and if it's deemed worthy, we'll make sure you see it here on PTL.
Since we'll probably never see it again in pro play, well, at least for a while, maybe we'll overbuff him at some point, we want to take a closer look at that Teemo pentakill over in Turkey in this week's last hit.
having the match of the week is pretty big for us. Last split we were 8th place for most of the split. We look forward to play against them.
They are a really good team, so it's gonna be a really tough match. A match that will be very, very important for us.
Sometimes I watch Vegas and Yellowstar play, and you can see that they've played together for so long. They're always like on the same page.
Sauce goes down, Yellowstar looking for some fancy plays, grabs one, beautiful execution.
They just got kickers now, but they have like a good voice on almost every lane, so they really all have a way to win the game.
Oh, first blood!
Fnatic decided to make me an offer, and I joined instantly, you know, because Fnatic keys you wanna join? I'm like, yes. We're already improving a lot every week, and we have to keep on doing that.
We have to do our best to find their weaknesses and trying to fight them on that.
I actually expected Spice to be really high, at least top 5. They're really strong, all of them individually, and then they almost always have a good plan to win the game.
European LCS coming to you live from Berlin, Germany, with the finals in Krakow closing in fast. The competition is heating up as teams desperately fight to stay in playoff contention and out of the relegation zone. As you can see, everybody is super pumped. We're almost at the end of the split and that playoff race is on. There is Fnatic just chilling by the pool, hope they don't fall in or their hair will be messed up. And there's H2K also making their way to the stage looking for a win. A strange poster behind them. Very interesting. Well, I'm sure we'll find out more about that later. Good evening, everyone. I'm Eva Schok, supporter, and joining me at the analyst desk is Martin the Fisho Lunga and Daniel Sifa Drakos. Now, Martin was supposed to be casting today, but he sustained an injury.
The tongue.
Tongue injury.
I bruised my tongue. I was actually going to bring a potato up here and put it in my mouth because I can't really say TH at the moment, so I'm going back to season 4
I can't say that either from a Belgium accent, so...
Well, maybe it's on him now.
Yeah, you can say...
Give us some THs. There we go.
All right, cool. Well, let's talk about League of Legends and about patch 6.14. Obviously, it dropped on the EULCS. There'll be a few changes affecting our players this week. Let's first talk about support. Sona was quite strong.
Yes, so Sona is absurdly powerful in solo queue, and we kind of argue back and forth about her value in competitive. But keep in mind, folks, this is not the hotfix version or the adjusted version on live. This is pre-Sona adjustments, pre-Sona nerfs, essentially. So this is the scary, terrifying early patch release of Sona.
Right? In LCS, yeah. And I mean, she's good. Fantastic laning phase, especially against all the ranged supports. However, in competitive, she's always been a little bit weaker because you can gank her, coordinated attempts with teleports in the bottom lane, punish her very hard. I do think we're going to see her. I just don't think she's like S-tier support or anything.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Dragon-wise, Cloud Drake, woohoo!
Oh man, I'm so excited about so many things. There's good support buffs, there's Cloud Drake buffs. So first Cloud Drake, still not the end-all be-all. Probably worth more contesting, but when you start to look at 2 and 3 Cloud Drakes, you are insanely fast. You can be anywhere at any time. I mean, it gets you to lane faster, and when you start to think about teams backing frequently, teams looking for fights, it's going to be so much more reliable to contest Barons or to look to fight major objectives.
I want to startle you, but it's right behind you. It was. Yeah, it's gone now. Oops. Yeah, well, there we go.
Scary stuff.
Scary stuff. Then, of course, before we move on to Ryze, Kennen is disabled still after the bug we found last week around. But moving on to Ryze, the reworked Ryze once again is available here. So how strong is he? How much will we see him?
I think he's super fun to play, but he's very weird to play compared to old Ryze. And while I think he can be very strong, his late game damage is great. If you manage to get the right combos, he gets kited pretty easily. And his ulti pre-rank 2 is fairly weak in my opinion because it's very short. So I don't think we're going to see him. But not because he's terrible, more because I feel like teams need more time to kind of figure out how to use the new Ryze, how to use his ulti properly. What kind of combos are you looking for in terms of just pure damage, maybe getting utility. With a bit more time, I think we could see him more. Maybe we see him like maybe once or twice, but not as much as before.
And I think, to be fair, that's always been the story of Rise. Obviously, a champion who has seen a ton of reworks in this most recent one has not made him any simpler, a very complex kit. And as you said, the ulti, while theoretically incredibly powerful, similar to Tom Kenshall when we first saw him released, very difficult to use effectively.
Yeah, that's what I heard from some players as well as they were in the makeup room saying, well, we didn't really have that much time to practice it yet, but then maybe some teams have.
Maybe next week.
Yeah, they'll come out with a pick. Well, we'll see if the reworked warps onto the Rift today as we take a look at what's in store tonight. First up in the arena, it's our match of the week between Fnatic and Splyce. Fantastic matchup for the number 2 spot. Last time around, not the best time for Splyce, but this one should be really, really exciting.
Different team, obviously.
Absolutely. And I think Splyce continuing to move up in the ranks. I think of a team that we have to keep our eyes on, especially after hearing from Yamato and Coaches Week, hearing that they're scrimming with G2 constantly. I'm excited to see what they bring to the table.
Yeah, again, they're definitely playing with the big boys, and now they got to show they deserve to move into top 2 so they can also get that straight bye into the semifinal, because we are very close to playoffs. I mean, there are 2 weeks left, so winning against Fnatic now as Splyce, suddenly they are actually in charge of who gets the top 2 spot. They can just keep winning the rest of the games, and then they're locked.
Super important match of the week, and stay tuned after the matchup because there's a reunion in store as we get our first look at the most unexpected friendship on Summoner's Rift. But meanwhile, it's H2K versus Vitality in the LCS studio, and we'll also see Origin facing off against Giants and Schalke, looking to find some points versus Rocket. A lot of very interesting matchups and teams that are in dire need of points.
Yeah, and some must-win games, I feel. If you look at Giants versus Origin, obviously both teams here need their 2-0. Giants because they want to lock that playoff spot, and Origin because they want to get out of relegation zone, which they're in right now. Also Schalke against Rocket. Schalke have been in a massive slump for the last few weeks. If you're not able to 2-0 Rocket, well, then you deserve to be down there in the bottom of the standings, and that's been the opposite of what we expected from Schalke coming into this split.
And when we look at the middle of the pack, all of these teams are so very close on points that getting a 2-0 is absolutely crucial. You really need that 3 points. 1-1ing against a team that you're close to, or 1-1ing against a team, more importantly, that is at the bottom of the standings, is essentially a loss as far as you should be concerned.
Yeah, it's crunch time for all these teams, and with the playoff race in full force, we're going to check in with QuickShot for a closer look at the standings.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, I do want to take a look at the standings. I also want to take a look at what it means looking forward when it comes to playoffs and how we get there. Before we do, though, let's take a look at how the teams stack up at the beginning of Week 8. G2 Esports still comfortably in the lead with 28 points, sitting behind them Fnatic Splyce. And I want you guys to keep your eyes here on Giants and the Unicorns of Love. Both tied with 17 points apiece, but then we're like, hey, who gets the seeding? How do you determine the tiebreakers? Well, there's a couple of very simple rules to follow. First and foremost, when teams are tied on points, we then take a look at the next step, and that is how many series wins have they accrued. So for the example of Unicorns of Love and Giants, both have 17 points, but the Unicorns, they've won 4 series, Giants have won 5. Therefore, Giants will have the highest seed when it comes to breaking down playoffs. If they are tied with both points as well as series wins, then we look at their head-to-head record. Does one team have a 3-1 or a 4-0? If yes, they get the highest seed. Now, you say QuickShot, but they're tied in series, they're tied in points, they're tied in head-to-head. What next? Well, we look at number 3, our favorite, tiebreaker games. They will be scheduled after Week 9, so keep a close ear for those as we get closer to the times. Right, so we've got our top 6. Let's figure out how they fit into the brackets. I've got an empty playoff bracket that I'd like to show you guys. LCS seed number 1 and 2 jump straight to the semifinals. They bypass round 1. And then your usual 3 plays 6, 4 plays 5. One important thing to note, the highest seed from the quarterfinals will then get seeded to play the second seed. A little bit confusing, so I've got some team logos as an example for you. If playoffs happen today, where would teams place? G2 and Fnatic would be first and second if they happen today. Splyce would be in third. Let's assume Splyce wins their quarterfinal matchup against Unicorns of Love, which is pretty likely. They would then drop down to play Fnatic because there is a reseeding from quarters to semifinals. It's very important to note that Splyce and Fnatic are 1 point away, all right? So looking forward, looking at the playoffs and who's going to make it there, I think it's time to dial in on at least 3 of the teams that I think have very important stories that have a lot on the line. And to do that, we're going to look at the strength of schedule, right? So I've picked 3 teams, going to look at who they're playing. And I'm going to start with Fnatic. They're currently in second place. They're only 1 point ahead of Splyce, and they play Splyce today in about 10 minutes' time. They also play Origin, Rocket, and G2. So that's a mixed bag. 2 tough games, 2 relatively easy games, a pretty even win-loss from their opponents. If they get more points than Splyce, who are the next team I'm going to look at, that means Fnatic get that first round bye, they go to semifinals, they guarantee a trip to Krakow. That's a lot on the line. Splyce, on the other hand, they want to upset the apple cart in Europe. And that means hopefully taking down Fnatic, looking at H2K, Origin, Unicorns, arguably a slightly easier schedule, but still very difficult. 2 or 3 tough teams thrown in there, and Origin's a bit of a wild card. Now, finally, talking about Origin, we have to talk about the position that they are in. Origin have a very tough schedule. They have 3 out of the top 4 teams left to play, and they need 4 additional points from their remaining games to avoid the promotion tournament, to keep their hopes of Worlds alive. Why is that important? Because if Origin do not avoid the promotion tournament, they will forfeit their championship points. They cannot go to the regional qualifiers, and that means no Worlds for a semi-finalist World Championship team from last year. Now, this is quite a lot of information about the 3 teams. If you'd like to see all of them for all 10 European LCS squads, head over to twitter.com/LOL Esports, and you can see exactly who has to play whom in the following 2 weeks of the regular season. Every single game matters. Every single point matters. So with that, let's get into the action of our first series of the day. It is Fnatic versus Splyce on European LCS 1, while H2K will be facing against Vitality on EULCS2. Ladies and gentlemen, take it away.
Well,
fans, welcome to the EULCS studio. I'm Devin Pyrotechnics Young, and I'm joined by Andrew Vedius Day as we're ready to break down all the action between H2K and Vitality here in the EULCS studio. It's going to be good.
Yes, it is. And as you heard from Quickshot earlier, many important games ahead, a lot of difficult schedules for some, easier for others, and this is one of the tough ones for both these teams.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how far down in the standings you kind of look at Vitality and they're like, oh, H2K's in 4th place, that should be better. They're only separated by 2 points. So really, every game does indeed matter. Before the players head into picks and bans, however, let's go ahead and take a look at the lineups on the red side of the rift representing Vitality. We've got Cabochard in the top, Shook in the jungle, Nuke Duck in mid, Police AD carry, Kasing is his support, and of course, Coach Shans.
Yeah, now these guys are tied with Schalke 04 for 7th place currently. Last week they had a pretty good week though. They went 3-1. Their opponents were Rocket and the Unicorns of Love, but arguably all of those wins weren't as convincing as we initially thought.
It's very true. Like, they could have lost the game against Rocket, but at the same time, they also were able to kind of eke a win out versus the Unicorns. They were pretty much losing that entire game until they got the wipe in base and then marched all the way down the mid lane. But there is some steady improvement for this team. We've got Police coming into his own, and he's not obviously the only one in terms of all these Korean AD carries that we've had kind of influx into Europe, but he's had a really stellar last couple of weeks showing some serious progression.
He certainly has. Police is someone we really wanted to highlight because initially he was a player that experienced a lot of criticism. I know a lot of the community was saying, why are they picking up this AD carry? And initially his performance was not the best, but you can see just in recent weeks how dramatic his growth has been. His understanding of positioning, his synergy with Kasing, and overall his ability to contribute to the team has just been getting better and better. And as a team that initially looked very rough, coming into playoffs, this is the sort of trend you want to be seeing, where over time you are getting better, where you can be in your final form come playoff time.
Oh yeah, it's always great to finish on the strong side, and they'll be hoping to be on the strong side today. Their opponents on the blue, it's going to be H2K, which means we've got, well, would you guess it? Odoamne up in the top lane, followed by Yankos in the jungle. Ryu's, of course, still in the mid. Freeze, the AD carry, and Vander, his support, and their coach, Prawley. This is a team that has had some struggles, though. They couldn't find a win last week.
No, they went 0-4 in Week 7 against Fnatic and G2. Somewhat expected against 2 of the big top dogs in Europe, but they do seem to be on a bit of a downward trend recently.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. You think a team that's sitting in 4th place, they got so many wins racked up in the beginning of the split, they're now kind of spiraling down. Why is that?
So we actually had a look at H2K in general. We looked at their pick and ban. Things looked pretty reasonable. They weren't drafting bad compositions. Then we looked at some of their game plans, and their strategy, their execution just seems to be there. So we dived a little bit deeper and we had a look at their communication in game. We wanted to know perhaps it was the way in which they were actually setting up and playing out these team fights that was the problem. So just listen to this short clip from H2K in their game last week against Fnatic.
4K. I can TP soon, I can TP in like 10 seconds.
We can TP after the
we can fight, we can fight.
Try to, okay, wait for TP and then fight, okay? We care about fight, not about TP.
Jin is chunked, Jin is chunked.
Can you TP soon?
Go. Where you can TP.
I can ulti soon.
I flash.
We're chasing too much, they flash.
Back.
I can still ulti,
Okay.
Yeah.
He does slow.
I ulti behind Jin.
Jin flash.
Cut.
Back. We cannot.
Yes, too deep.
Cut, just back.
Okay, back. Meanwhile, is the losers. Back, okay, back.
Well, That was a bit chaotic.
Yes, I think chaotic is the word to describe it. You can hear that there was no clear shot caller, there was no defined strategy. Many calls were made at many times. Yeah. Hey, let's back out. Hey, let's commit. And there just seemed to be a lot of indecision in the communication of H2K. And this could be one of the big problems that they have been trying to rectify. And against G2 and Fnatic, you can't... losing to those teams, maybe not as unexpected, but against Vitality, if you have communication like this, it could prove as serious problems when setting up for Dragons, trying to force fights, and pretty much netting yourself at 2-0.
Yeah, and you need to be able to put this one away. As H2K, they've not really been able to find wins, and not just last week. They obviously had a split week the week before that as well, and really the last team they were able to solidly beat out was Schalke 04. So there's definitely a lot of question marks surrounding this team, and they're still in very real danger of falling out of playoffs. That middle of the pack is nowhere near secure.
Yeah, it's an extremely interesting game. And if we just think back to spring, this matchup in particular would have been one of the hype ones. It would have been one of those, oh wow, this is two of the top teams going up against each other, maybe even fighting for that second place spot. And now it's two teams just fighting to stay alive because, as you rightly said, only 2 points separate them. If Vitality get themselves a 2-0 here, they move up. And like every single win has so much implications on the standings.
Yeah, it's incredibly important for the teams to come out very strong, for H2K trying to reverse their losing trend, for Vitality trying to roll on forward. But we're going to go into picks and bans and find out exactly what they decide to pick up to try to take the win.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so let's see whether or not H2K have shifted very much as we have arrived on patch 6.14, or whether we are going to stick to conventional stuff that we typically saw a lot of in 6.13.
Well, so far the plan for H2K, they're removing a few comfortable picks, but particularly the Olaf. It's just been a very, very strong choice. Bruisery getting into the jungle, getting in really, really fast and early. And also the Caitlyn ban against Freeze. Interesting choice as well.
So I actually want to talk a little bit about that Gangplank ban in particular, because we have seen his resurgence recently. Not only is he a fairly safe pick right now, but because of how top lane meta seems to be very much about being able to carry, getting a lot more resources than you typically used to, Gangplank has suddenly seen this resurgence where he's going Trinity Force into Ghostblade, and Cabochard, being his typical playstyle of I like to try and carry from the top lane, I like the ban in particular, and I think we should see more of it coming into this week.
Yeah. As far as jungle goes, though, Vitality have actually taken a bit of their own comfort away. The Elise is banned out. That's something Shook had been focusing quite a lot on.
Of jungle bans.
And the Rek'Sai as well. Actually, Jankos, this has been kind of a big one for him, too. The Rek'Sai has been pretty massive, and of course, the Nidalee, it's focused quite a lot. But yeah, we've got 3 to 4 jungle bans away here if you consider Cabochard also favors the Olaf.
This would naturally make Gragas start to rise in terms of priority, because then you have to look at, oh, well, what else is left on the table? And it's actually a really interesting strategy here from Vitality, because they could be baiting H2K into saying, hey, we want you to pick the Gragas because we have something in store ready for it. Or they want to try and get it for themselves, because now you can see H2K, they're indecisive as to what they want to put their priority on. Ashe is still on the table. Bard is still on the table. Some of the big mid laners like Azir Victor, yes, they took a small hit this patch, but still very valuable. And how could we forget about Karma?
No, you can't. It'll always get you back. Locked in for H2K now, of course. So gives them a little bit extra mobility. Remember, Sivir's still up and available. You could build a real speedy composition if Vitality doesn't take it away.
Sivir works wonderfully with the Karma, synergizes nicely, acts as great engage, disengage, very well rounded. But I mean, if we just look across the AD carry table, there are so many things up right now. Things like the Jhin, things like the Ashe, as you rightly said, the Sivir. And so there's just so much. It's really interesting that we're seeing so much priority on the jungle. They want to make sure that Jankos doesn't go for that early aggressive style that he's been so well known for.
And Vitality have got themselves a couple of tanky options now, and another jungle takeaway with the Gragas locked in first rotation for Shook. That's another comfortable pick for him, especially in a depleted jungle pool, and you combine it up with the Shen for Cabo.
We're also, yeah, as you rightly said, you mentioned the Shen, and this is something that has been rising in popularity a lot. Very safe laner. He can trade very effectively with his W, and because of the global pressure that he has, it's made him a lot more favorable because of the changes that we saw to teleport on 6.13, where the cast is now longer. It takes 4.5 seconds to join the rest of your team, whereas if you have that Shen ultimate, you can just join the team fight immediately. You can be there to back up your allies and just get involved with the fight.
No ward required either. So H2K, they've really put it down to the wire to take their choices here. Not sure if you can call it uncertainty, but they're always a team that thinks very clearly about what they want to pick up. We have said that their pick and ban phase has not been the worst despite their results, and it's locked. We've got the Sivir on their side and a Malzahar Tell me a little bit about the good old Void Prophet, Vedius.
I love this champion so much. I had an inkling that he would start to rise in terms of priority because he actually does very well into a lot of control mages like Azir and like Victor. I think that he can offer a huge amount of utility. Come the mid and late game, his actual damage output is ridiculous. He is a fantastic frontline killer, and when that Shen and Gragas tries to threaten your main damage dealers, he can just lock them up, you can quickly shut them down, and he can just do so much. We'll get more into it as we get into game, because there are so many interesting things you can say about the champion, but I like this early prioritization coming out from H2K.
Yeah, we saw that a lot going on in last week. Splice was able to pull off a game against G2 Esports right here in the studio, and there's the Sona lock-in. Ooh, I'm ready for some music.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Sona already in our first series of the day. You heard them on the desk. This is not the hot fix Sona. She is still above average in terms of pressure.
That is one very underscore way to put it, Vedius. I mean, how fast can you press QW and E?
I know, right? So the damage to her Q did take a bit of a hit leveling up, but the healing is so strong right now. Her roaming potential is fantastic because she gets so much movement speed that no longer decays over time. And the aura range is a little bit bigger. There are just so many cool little changes to Sona. She is still this big, massive lane bully. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how paired up with a Lucian, H2K are going to be able to deal with this 2v2.
Yeah, Vitality have thrown down the gauntlet with this one. I'm looking forward to seeing how that lane pans out. The Hecarim now is locked in for Jankos with the jungle pool a little bit low in the water. It's going to be delving back into the pony, and we've got a Vlad locked in for Ryu as well, or rather for Odo. We got a double kind of AP carry composition here. I like this.
I actually think this is a top lane Malzahar. So this was actually something we saw a lot in LCK, where they were picking the Malzahar into the Shen. MVP have done it a couple of times, and it basically means that the Shen can't do anything. He can't match the, he can't trade very well, he can't match the pushing power, and come the late game, Malzahar actually has a huge amount of kill threat. The obvious difference is the fact that Malzahar is a bit of a low mobility mage. He is susceptible to ganks in that very long lane, but wow, interesting strategy coming out from H2K. And the Vladimir change-up, obviously you do have some flexibility. You could put the Vlad up in the top lane, but given that we've never really seen it in top throughout the entire split, it's more of an expectation that you'd see it in the mid.
I mean, last time I saw one of those two champions in the top lane, it definitely was the Vlad, but that was a long time ago. And we've got a cast-in locked in for Nuke Duck to finalize the roster. That's a lot of firing power on either side of the teams. I'm looking forward to see who comes out on top of this one for sure. A lot of interesting picks, a lot of different stuff on this 6.14 patch.
So excited, Pyra. This is a really interesting draft. We're seeing so many cool picks. We're seeing the casting into the Vlad, something that we have been seeing more and more recently all across the world. And just looking at the two compositions, you got H2K very much about running at you. A great one forward, the Malzahar. He can be a surprisingly powerful split pusher. You could even set up the 1-3-1 as well. They have the engage tools with the Civet and the Hecarim. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vitality, they're running this mid to late game massive team fight comp, and they just have so many options. They can do 1-3-1. Oh, there are just so many possibilities, Pyre. So much to talk about.
Oh, this is going to be one of those games that's not short on action. That's for absolutely sure. But the teams have had in the past some issue trying to take the incentive, trying to take the reins of a game, but they've got all the tools they need to be able to do it this time around. If you think that team is going to be H2K, get your Twitter fingers ready. Hashtag H2K win over at LOL Esports with that double AP composition. Super speedy. If you think Vitality, though, are going to pull this one out with the first Sona we get to see here on patch 6.14, tweet hashtag VIT win. No matter what, I think the fans win this one.
Yeah. We're winners. We're the real winners, Pyra, because we get to cast this game. I'm really excited to see how these picks work out. And ladies and gentlemen, here we go. First game of week 8 between H2K and Vitality. And as we've said, every win matters as we move towards playoffs.
Well, let's roll onto the Rift and find out who's going to take that first W.
All right, then, ladies and gentlemen.
Here we go. Yes.
There we go. That's the Badger. Now, the most important thing we have to start with, Pyra, the most important thing is we have to look at what Drake spawns. Because now, all 4 Drakes are of high priority.
Don't get too far ahead of yourself. I mean, we've still got a couple of minutes before we're going to worry about it. But I know I have a feeling there's a particular dragon you want to talk about. So I'll give you more a little bit on that later. I do want to look at this level 1 because, of course, we've got the line to scrimmage, so that neither team is really looking to go for a deep invade at this time. Just keep things safe, especially in a less conventional composition, less tested.
So, early game is what we need to keep our eyes on. The potential of a lane swap is quite high from H2K, simply because the Sivir into Karma, great pushing power. They have great disengage, not likely to get ganked because they have the spell shield, they have the movement speed, a lot of options. But Vitality, their 2 versus 2 is just so powerful. With the Lucian, with the Sona, especially with the Sona running Ignite, it could be quite a scary 2 versus 2 for H2K to go in. But they're feeling confident, they want to try and challenge it. Seems to me like they know how to go up against this this interesting new pick.
If anything, looking at H2K's lineup, you know, they've kind of doubled down obviously on the damage and gone for the lane that they are sure to be able to win with the Malzahar. But I'm still a little bit concerned about their lack of tankiness as Vander steps a little far forward. Police and Kasing out of the shadows. And they get the double tap, instant ignite on. Vander might just get away with his life here. Should be, as Kasing's in chase.
That was a lot of early game damage. Smart from Vitality, putting a ward in the river, spotted out Vander as he moved up to try and intercept the early Gromp that was likely to come out. But Vitality read the play, and now they've gained so much pressure early on in this bottom lane. Vander's going to be forced to use his pots. Not only that, but Vitality are going to get the pushing advantage. And as I say that, the moment Vander returns to lane, Vitality actually back away. So, bit of a surprise, given that they had that initial dominance, decided not to push it too far. But what you're often going to see a lot of during this laning phase is, for the early game, until you hit level 2, the Sona isn't likely going to want to trade because you don't have the sustain to be able to bring it back up. And remember that early levels of the Q did take a bit of damage. The level 1 is still the same, but as you and Karma max Q, she will be able to deal more damage. And what makes Sona so obnoxious is the fact that she has this heal. We'll keep an eye out on what she decides to max so that we can keep people up to date on how people are shifting their Sona playstyle and how she decides to build as well. Because one of the big things is the changes to her ultimate that now give you cooldown reduction as well. And this doesn't affect your actual cooldown reduction.
Oh yeah, you can get like a huge,
85%.
it's like 85, yeah.
Yes, if you decide to go for that
this is why you can press all the buttons. Yeah. All right, so Jankos is going on an invade spree here. He's going to find Shook out, stop him from taking his blue. Ghost is popped. He's going all in for this one. Can the Fat Man get back to tower? I'm not sure about that. He's going to belly bop away. But Shook has been stopped from taking his blue, and now Vander going for an invade again. Vitality have lost some ground in this jungle.
Shook, he has no mana. He's got very little health. The best he can hope for is a potential smite steal. But notice that Vander is here to provide support for Jankos as well. Very aggressive play. Good read from Jankos to know that he would have more health. He would be able to sustain better, and he just read that Shook would come around to this blue. So smart early jungle pathing from Jankos to get himself a slight advantage.
And Freeze wasn't even pressured while Vander was away for a few moments. Jankos in the right place at the right time. This is the reason Vitality was so hell-bent on denying him picks, but he's still able to do this with the Hecarim. Police, a Boomerang Blade, takes a big chunk out of his health bar.
So right now what Vitality are struggling with is the amount of wave clear that's coming out from Freeze and Vander. They're just constantly pushing in the wave, not giving Vitality an actual opportunity to trade back and forth. But as you can see, they're not going to be too upset about the constant poke that's coming out because they have a huge amount of sustain. Just going to have a quick look at Kasing as have a look in the mid lane. Jankos coming for a potential gank.
There we go. Nukeduck has to instantly pop his flash, and Jankos puts him up against the wall. Not enough to deal any more damage. Shield comes out, denies a little bit more from Ryu, and that will be the end of that.
So what Jankos is trying to do is punish the early laning phase of Nukeduck on this Kassadin. Remember that he's not going to get that Void Step very early on. But Jankos, he wants a little bit more blood. A lot of damage come down onto Cabo.
Oh man, he's been on a Summoner's Rift tour right now. Cabo is going to taunt, gets knocked up, but he's still able to get away very low on health. So much for a safe laning champion when you're dealing with a Malzahar.
Oh yeah. Very aggressive, and I mean already a lot of early aggression coming out from Jankos on this Hecarim. Typically not what you see from a Hecarim, very much about the farming, making sure that he hits those item spikes. But one of the big things that a lot of junglers say is, oh man, if you get an early lead, if you get your early item spike, you can very easily snowball that game, and he becomes this unstoppable onslaught of shadows.
He's already right on the track to do it. H2K have a lot of power, and if they can get ahead in the level game, they should be able to do quite a lot here. We talked a lot about this bottom lane, though. Let's focus a little bit more on the mid lane matchup, the Kassadin and the Vladimir.
So, this is a really cool matchup because early on, Ryu has the pressure advantage. It's very difficult for a Kassadin to trade well unless he actually gets to walk up to you and land some of his basic attacks. But for most of the time, the simple fact is Nukeduck, he can't sustain as much as Ryu can, so he can be as aggressive as he wants.
This might have been a mistake, though. Shook's still waiting in the wings. Ryu thinks he can take it to Nukeduck without the flash available. He's still going to run away, but in comes Kasing. And Ryu doesn't look like much of a music lover after that.
So Ryu, he's not going to be too upset. He had the Crimson Rush just as he was going in. Nukeduck forced to go back, and this is often what you'll see very early on. The big thing for Kassadin, though, is he scales incredibly well. One of the few mid laners that can actually match the late game prowess of the Vladimir, simply because a typical build path for the Kassadin is Rod of Ages into an Abyssal into a Zhonya's. You can shift up the Abyssal or the Zhonya's depending on your matchup, and against a double AP, you definitely want to pick up that second early Abyssal Scepter. You then want to transition that into a very quick Void Staff, because what you're likely going to see from Ryu is the early Spirit Surcharge. You can already see the Spectre's card coming out, which means that as the game progresses, because Nukeduck is going to have a lot of penetration and a lot of mobility, he will start to be able to out-pressure the Vladimir. So if HJK tried to set up the 1-3-1, Nukeduck will be able to deal with it, and he will be able to match the Vladimir as we approach that mid and late game.
Definitely a matchup to keep your eye on for sure. And it's one that can pretty much bounce either or, but a lot of trouble in that top lane for the Shen to deal with. Cabochard does have his work cut out for him. He will be able to provide a lot for his team later on, but you can already see the farm starting to slip away from him. He's lost out in double digits now to Ottawamne, and it's just so hard to deal with this Malz.
The thing about a Malzahar is he has a window early on that you can take advantage of, because the most obnoxious thing about Malz is his passive, where he basically doesn't take any damage for a short period of time, but the cooldown on it very early on is actually surprisingly long, which means that if you just hit him with a basic attack, you then have a long window where you can actually take advantage of the fact that he doesn't do that much damage during the early levels. He doesn't actually trade very well with you, and if he does decide, he can't push the wave as much as he would like to. The problem is for Shen is he can't really do that. He can't punish these early levels of a Malzahar, so he's free to get through that rough part of his typical laning phase, and he's allowed to then get to the level 6, level 7 mark, where he is just constantly pushing. He will have 3 ranks, or 4 even, in his Malefic Vision. He will then also just throw all of his little Voidlings down, and it will be constant push, 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 push. Shen's going to always get shoved underneath the turret, and then if you want, you have Jankos come up, you get an easy tower dive with the ultimate, and Shen is just constantly on the back foot.
Speaking of pushing, constantly, Freeze and Vander have been able to do just that. It really has been both teams poking in, looking for a weakness, but Jankos has been a lot more active on the map, with Shook having to claw back into the farm game. He's so far behind, though, at this point. You can take a look. The levels haven't really made a difference, but there is the CS pretty atrociously different as he goes down towards this bottom side and spots the pink ward out. See if Vitality can get anything done down here. We wanted to talk about dragons at the beginning of the game. We do have an Ocean Drake spawning. I know you have...
yeah, I'm disappointed.
Yeah. Now, you have maybe not the happiest countenance after that?
No, I was hoping that we could celebrate Cloud Drake Appreciation Day with a Cloud Drake, but unfortunately he's decided to be late to his own party. But in any case, Ocean Drake will be on the table for the first dragon of the game. Still adds a lot of value during the laning phase, allows you to trade back and forth quite nicely because you can then get that sustain back up.
No rush to take it though at the moment.
Yeah, there's no rush.
They're still just laning it out.
You have to remember that both teams have more of a scaling composition. Looks like Police is edging his way towards more of the mid-game build, so Vitality will hit a slightly earlier spike. But the question is, will they try to force anything with it? They have the Gragas, they have good ways to engage. You also have the Sona for the flash crescendo if you want to try and make a play that way.
Yeah. Well, and Shen's got his ult, and he has for a few minutes now, so he's always able to get involved and save what can potentially be a bad engage. And H2K, knowing this, they're not going to push the envelope too far. As Freeze and Vander did back away too, you could see that Police and Kasing actually caught back up on the CS. They weren't far behind to begin with, but it gives them a bit more breathing room to start pushing in, and Nukeduck and Ryu just go at each other yet again. A lot of sustain, though, between those two mids.
Yeah, so now that Nukeduck, he's got a couple points in his queue. He has decided to max the E because the slow is actually really powerful for him, simply because every time he rift walks in, one of the weaknesses that you have is that they can just trade back with you as you're on the retreat. So if you max your slow, it then makes it easier to get away. So then they can't as comfortably then go for the re-engage onto you as you're trying to back off. Which is why he's decided to do that. Really good trading back and forth as well. And it also assists in your early wave clear. And against a Vladimir, that is sort of what you want. So I like the adaptation. Going more towards, I need to just get through this laning phase and know that I outscale, rather than I want to try and fight this Vladimir as much as possible. Because if he'd maxed the Q, it would give him the shield, which means that he would take less damage on the Vlad and would deal more damage on an individual target, which means that it would be easier for them to then go for the back and forth in the mid.
So many wards in this game. In the river, been cleared out constantly. Sing on the roam. Very speedy Sona. That's some of the changes coming in there. Orca Singh goes on the roam, back down towards the bottom side. Ryu's still trying to push in, and again, not all in Nuke Duck, but at least force him off some of these creeps.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a Kassadin, it's still a Vladimir. Vladimir has the sustain advantage, and it's still early levels, in which case the Nuke Duck is just going to have to deal with the fact that he's getting it pushed under the turret, and he can't match that sort of sustain. So as the game progresses, things will get a little bit easier for the Kassadin, as we mentioned earlier on. But I do want to backtrack a little bit to what you just said about the roaming from Sona, because this is one of the big changes that we did see to her. Now her E gives you 3 seconds of flat movement speed. For those wondering, Kasing has decided to max his heal first over his Q, so going more for the sustain rather than the lane bully style of play. But this does mean that on top of that, you have to remember that when Kasing is on his own, he gets additional, that movement speed lasts for even longer as Cabo getting all in.
Speaking of last long, yeah, Ottawamne finding a lot of damage, forcing the flash, and the Zerg Rush comes in. Not enough damage to finish him, though.
Oh, man. That's the risk that you face when going up against a Malzahar. The percentage max health damage that his ultimate does is devastating for a lot of tanks. And even with the early magic resist, Odo was just cleanly able to shred through it. So, really impressive stuff from Odo. You also have to remember that the Voidlings, they do a lot of damage.
Over a very short period of time, that's for sure. But H2K definitely trying to win the favor in this game and trying to win the crowd's favor too. Look at how close that fan vote is. 52% in Vitality's corner.
Wow. Guess the faith has dropped from the H2K department.
Well, we'll have to see if they can pull it right on back for them. It's still tough to have 3 losses in a row. Ryu turning around some damage back on Nuke Duck. Right now, though, they're not lacking for aggressive moves in this early game, but neither team has really gotten a good edge over the other. Overall gold is very close to even as we crest the 13-minute mark in this game.
Yeah, we saw a bit of early aggression from Jankos. He has since backed off a little bit in terms of the pressure, largely because he hasn't seen any big opportunities, but if he is going to gank anywhere, top lane is the easiest lane to gank. Not only does Cabo not have his flash, but Odo's ultimate is about to come back up. You have the damage from Malzahar, you combine that with Jankos, who on this Hecarim has a lot of early game damage. It can very quickly translate into a dead shit.
It might translate to a dead dragon as well. Puts the scythe right into the head of him, so Vander and Freeze will join the party and they will be able to secure this first dragon. Shook is peeking his nose around the corner, however. He'd have to attempt to steal. It's going to go down very low. Finally gets smited, and Shook looking for a fight. Spell shield is on Freeze, though. Jankos is going to have to onslaught over the wall.
That's okay, though. It's an ultimate that basically says, hey, we've got ourselves this objective. We're not going to try and force a fight anytime soon, so we're just going to use our ultimates to be happy with the fact that, hey, we've got something. Let's just not get too greedy right now.
All right, well, speaking of something, Vedius,
here we go.
I think your favorite dragon is about to come up.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand and show your appreciation to the Cloud Drake, as in 6 minutes he makes his way onto the Rift in his empowered form. Oh man, Cloud Drake.
You're well, Cloud Drake. All right, so I don't want to steal too much of your thunder, or your clouds in this case, but it gets the buff, but a lot of people might have not gone over the patch notes and looked at it and say, okay, what exactly does this extra 10 at first move speed mean?
So, I want to get into it, but I also want to talk about Jankos, who's...
There's no wave anymore, Vedius. It's okay.
He's okay. He's looking for something. But the same pressure is happening on the top side of the map. This is smart from Vitality. They realize that Cabo can't hold on to this turret for much longer, and so they're trying to just quickly take down this tier 1 in the bottom lane to try and match it. But yes, let's go back to the Cloud Drake for a second. Cloud Drake now, the first Cloud Drake gives you 25 movement speed.
Which is boots.
Which is effectively boots, yes.
Out of combat, at least.
And what it means is that you get to lane 0.1 second faster than you would previously when having the first Cloud Drake, right?
May not sound like a lot.
The first Cloud Drake is not that much different, okay? It's pretty much the same, right? More or less. A little bit better, but more or less the same. Second Cloud Drake, though, gives you 50 out of combat movement speed, right? Now, that alone means that you can rotate from bod to mid a whole 2 seconds faster than without any Cloud Drake at all.
Yeah.
2 seconds. That is huge. You get to lane 3 seconds faster. So that means if the Vladimir got back to lane 3 seconds before, he can push an entire minion wave before Castan even gets an opportunity to get there. If you get 3 Cloud Drakes, that's 75 movement speed, you can get to lane 5 seconds faster than you would typically. You can get to Dragon 6 seconds faster if you're on the red side.
So just for everyone who's wondering how Vedius knows all this, he's been basically locked in his lab for like 3 days testing it.
With Pulse, with Pulse.
Yeah, I'm glad. Yeah, with Pulse, of course. You've always got to have an assistant, right?
Yes.
So they will knock down the first tower. 16 minutes into the game, it's still 0-0 in kills, and that's important. This is the first game we've had all split where we haven't actually had a kill in the first 15 minutes. And that includes like the crazy 80-minute long games we've had. So despite the action on the map, neither team has been able to find the first casualty.
Well, it's not that surprising when both teams do have slightly more scaling comps. Now that Police does have his Ghost Blade, he could look to be a little bit more aggressive. But Vitality is struggling a little bit, largely because of the pressure that Odo's put down. Notice that by himself, he's taken down that tier 1 in the top lane. And I want to keep my eyes on where he decides to put himself now, because he could just continue to sit in that side wave, but if he continues to put pressure on, he's going to go past the danger zone. And once you pass that river, the danger zone is a very serious threat that many pro players have fallen prey to, because it means that your jungler, it's so much easier for him to come back and set up a gank, and that is a very long lane that you are very susceptible to die from.
It's certainly something worth keeping in mind. The danger zone is well documented, by the way, Vedius. We've even got songs about it.
Danger, danger. Have voltage. Yeah,
That's a different song.
It is.
It's
that's
also
the one
really
I
good,
always come to.
That's a good one, though. I didn't know you knew Electric 6.
I just know that song.
Oh, okay. Wow.
And the music video.
That's slightly less impressive, but all right. Anyways, the Voidlings are helping out clear this wave, but look at what Police have gone down to do. Police have gone up to do rather in the mid to get a little bit of chip damage on the turret before Ryu can respond in kind. Vitality have gotten a little bit more aggressive here. Shook just barely hits the edge of the fear, but doesn't have to go far. Ryu running into that brush will take a little bit of damage for his trouble, but it's just love taps right now. Still, Jankos wants to find an opening. Odowande's joined the fray, and it's just poke back and forth. No one's willing to full commit.
All 5 members, though, of H2K have grouped up in the mid lane. With no ultimate available on Jankos, as well as on the hunt down for Freeze, it is unlikely that H2K will continue to try and force anything. But it's interesting that Vitality have now decided to shift into the 1-3-1 setup. Caston, having completed his Rod of Ages at about the 12-minute mark, has accrued himself 6 stacks. So he's getting to that pretty beefy point where now he's going to trade pretty happily back and forth with that Vladimir. You can see the workings of his Abyssal Scepter. And with that teleport, it's going to be so much easier for him to join the rest of his team. So Vitality have said, hey, we're going to force this sooner. But Police...
Base checks, yeah. Never want to do that. So he's a bit of an issue when there might be a Hecarim standing around. Jankos has actually gone a little bit further deep here. TP is going to get channeled. Jankos might be the one caught around the side, but Cabochard and Odawande, we're going one-on-one right now. It's about to be a lot more. In comes Nuke Duck, blindsided by Jankos, and there's the channel coming onto him as he turns his attention over for first blood. It goes to Nuke Duck.
And look, Shook, he wants to continue on with the aggression, but fortunately Vander is there to help the pony with his escape. But great use of the teleport from Nuke Duck. He knew that there was no way for Ryu to follow up on that play. And initially, when you'd think, oh no, H2K are just going to get the turnaround and kill Nuke Duck, he actually is able to land the Q, which interrupts channeling abilities. Really smart play from Vitality. They net themselves a kill, and this is the risk when you go past the danger zone, Pyre. We talked about it earlier.
Speaking of danger zone, Ryu, he steps right up. Look at that. He's able to sustain through it mostly, but you're right. You've got to be careful. You've got to respect this if you're H2K. Now you can see that Jankos is coming in hot here for Cabochard. Let's see if he'll be able to make his great escape. The Ninja does. Slowly walk it out as he spotted the Hecarim on the pink ward. This is going to seat tower over, though.
Yes, it is. So Ryu, he decided, I'm just going to keep pushing down this bottom lane. I know that the Shen isn't going to be able to stop me. Even with the very early Spirits Visage, it is not enough to deal with the pressure, and Jankos just came around to guarantee it. So have a look at this. You can see the TP comes in very early on. Cabochard forces the play, and Odoamne, he reads it. He's like, oh no, I'm getting collapsed on. I need to stop this. Jankos, there it is. Did you see that? That was so good from Nuke Duck. He threw out the Q just as the ultimate was coming out, gets the interrupt. It means that no longer will Odo have any damage to net himself the kill, and it's pretty much just a duck left out in open water. So great turnaround, great collapse coming out from Vitality, but overall, H2K do get a net game because they get themselves another turret.
Yeah, there's no towers taken by Vitality right now, so that goal difference is actually being mostly made up by those towers at the moment. H2K aren't keen to give any more over, and they're standing pretty strong in this mid lane. Clouddrake's hit the Rift live, though, so let's see how much priority that Vitality's going to put on it. They meander their way in that direction right now.
Now, what you have to remember is while the Clouddrake is much better, and the more you have, the more value it is, the problem is it's still not an Infernal Drake. it's definitely a better looking Drake. I mean, you know, he's done his hair, he's done his makeup.
He's looking, you're still mean to Cloud Drake,
he's
man.
looking
Like,
pretty
he's
good.
trying. He gives more movement speed. It's like, nah, man, your brother's way cooler than you, no matter what.
But that's the problem. Brothers are still way cooler than him, and they want him at the party.
Cool
but
brother, buddy.
forget about that, because right now, Cloud Drake being picked up for Vitality, Baron being started
this
for H2K.
is pulling the trigger. Okay, so Cloud Drake goes over, but talk about a handsome older brother. The big purple worm right now is going down to half its health. It's spotted out, but H2K are not going to peel off for the commit here. Odoamne stopped up Police. They're seeing if they can get even more as he sustains up through the Sona. It's smited away. They secure it, but in goes everyone. H2K are pinballed around the side. Police takes out Jankos. Shuko and Lovo maybe regretting that decision. Police trying to get away from Ryu, but the chase, the ghost, can he get enough damage? He doesn't even care about Nukeduck at his back. A double kill over to the Vladimir, and he's still on the run.
Oh my word. H2K make the decisive play. They get themselves the Baron, and Ryu gets away. Everything falling into place for H2K. The communication issues of last week seem to have disappeared as they net themselves a massive lead very early on.
No one expects the 21-minute Baron. H2K secure that up. They get themselves 3 kills for 1. They're pushing for mid-tier 1 now. Should be able to finally polish it off. No defense. Vitality can really muster here, and 22 minutes into the game, they've really built themselves this lead. Let's take a look at it again.
So Police, he tries to put what damage down he can, but he gets locked up by Odo and Ryu. He gets force packed incredibly quickly. Baron comes down, 3-man ult by Kasing, into the taunt, into the knockback, but unfortunately for them, Kassadin still isn't there. He used his teleport earlier on, and without one of the big damage dealers on Vitality unavailable, that resulted in H2K being able to turn the fight around, get themselves the Baron, get themselves 2 kills, and this gold has suddenly swung massively in H2K's favor.
Yeah, you can't be happy about that if you're Sean's. It looked so good, so even, but H2K, we question their cohesiveness as a team, the shot calling ability. It seems to not be an issue in this game as they still maintain this 4,000 gold lead, and they've settled very comfortably into a 1-3-1.
Looks like right now there is something in the brush. Perhaps a sneaky Nukeduck, or perhaps something else.
Enough to get the damage out. They're going to be bringing Cabochard to the party. He steps right on into it. Rio, he's going to try to get some backup here as Vander and Freeze have joined the party, but the tower's still standing strong. Or is it Cabochard going in onto Rio, and how sustainy is that Vladimir?
He can just soak up so much damage. You can hear the players just so passionately talking with each other right now. H2K using this Baron to their advantage. Odo, he doesn't have even TP, but it doesn't matter because they forced the ult out from Cabo. He was drawn to the bottom half of the map. That enabled Odo to get the damage down onto that turret, and another net objective gained for the side of H2K.
Keep on stacking up the gold. The dividends flowing in right now as Vitality are trying to hang on to their towers. 4-0. They've not been able to secure anything on the other side of the map right now, shy of that first Cloud Drake. There will be another one coming up, so maybe they can get light on their feet, but they need to stay alive. It's only 24 minutes in, and they're losing ground fast.
They certainly are, Pyra. And, oh, things starting to shift in this top lane.
Hold on, Nethergrass, they've got Voidlings all around him right now, but Odo, he's got to worry about Nukeduck coming around the side. Cabo going incredibly low.
Cabo!
The Vision secure the kill, and it's a 1-for-1 trade with help.
Malzahar, ladies and gentlemen, he gets the 1v1 against Cabo. And even though Nukeduck does come in to clean up the fight just continues.
Yeah, Yanko's looking for Shook right here. Freeze with on the hunt. Shook stops to take a drink. That might have been a mistake. Down he goes. Yanko's getting that one. The crescendo only slows him for a minute.
And oh my word, the action just continues as they might be going for a dive.
Oh, this game has turned into a real powder keg. Ryu's on the wrong side of the base right now. He just doesn't even care. Keeps draining the blood out of Nukeduck, and he goes in for the pool. In comes Vander, Yankos, and Freeze around the side, staying alive, zoning them from their own turret. They finally will get some minions back in here, but they don't even need it just yet. Look at how much they can chunk it. 25 minutes, inhibitor tower dead.
Vitality are on the back foot. After one incredible Baron play, in just 4 minutes, H2K have broken into Vitality's base, and this was a big part as to why that was able to come to be. look at the damage from Odo. Initially, things look bad. He throws down the ultimate, 5 Voidlings beating down onto Cabo. At the last second, Odo just about gets another Malefic Vision off. The Voidlings are just within range to hit him in the face, and then he gets himself the kill. Jankos then forces a fight in the bottom half of the map. He knows the Castan isn't going to be able to get there in time with a 3 versus 3. And without Kasing really being in a place to use that disengage ultimate, they get themselves another kill, they get themselves the tier 3 turret in the bottom lane, and right now, they are sitting at a 5-3 kill lead, 6k gold lead, and a firm grasp over this game 1.
Oh, and that chatter doesn't stop. You can hear from H2K's side how much they're communicating constantly back and forth, looking for the next objective. 6,500 gold, the lead at 26 minutes here into this game. Vitality just trying to claw something back to stay alive in this. Their playoff hopes very dependent on the next 4 games, but especially this one against a team that is only 2 points away from them in the standings right now.
As we mentioned, Pyra, every single win is so important for these teams. And for H2K, who have been on a bit of a slump, this is definitely a win that they need to get themselves, considering the other games that they have coming up within the next few weeks.
Oh, yeah. Likes of Splice, Unicorns coming out after that.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I think
teams you can't afford to underestimate
even Origin can be a wild card. Their back's up against the wall. You never know what they're going to be able to pull off. But H2K, they've looked so much stronger in this series already, so much more cohesive. Will they keep this pressure on? It has been non-stop since the early Baron.
And I love this play from H2K because they knew they had a lead, and they have just been unforgiving with it. They punish Vitality so heavily for misprioritizationing. That's not a word, but here we go.
That's okay. I'm at a loss sometimes, too, when these games go the way they do. Ryu and Yanko's forced to dance, but in comes the onslaught of shadows. Kabushard joined the fray, but it is just a melee over here in the mid lane. Nukeduck getting stopped up, and he can't get anything else off. Has to rift walk back into his base, but he's bleeding health right now as Ryu, with the Tides of Blood, forces the rest of Vitality back. Shook wants to get a parting shot, but it won't do anything.
So no damage done to either team in terms of kills, but another objective picked up for H2K. 7-0 in turrets right now in their favor. They're going to net themselves another Drake, and while nobody does go down, H2K can still be happy with how that fight went.
Everything is happening on Vitality's side of the map. They do not get to choose where and how they fight. H2K are owning this right now, and if you're pro, you have to be happy with this team's turnaround performance, given the last couple of weeks.
Completely. I mean, I'm impressed with how H2K are playing, but the question is, was that a Baron that they set up for, or was that a Baron that they saw an opportunity and then quickly took it? And you could argue that that was in part a mistake from Vitality that allowed H2K to set up for that play, rather than H2K creating an environment for themselves where they could take that early Baron and then transition that into a lead.
But what's really important for H2K is that they are playing to the win conditions that they have. It's not all about, like, you know, how you're going to go around the map, right? You have a team that is so much damage. It's not as hard to take an early Baron when you have a lot of that compared to just, you know, your normal tank's top lane. So they took very well advantage of the fact that Vitality were just far enough away.
I completely agree with you. You can't underestimate Malzahar with his ability to take down that Baron. You saw how much damage he did to the Shen.
Ooh,
Speaking of Odo.
Okay, that was a quick flash to get out of dodge. And Cabo now is going to be zoned off, but you can see H2K focusing in on the top lane right now. They haven't taken any inhibitors just yet, but they're knocking on the doors.
So here we go. Nukeduck is in the bottom lane. He's just hit level 16. He's completed the Abyssal and the Rod of Ages, deciding to go for a Lich Bane as, ooh, Jankos goes in.
Around the side, Shook instantly into the Nether Grasp, and he's going nowhere over the wall before he dies. Freeze will get the kill credit, and that is instantly going to be Baron. Nukeduck, Kabushard, both rocking teleport. Will they be able to stop this? Wards are flying. In comes the TP. H2K peel off.
Kasing does have his ultimate. He's posturing. He's looking for that multi-man as Jankos continues the Baron.
They're right back into it, but Nukeduck's coming in. He's bringing Kabushard and Freeze. Look at how low his health bar is going right now. But once again, we're right back into the fight. Nukeduck trying for the chase. Doesn't have the damage, or does he? Finally finishes off Freeze, but in goes the rest of the team. Police, Malefic Visions burning him down. The rest of H2K have arrived, or rather have started to chase down the rest of Vitality, and there's nothing doing for this team.
Vitality tried so hard to stop that Baron from happening, but they just could not do it. Without their jungler present, it just wasn't enough to turn the fight around. Cabo now, he's going to be the, can he be the hero?
Looking for Ryu. The pool's out, though, and he is going to be locked up yet again inside the Baron pit. They take him down. It's all on Shook if he can go for the Miracle Steal, waiting in the brushes, but he's got to move fast. Silence, can he get over the wall in time? He tries for it. It's smited at the last second by Jankos, and Shook will give his life.
So close, 100 HP on top of that. He tried to use the Smite ultimate to get himself the steal, and it was so close. But Jankos, he held on to his Smite. He didn't cave underneath the pressure. He netted his team the Baron, and now H2K have everything they need to close out game one.
Cool nerves on this H2K team to just pull off everything they need to. The gold lead, 10,000 now ahead. It's 30 minutes into this game. H2K have everything but the base.
So impressive from H2K.
Oh, God,
Kasing, my word. The Malefic Vision
heal is not
into
enough,
the Voidlings. That is just so much damage. Remember that the Morellonomicon has been completed, so that cuts your healing in half. It really does make it so much easier for Odo to just quickly kill that support.
You ever have one of those really bad dreams, Vedius?
What kind of bad dreams?
Malefic. Kasing may be wishing he had a little higher of a health pool right now. It's going to be inhibitor time for H2K. Everyone's coming on back. There is still the Crescendo ultimate. Police will nail away at the wave with the culling. Still going down to half its health here. Ryu zoning the rest of the team off. You can see the Cassidon in the back. Nuke Duck trying to turn a fight, but that inhib's already dead.
And H2K taking advantage of this Baron. They have good wave clear with the Mals, the Vlad, the Sivir, and this is where Vitality is starting to struggle. With the Cassidon, they have no real way to try and clear out all these Baron-empowered minions. And if they wanted to, H2K could just send Odo to the top. He has the level 17 Malzahar. He's 4-2 and 4 right now, but they're just going for the mid.
Yeah, Ryu takes a little bit of damage from Nuke Duck, and that is a huge chunk of damage they're dealing onto the tower. It's already going down. Kabachart gets the taunt off to Jankos, but it's not going to mean a damn thing. Inhibitor going down. They turn onto Nuke Duck. They charge him down, and even through the Shen Shield, it doesn't matter. Freeze blanks him down to 0. Ryu right on top of the Nexus turrets, and this team is going to take it all the way to the finish. Goodbye, Kasing. A double kill for Jankos, and they keep on moving. Kabachart picks up 1, but that is just not enough.
H2K, they know they can force the fight. They pop the ultimates to their disposal, and they get the kills that they need to close out game 1 of this series.
33 minutes, H2K, what a masterful performance, and GG.
Great game from H2K. So decisive in taking that Baron. Just no fear. They identify where Vitality are on the map. They quickly say, we have the Mals, we have the Vladimir, hey, we have a Hecarim, let's just go for it. 5 members strong, commit to the Baron. Things are looking a little bit shaky, but they don't care. They just force the play, they get themselves the objective, and then they are just constant pressure, taking advantage of that Malzahar in the top lane. We saw it over in Korea in the past. Unfortunately, it wasn't very successful for them, but hey, check out Europe, because we definitely made it work.
Oh yeah, H2K, what a incredible cohesive performance from this team that we've just criticized them so heavily for not being able to come together as a team to make those calls, but to then do a 21-minute Baron when the other team is split off on Cloud Drake, and then to take that all the way to the end. We thought we were going to settle in for a long game. 33 minutes. I mean, this is a completely revitalized team that we've not seen for several weeks.
Yeah, and to be fair, Vitality did not look weak in the early game. During the laning phase, things were looking a little bit rough. They couldn't match the push in the bot. Obviously, the Vladimir push in the mid. And overall, every single lane was going in favor of H2K, but that doesn't mean that Vitality were conceding anything. The vision control was still good. They gave away the first Ocean Drake. They tried to set up for the next Cloud Drake, and they tried to set up a few ganks here and there, but they could never really transition that into any surmountable lead. And that resulted in H2K. They saw the opportunity for the Baron. They quickly picked it up, and then it was just pretty much rinse and repeat.
There were so many little things that H2K did even before that, though, that kind of set Vitality on the back foot. You know, Jankos getting involved, not just in the lanes, even if he didn't get any kills out, he forced a lot of people back, spooked him a bit, if you will. And then he also forced Shook out of his own jungle very early on with the blue. And it set him so far behind, he wasn't able to get as involved in those lanes. Jankos, I think, was so critical to this victory right now, even though they spent so many bans on him. I mean, that's you pick up the Hecarim. He gave over the Gragas.
I mean, if we just look back, his Hecarim performance has not been the strongest throughout the split so far.
A lot of people here in Europe really hasn't either.
And it's nice to see a very successful Hecarim deciding to go for the third item GA. Very surprising.
You're not going to die.
Very much about, hey guys, you know, I'm a fun pony. When you try and play with me, you will die. And even if I die, it's cool, because I'll be back. And while you're wasting all your time on me, hey, I have 2 massive mages beating down on you and killing you.
All right. That's just a great way to describe it.
There you go. TLDR.
I don't think I could do it any better myself. Well, he may be back, but we're going to have to be back, too, after a quick break before Game 2 of the series between H2K and Vitality. Before we go, though, Nuketo's going to tell us about his plans to reach the postseason.
If we want to go to playoffs, we just have to improve more than the other teams. As of now, we are kind of okay at most stuff, but like master of none. So we just need to get efficient practice in, because that's something we're really struggling with. So yeah, efficient practice is the key. Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody, over here in the studio as H2K and Vitality ready up for game number 2 in their series, and that was an explosive start. But over in the arena, There's some pretty crazy stuff happening too. Splice took a first game win over Fnatic, so that's getting really hypey as well.
Yeah, pretty crazy stuff. Unfortunately, because we were casting, we didn't get to see the game.
Unlucky,
but
Vedius.
I'm sure it was an exciting one. From what I read on Twitter, it was a bit of a slow start, but then Splice were able to net themselves a win. So I think that if people want to continue checking that out, that is happening over on EULCS1. But the real action is here with you and me, Pyro.
Very true, but of course we know unless you have the dual screen set up, you can't always watch everything. So a reminder, just so you know, we want to tell you guys what's going on next week. EULCS will be played on Saturday and Sunday. Don't forget about that. And for all that information, you can load up on LOLesports.com to check it all out.
Saturday and Sunday, just in case you don't forget. Write it in your calendars, write it on your hand. Hell, just write it on your forehead, because then every time you look at how glorious you are, you'll remember. So that's how I like to remember.
Though, in the mirror, then.
Yeah, do that. He's done this before.
I don't even know anymore. I don't even know anymore, Vedius. I'm not sure about you, man. there's actually still a bit of time between then and now, of course. So let's get our sights set on Game 2 in this match. The player of the game, though, for Game 1, just make sure we want to get that out of the way. It was Jankos. I don't really think you can be too surprised at that. The Pony was everywhere, man.
Yeah, he was. His early game impact was very impressive. Not only was he able to steal away all of the jungle camps from Shook, but his deep vision was fantastic and allowed Odo to be as aggressive as he wanted up in the top half of the map. And he was setting up a lot of the engages. He was landing onto key targets. He was peeling whenever he needed to. And overall, he just had a great performance. And I'd hopefully get to chat with them after the game, because I do feel that Jankos is a big voice on their team. And if he was a big facilitator for let's take the Baron, let's set up for this, let's set up for that, I think that he led his team in a very clear and decisive way that resulted in their victory.
Oh yeah, and we were able to hear quite a lot from them on the other hand. Let's take a look at just one of the many things that happened with Jankos starting off this Baron, the 22 minutes they attempted to go for it.
So this was actually a really good fight for H2K, simply because you can see that Nukeduck tried to do what he could on the backside. He was able to get the damage down to freeze, but throughout this entire fight, it was a 4 versus 5. They did not have their jungler available. A lot of the crowd control, a lot of the dispersion that the Gragas provides was not there, which meant that Police was pretty much free to the storm that is H2K.
Yeah, and I misspoke, by the way. That wasn't even the first Baron. That was the second one.
That was the second one, yeah.
When they were already like, okay, we're just going to get on top of this again because we know they have to bring the fight to us.
Yep.
They really kind of negated the possibility for Vitality to run them around the map with that Shen. Not just because of the lane matchup, but because of how well they kind of deathballed on things. Just bring the fight to us, and we know we can 5v5 you.
It's one of the problems that I didn't really identify during the last game, where we did mention the fact that strong laners coming out from H2K. They had the Malzahar in the top lane. They had the Vlad, naturally very powerful during the early game.
So many jungle bans that freed up everything in what we normally call mid lanes as players filing back out.
And the bottom lane, you had the Sivakarma for the pushing power. So H2K were winning in every single lane, and then Shook wasn't really doing very much to net themselves an early advantage that allowed them to transition things. So a slow early game where H2K were just slowly building up leads is exactly how they wanted to play. Remember, they took the first 2 turrets of the game, and I believe throughout that entire game, they didn't even give a turret over to the side of Vitality.
Yeah, about as close to perfect as you can imagine. And honestly, it was like very seldom that we even saw some of the H2K members going down. Jankos gave his life 1 or 2 times to just try and basically make sure he would get somebody out of the fight. And they were able to do so much with Odo Omne's Malzahar, locking down both squishy and tanky targets alike and stopping a lot of comeback potential from Vitality. You know this team has had a lot to think about in the short break that we've had between Game 1 and now 2.
So I'm thinking now that Game 2, in terms of game plan changes, Vitality, perhaps they're going to be looked to try and pick themselves up slightly stronger laners. They've now experienced the Malzahar firsthand, and this is something that initially we didn't interpret about Malzahar, but he has now that flex pick. You can put him in the top lane, you can put him in the mid, depending on what matchups come your way, and if H2K are allowed to get it once more, you can see how much damage he is able to do.
And the mobility, that's something you can't really underscore on the side of H2K. They were able to grab themselves a Sivir and a Karma. And that's something you have to start thinking about if you're Vitality. You can't allow this, Cloud Drakes or no, you can't allow them to be that speedy around the map.
Yeah, this is exactly that. And fortunately, we didn't get to see the full effects of the Cloud Drake, the new and improved.
With plenty of games left, Vedius.
There are plenty of games.
Yeah,
so
the party's still going on. It doesn't stop here in the EULCS, not the Cloud Drake party anyways.
Nope. So I'm looking back now as to what I expect in this. I mean, for H2K, they don't really have to change anything. They can their draft, again, very solid. Their execution was much better. And really, we just need to dive deep into whether or not how their communication was in that game. And it did appear to me that they just seemed a little bit more fluid, more streamlined as to what they wanted to do, how they wanted to do it, when they wanted to fight, when they wanted to disengage. But you could still hear them on stage.
It still sounded chaotic, but you know,
yeah.
if it works for them, it works for them. Maybe the whole plan is to kind of like shout so loud that even through the headphones, Vitality can hear them and they get, wait, what's going on? What's going on?
I mean,
all mental
I don't know
warfare.
if that's an effective strategy.
Yeah, those are actually pretty soundproof, so maybe not.
But it's a unique one. And if, as you rightly said, if it does work for them, then it works for them. And why fix something that ain't broke, eh?
I feel like the way you said unique was kind of like, yeah, it's unique. Sure, let's, you know, that's like the way you're like, yeah, just whatever, Pyro. Okay, sure. Let's move on to something else, right? Vitality, though, their composition was not by any means really bad. They just weren't able to do what they wanted with it. The Shen was neutralized.
So
the Sona didn't get where she needed to be after the lane phase.
So the reason why it wasn't the best comp, because if you looked at it, the 1-3-1 setup was nice, but it's not the best disengage tool, because how does the Sona stop the Hecarim? You know, can she provide adequate peel for the Lucian? The Kassadin is going to be diving into the middle of a team fight. And when you're going up against a Mouse, who's very likely going to go for the Rylines. You also have a tanky Jankos who even got himself a GA. You've got a Vladimir who's just stacking up health from his passive. And then you've got a Karma who's providing all that peel for the Sivir. How does the Kassadin even deal any damage? So there are a lot of question marks for Vitality's draft. We'll have to see if they change things up coming into game 2.
Yeah, let's see what the answers are. As Vitality switches over to the blue side for game number 2. You see the Elise banned out. And we'll see if they follow the heavy jungle priority. Gangplank once again banned away. We had a lot of words about that last time around. Remember, H2K first picked that Karma, as you can see in the bottom of your screen. Will they get the opportunity again?
Well, right now, the bans are staying the same as they were in game 1. If Vitality want to continue following suit, they will go for the Caitlyn, but it does appear that they're not going to do that, Pyro.
We got a Sivir ban. They're learning. Deny some of that mobility. Maybe they want to first pick the Karma for themselves, see if H2K don't ban that away. It is the Olaf ban, so they do have the option to take Karma for themselves if that's what they want on first rotation. What else could they go for here?
You then leave Jankos to go for the early Gragas, which again could very well be a big priority, but we do know that H2K can now properly use this this Hecarim if they so need to.
Even though it was pretty heavily prioritized once again in bans, the jungle may fall a little bit further out as this game goes on, or as this pick and ban phase, I should say, goes on. H2K, always a team to take their time about this one. You can see them constantly thinking Probably is the one working his mouth for this time. Of course, he's only got limited time on stage, so he's going to make the most of it.
Yes, he is, and the Karma fits into a bunch of different compositions. Not only is it great at disengage, it's really good at engaging or acting as the pseudo Sivir ultimate, so even though she's gone from the game, she is there in spirit. You also have a lot of poke, you have a lot of wave clear, which means that you naturally have quite a powerful lane. One of the good ways to deal with her is sustain. We thought that would come out from the Sona, but due to the nerfs to her Q, she doesn't have the same sort of trading power or pressure that she did in the past, which means that she did end up getting pushed into turret a lot. Nami could be a potential alternative, but there is still a Bard on the table, and we know how powerful he is right now.
Yeah. It's still going to be available if Vander wants to pick that one up. Over on H2K's side, though, the first things they've opted for, this time they take the Shen for Otawamne and the Gragas for Yanko. So switching things up a little bit.
It's literally the same draft.
It is the same, but this is why we switch sides, Vedius.
Yeah. So the Shen, good global pressure, very safe laner. H2K is saying, hey, I bet you don't know how to play Mal's top, because now's your opportunity if you want to bring out the Mals. Let's see if you can do it.
What if they take it here? Akabasha's like,
I think the more likely alternative will be the Trundle. We have seen Cabo bring out a Fizz a couple times, which is a decent pick, but Trundle is a little bit safer. He can steal a lot of the tanky stats away. He acts as a great split pusher, and typically he's just safe all around.
Well, you called it. They do lock in the Trundle, and Shook is going to be trying his hand at the Hecarim this time around.
They're literally swapping. They've said, hey, yo, guys, we had it round 1. Now maybe it's a new thing in Europe where basically each team takes the same draft just on different sides.
You know, except they're trolling as well.
Oh, they are trolling just a bit, yeah. Vitality had to go and take the Michael just a bit. But there we are. They are going to pick up the Trundle along with the Hecarim, which means that Engage is definitely comfortably accounted for the lineup of Vitality.
That is a lot of ways to close the gap for sure. H2K, let's see what they answer with now. We still haven't seen much from AD carries. The Lucian is a likely choice
if
for
it's
H2K.
Sona, I swear to God, Pyra.
I was going to say Caitlyn, since it was banned the last game. I think this is a bit more in Freeze's wheelhouse right now. The Lucian will give them a lot of dueling potential. That's a strong lane, too, with the Braum, and they do lock it in.
Oh, yeah.
So easy to stack his concussive blows.
So one of the big problems that you'll have going up against Karma is the range advantage. His shield is pretty good into poke, but the big thing about here, the 2v2 for Braum in particular, is the all-in potential that he has with the Lucian once they hit that level 6 mark. And he does a great job of peeling. He actually has another big front line. And now what I'm looking at for H2K is they need a control mage in this comp. They need solid wave clear. They need someone who can do a lot of good mid-game damage. Someone like the Vladimir would fit nicely in this composition. Victor as well, even after the changes, his damage hasn't been affected at all. And it would be very much a H2K style of composition.
Yeah, and it's funny that we've seen the Vlad fall quite so far down in the pick and ban, considering how strong a lot of teams have considered in the last several weeks, I should say. Vitality, we'll see if they end up opting for it instead. I think it's very contestable either way.
Interesting. So we now have...
We have a mid-Karma.
Yes, we do. Now, I don't know how I feel about this. Very early on in the split, I was a big advocate of the mid lane Karma because I felt as though she could become the new Lulu. The shields that you get from going full AP are monstrous. The amount of poke that she could put out is ridiculous. And just her utility in general is insane. And so I just feel that right now, a lot of mid laners are building her into the Athene's Ardent Sensor and making her another support in the mid, which personally I don't like. I want her to be that threat. I want her to be someone that if you get into a 1 versus 1 against, she actually has the potential to kill you. So I want to keep my eyes on how Nukeduck decides to itemize, but he's putting a lot more pressure on Police and Cabo to be the big carries in this game.
Rhea still weighing his options for the last choice. The Cassiopeia would give them a lot of power. Not a lot of ways to get out of harm's way, but they've got so many defensive tools. This might be perfectly fine to deal with the Karma.
So one of the interesting things that I'm finding right now, Pyra, is Azir and Victor have not been picked or banned at all in our first 2 games. And the nerfs that they had were very small, yet apparently they were enough to deter both these teams from putting them on the high priority ladder.
This has been a very interesting couple of pick and bans as well in this series, as H2K have kind of opted for some really different kind of stuff. The Cassiopeia is a lot more normal these days, of course, but yeah. I really like this triple tank that they're bringing right now. It's going to be so hard for them to get into that backline and kill the Cassiopeia, especially if Ryu is able to stay within his bounds right now. Still need some time, and they still don't have as much damage to fall back on. There's just those 2 are the wave clear right now. So Vitality might be able to shove them around the map.
So this will actually be the first game that Vitality have ever played against a Cassiopeia. Which is funny considering how much Nukeduck knows how to play the champion. So I've seen him play a lot in solo queue, and I know it's definitely in his repertoire.
It's not like they're banning it every game either,
no,
so like just teams haven't brought it out as much against him.
Here we go. The challenge has been set. Can Nukeduck defeat his own champion?
I guess we'll have to find out. What do you guys think at home? Is Vitality going to claw one back in this? Hashtag VIT win if you think that's the case, or will H2K get themselves a much-needed 2-0 to close out day 1 for themselves. Hashtag H2K win in that case. Over at LO Esports on Twitter. Keep on following. We'll check back at the fan vote later on in the game. But for now, we're loading up onto the Rift. Vitality, H2K. Let's go again one more time.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. This is an important match. Something that you and I were discussing earlier on, Pyra, was nobody wants to draw. Nobody wants to tie. I mean, you and I, we have pretty fantastic ties today, but
thank you very much.
Nobody wants that right now because what you need is you want to separate yourself from everyone else. So you as, let's say, Pyra, right now, you're in the LCS, okay? Congratulations.
Awesome.
You want 3 points, and you want everyone else to tie because they will more or less stay where they are in the standings, whereas you, because you get 3 points, will significantly climb up and you'll start to create a gap, which is exactly what you want right now when so many of the points are so close together.
And teams that have the ties don't want the gap because you don't want a tie gap. Just a quick update for you guys. We do have a short delay as Ottawamne is going to need to reload into the game. But it just builds the tension, it builds the hype. Yes, it is so important to close out the series. You do not want to tie and give your opponents a chance to climb further in the standings above you within that same range. H2K have picked up already 1 guaranteed point today, but they need to get even more. They're several points out of the top 3 right now. There's no way they can break into that at the moment, but you need to separate yourself from the rest of the pack that's just below you. Looks like we'll be getting back into game, so here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, we do apologize for the short delay, but here we are, Game 2 of this best-of-2 series between H2K and Vitality, and this will be a big one. We've got the Casio in the mid for Ryu, a main laner that we have critiqued has been recently underperforming, but I don't think we can take anything away from his Vladimir in Game 1, where he was not only pushing Nukeduck around on the Kassadin, but his team fighting, his target focus was on point. And let's not forget, he dived between 2 turrets, gets himself 2 kills, and got away with his life.
Yeah, he's definitely been pretty slippery. We'll see if he can do the same thing on the Snake. Nukeduck on this Karma mid, though, is going to be able to outrange him for a little while at least. Last time, Jankos was very crucial in getting involved, and it looks like we're settling into standard lanes as well. So yet again, we can definitely look to see what he's able to get done. Although champions have swapped, can Shook shut him down early enough? That will possibly be key to this early game.
So, speaking of the early game, Shook wants to put a lot of emphasis on getting Cabo Shard ahead, because Trundle wants to become this big split push presence. That is very much what Trundle is about. He is so difficult to trade against because of his chomp, because of the fact that he steals away so many stats and basically gives them to himself. So if Shook can get him rolling, then you have this big 1-4 setup where Vitality have a huge amount of wave clear. There's no way for H2K to engage on you. You can just keep poking down your enemies, drawing attention to yourselves, playing around objectives, while Cabo just slowly wins the game in the side lane. Meanwhile, for H2K, so many more options. They can set up a 1-3-1 if they want. They can have Shen and they can have Casio in a side lane, and they have the Lucian with his 2 big tanks to act as disengage or just wave clear duty in the mid. Or they can go for a full-on team fight. If they want to try and force a play around Dragon, big control mage in the form of Casio. Freeze is going to hit a big mid-game spike with the Lucian if he decides to go for that build, and you have so much utility in the form of Gragas and Braum that pretty much any objective that you play around is well within your control. So H2K, again, I feel like coming out with a very strong draft.
Vitality, they're going to have to be a little bit careful with this swap that they instigated. Kasing steps a little bit out of a comfort zone to try and harass Odoamne while the double jungle comes in. You could see the same thing happening on the bottom side, courtesy of Vander. He will now go and rejoin Freeze. And since Vitality took the incentive to go up to the top side, we'll just have towers traded, nothing more. First Dragon, though, will be the Mountain. Given the fact that Vitality opted for the swap, as Kasing going a little bit low here with Jankos is actually denying a lot of farm.
At the very least, trying to stop Jankos from taking away the top half of the jungle. If H2K wanted to, they could go for a 3-buff start. But here we have your conventional lane swap, where you have your top laner TP up to the top half of the map. Because of the extended duration of the TP, it means that your minions can soak up damage for a longer period of time, makes taking down that turret all the more easier. And it also means that both your duo laners will have an easier time. But it does surprise me that Vitality decided to go for the swap. Morgana and Ashe, actually a very good combo into the Braum Lucian, largely because there is no real way for Braum to get the all-in engage thanks to the Black Shield. However, there are ways in which you can play around the cooldowns, because the cooldown on that Dark Binding is actually very long. And so there are a lot of little intricacies, but Vitality just said, nah, let's avoid it. Let's just go and make sure that we can try and get as many free resources onto our AD carry, who they do rely quite a lot on to be the big damage dealer come these mid and late game stages.
So the towers are finally traded. It took a little bit longer for Vitality to get to that point. This is the stage of the game where the mid laners feel a little bit lonely, to be honest. No one but them, the minions, and themselves. I guess it's nice and quiet. You need a little bit of time to recoup after last game.
Yeah, but you don't have to focus on like where the enemy jungler is, because you know they're part of the lane swap. You don't have to worry about potential TPs. Like, mid lane is tranquil, Pyro. It's safe. Might not be so
level
safe
6.
Until level 6. Might not be so safe for Nukeduck, because this matchup in particular is quite an interesting one. Typically, the pushing power goes in favor of Nukeduck in the sense that he can just constantly push the wave with his Q. There's very little that Ryu can do about it. It's also very difficult to trade against a Karma, because every time the poison gets landed, all Nukeduck has to do is put the shield on himself and disengage. And then if Casio is still closing the gap, you throw down your W, and you can actually get a decent heal back if you decide to go for the Mantra version of it. And then you just root her up as she's trying to chase you, and there are just so many ways for you to keep a gap against the Casio. The big thing is once Casio gets a couple levels, then she can actually start being so much more aggressive. And every time Nukeduck is walking up to try and push the wave, Ryu can just position himself in a way to land that ultimate and set up for a very quick kill. So typically what you'll see is just Nukeduck constantly pushing in, but once that level 6 mark, he has to be so much more aware of the potential all-in coming out from Ryu.
Now, Ryu has piloted Cassiopeia once before this split. It unfortunately didn't net them a win. It was just last week, though, against Fnatic. I mean, it's a hard schedule that they had, you know, both Fnatic and G2 in the same week, but this has really given them some confidence to climb back into this one. And the towers are traded once again. H2K still a little bit ahead of the draw, despite the fact that Vitality were the ones who opted for the swap.
And this could be pretty big. Notice that Police and Kasing still haven't decided to go back just yet. Freeze and Vander will return to lane that much sooner, but we're now reaching a point where it's very much just back and forth, back and forth. Interesting that Vitality actually grouping up in this blue buff, looking for a potential pick.
Jankos is wandering a little close right now, but not close enough to get anything off. They do stop their backs here and hoping for someone to wander unawares. Jankos taking a much safer path, however, to move down and secure vision, but Vander is not so lucky. Right into the death trap he goes, burning his flash, but not able to clear the wall before he can stand behind Freeze. And that will come to nothing.
Nice play from Freeze, using his dash to get in range of Vander, who could then jump over the wall after he flashed away. Good small interaction that results in Vander getting away with his life. Still only level 2 after the lane swap.
But hard life for a support in the lane swap.
Oh yeah, boy. Oh yeah. Notice that he has decided to go for the early sight zone, focusing more on controlling vision rather than early mobility boots that we do sometimes see from supports who look for roams as Nukeduck.
Speaking of roams, in comes Jankos, a gank I should say. It's not going to be enough, he just gets tethered. Ryu can't follow up any further damage, and Nukeduck actually pulls off quite a solid 1v2.
Flash from Jankos is now gone in exchange for nothing from Nukeduck. So net gain for the mid laner of Vitality so far. And as you can see, small farm advantage in his favor. And notice now how much more defensively he's playing. He is much more afraid to just constantly push Ryu underneath the turret. He is always aware of that ultimate ever-present from Ryu, which is plenty of crowd control to allow Jankos to come in and set up a gank and get themselves a kill.
Oh man, Vander is going to eat another Dark Binding, but he does get the wave cleared away for his trouble. Hard to follow up in these long lanes when it's dangerous. You can't fall back to any towers. We haven't talked as much about the Mountain Drake, but it's the first one available on the map right now. And we'll see if H2K are able to start it off. They move in that direction, and that is going to be the beginning of it. Shook is way far away.
Yeah, he's in the top half of the map. Notice that Police and Kasing have been forced to their tower, which means that they're not going to be able to quickly respond. They want to pick up that farm, and so H2K, knowing that they have the numbers advantage, they have the position advantage, they also have good vision control around the river. Very easy take of that early objective. It's not going to be too bad for Vitality. 10% additional damage means that you will take objectives a little bit quicker, but look at Shook. He's looking for damage right now.
Finds Ryu, and there's the ultimate. It's not going to go the way he wanted. Very low on health, but not enough to be taken down. Shook and Nukeduck once again go away empty-handed. Back in the top lane, Cabo and Odo continue to trade back and forth. Odo down in levels compared to his counterpart right now.
This is somewhat in part due to the lane swap. Remember that Cabo was allowed to stick in lane a little bit longer, picked up a little bit more experience, but he's also pushing Odo underneath his turret. So Odo likely going to equalize this out relatively soon. But that was a good setup from Shook. The theory was good. Forcing the ghost out from Ryu as well. Was able to dodge out from the petrifying gaze, which means he didn't get rooted up. But they don't result in any kill. The big thing really here is that Ryu has started to fall behind in farm. The fact that Nukeduck has been constantly pushing him underneath his own tower has resulted in just Ryu falling ever so slightly behind. And on a Cassio, that's not really what you want. But you are still playing more towards the mid lane. You're very much a scaling control mage with high single target DPS. That's why you go for the tier, because you're very much about finding an individual and you can trade very effectively with them, and the shield from the Archangel Staff can add a lot of value. And for those interested, Ryu is maxing his E. Helps a lot with trading, helps a lot with farming in lane because you get your mana back once you land it onto a creep, and then he's going to follow that with a max onto Q. So purely you use the W, not really for damage, but for the utility that provides the grounding that it can offer.
Right, we definitely give him some time before he can get himself up to full speed, still stacking on the tier, still working his way up to power. Vitality, though, time for them. They've fallen a little bit behind in the total gold game despite Nukeduck getting the out farm on, and Freeze is going to go for a big culling. Police, half his health is chunked. And a really quick Black Shield stops Police from going down, but he has to flash and heal. Kasing might be caught. In comes Jankos and Ryu. They're going to bring Odo Wamne. Stopped, though, for just a second, and it's just going to be tower.
TP has come in from Cabo. They're going for the collapse onto H2K.
Let's see if they can get it back. Odo Wamne is going to have to burn his taunts. They've sent him packing right now. Shook wants more.
He does, but Ryu, he's going to throw down the Miasma to prevent the follow-up from Nukeduck. All 5 members have grouped in the bottom half of the map, yet still no blood has been drawn.
That was the most tense Krug fight I've ever seen.
It's because
10 minutes into this game. The stakes are high. Even the Krugs are scared.
But both teams quite hesitant to try and force anything just yet. Notice that first items haven't been finished, except for Nukeduck, who has decided to go for the Athenes. So, again, we're seeing the support mid lane style play. Personally, I'm not a fan.
You sounded disappointed, Vedius.
I am. I feel like having more of a damage threat in the mids adds more value.
You can have a stern talking with Nukeduck after this game?
Oh, I might have to. But have a look at Ryu. He has found Shook.
Ooh, okay. Shook is a speedy pony, though. He's able to get out of harm's way, and Ryu just keeps him out of his jungle. And as he joins back, he's hit by a Mantra Q. That is starting to burn down a little bit more on the health. So yeah, at 11 minutes into this game, the gold shifted in H2K's favor. They're definitely, of the two teams, a bit more proactive with that attempted dive on bottom side, but Vitality did respond to it quite well, withdrawing back towards their second tier turret and then burning the teleport to stop it from being taken.
The big problem that H2K currently face is the fact that they are well beyond the danger zone in the bottom lane. They do have some vision to help in the event that Shook decides to come for a gank, but they're still in a very risky position. So what they need is the wave to push back in the favor. Now that the cannon minion has arrived, they should be okay, because it is slowly starting to push towards them, which means that Jankos won't have to spend as much time babysitting the bottom half of the map.
He does want to be around that bottom side, though, to contest a little bit. Gets the smite off. Looks like Shook is going to not beat him to the punch there. And he gets more vision secured. This is actually a fairly safe maneuver with H2K with the vision, just because they know that Vitality can't be around. They know Cabochard doesn't have his teleport available. So they can push here unabated for the time being, and it really has been Jankos trying to wrench the map control away. Shook falling back before him.
And this is even worse for Vitality because Police, he's already been forced away from the lane simply due to the fact that Jankos is making his presence known in the bottom half of the map. This is resulting in Cabo feeling more confident to set up trades against Odo. He is well beyond the danger zone, but he is absolutely fine with that because he knows that, hey, Jankos is in the bottom half of the map, but he's taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, Cabo's going really low here. Frozen Domain, the chomps on. He's going to turn it around, though. That is a ton of damage being dealt. Odo still doesn't have his taunt back up, and Cabochard knows that he can't push any further. Very even trade. In comes Rio, though, preemptively ghosting. Runs right into a pink ward. Can Cabochard get away? In comes the snake. He's not quite grounded, but there's the tons of damage coming out. Back and forth. First blood after the Noxious Field.
It's called the danger zone for a reason, Pyro. And that is exactly why. You have no vision in the top half of your map. Your mid laner was not aware, but speaking of mid laners...
Odo, look at how low he is. Oh, Shook! He gets caught by the stone. Ryu, though's getting some help. Odo will come right back in, flashing away. In goes the onslaught. Shook gets one, looking for two, trying to give it over to Nukeduck, and they will secure it.
So Vitality get themselves the turnaround. The fact that H2K decided to stick around too long in the top half of the map resulted in the collapse coming out from Shook, coming out from Nukeduck. So easy to quickly rotate up to that half of the map with the combo, with the Hecarim. They get themselves the collapse. Odo doesn't have the damage or the health really to help turn that 2 versus 2 back in their favor, and Vitality pick themselves up 2 kills.
Yes, they do. Starting to swing that gold back their direction. Nukeduck, with some help from Shook, was able to make it all happen. So Vitality starting to look a little bit better in this early game. Of course, it wasn't until 21 minutes that it really turned against them in the last game. We've already had a lot more kills than we had the last time around. Let's take a look at the exchange up top once again.
So Odo and Cabo just trading back and forth. Odo knows that when the Subjugate is down onto him, he can't force it. But notice that in the river, or in the jungle even, already we saw Ryu roaming up to the top half of the map. And he was anticipating the engage coming out from Cabo, so he wanted to punish him for overextending. But then we have another fight in the mid.
Yeah, Vander, the tether is on, I should say teleport. Police is already gone before he can get any backup. Yanko securing the kill. Nukeduck trying for the retreat. Kasing gonna help out with a dark binding, and there's no minions just yet. But H2K don't seem to be too worried about that. They're gonna go for the push.
H2K picked themselves up another kill. They're looking to set up a siege onto the mid, but with no TP available, they're going for it anyway.
Nukeduck, oh, he's going low already, and they're just taking tower shots. It doesn't even matter. Odo is fine. They stun up Shook. Ryu will manage to turn him around, and that's a double kill right now for the H2K mid laner as they fire down turret number 1.
This Casio is turning into a big problem for Vitality, as with no teleport on Cabo, there was no way for him to join the rest of that fight. Fantastic setup from H2K. They initially get the kill down onto Police. And look at this, you see Police setting up for a play, arrow down onto Vander. They try to get the shutdown onto him. They overcommit. The flank from Yanko sets up for Police being knocked into the teammates of H2K. And for some reason, Cabo used to TP into the bottom half of the map. H2K read this. Vitality still stick around underneath the turret, asking to get dived on. Shook still doesn't have his ultimate after the play that happened in top lane. And then they just continue sharing aggro amongst each other to get themselves 2 extra kills. And now they've gained so much more control over the map.
H2K really looked like a well-oiled machine in this game, and this whole series so far, it's been much better shot calling, much better teamwork, and Vitality really collapsed. They're using ultimates left and right without regard. They've got a lot of work to do to climb back into this series right now. 2,000 gold down. They lost out on mid-tier turret after the trades had happened. It had been a very close and even game, but no longer as H2K start to pull ahead.
And this is the risk that you run when you put all your eggs in the Police basket. I mean, not many people have fought the lore on one Pyra, but right now it looks like H2K are pulling it off.
Yeah, Shook's looking for Freeze, though. He pops his Ghost Blade. In goes the Shen. Stand United. Freeze dodging away. It's now become a 2v2, but in comes Vander. Will he arrive in time? No. Shook onslaughts in, but he may not live to see another day. Ryu is there to take another kill. 4-0 for the Cassiopeia, and in goes Yankos looking for Kasing right now. He will make his great escape. Still 2 kills for 1, or 1 kill for 1, I should say. As Cabochard's right in the mid, batting away.
The setup from Vitality looked promising. H2K trying to punish Freeze for overextending, but unfortunately for Shook, he just didn't have the support that he needed to get away with his life. Now, Dragon being started.
Dragon already taken down, and they turn on to Odo. They get the Glacial Fissure out, but can't do any more damage. Vander forced to flash over the wall. Police around the backside. The fights just keep on happening. A good Cassio ult, but Vander is going to get hit by a stray volley arrow. Cabo will get answered. Ryu, though, incredibly low.
Ryu?
Oh my God! And Ryu with a double kill. Can he get more? No! Shutdown. Odo follows. What a fight!
So much damage from the Cassio. Police was not expecting that, and Ryu is able to turn the fight into a trade that actually went in H2K's favor. They get themselves 3 kills. They also netted themselves a Cloud Drake, and things just continue to look promising for H2K.
Let's take a look at that one more time. It started it all with Freeze going down, but it took him a while.
The immediate collapse from H2K. You can see them in the river, quickly rotating down. But with the damage from the Ash Arrow combined with Shook's Hecarim, it was enough to net the kill down onto Freeze. But then H2K, they wanted vengeance for their teammate. They try to force a play onto H2K. Sorry, Vitality. They then choose to disengage. They say, okay, with Vitality backing off, let's pick up the Cloud Drake. Cabo comes in. Initial engage onto Cabo. And then they decide, right, let's disengage. There's Police coming in from the flank. And just keep your eyes on Ryu. He takes a lot of damage from Nukeduck. That forced him out of the fight very early on. He then quickly shuts down Cabo. He's on 1 hit away from death, but it just doesn't matter. He has the damage. The single target DPS is so much that he's able to get the kill down onto Police. And you can just see the enthusiasm on his face.
Yes, you can. Years of reading Ryu's expressions. We've learned how to do this. 20 minutes we're approaching right now. The Baron will hit the Rift soon, and I think everything's off the table with H2K. This series, they have shown a willingness to pull the trigger that we have not seen for some time. Picking themselves up another Dragon, picking themselves up a fight that looked lost, still maintaining this gold lead. It is very close, but they have just looked so much cleaner. As Cabochard will find out Odoamne in the lane, or in the lane to the lane.
Unfortunately for HGK, there are still some things that they could have rectified. In particular, Freeze shouldn't have been overextending in the bottom lane.
I know, the danger zone's a bad place. I got it, Vedius.
They should have been mindful of the fact that Cabo was in the mid and could have come for the potential collapse. They didn't entirely respect Vitality when setting up for that Dragon, sorry. So there are a couple things that HGK is still not perfect, but definite growth. And this is the thing, right now they should be coming out ahead over Vitality, and they are punishing Vitality for a lot of the mistakes that they're making. And on top of that, they're just executing well on a lot of these team fights.
They absolutely are.
Here we
HGK
go
are going
again.
to go once again, starting on the Baron. It's pinged out though. Vitality knows this is happening, and you can see the rush in mass to get to that point. Cabochard is rocking his TP. He knows he can get involved. HGK though are wise to it, and they back off. No harm, no foul.
There was so much vision in Vitality's jungle from H2K that meant that H2K felt confident that they could go for the play and perhaps sneak it away. Ryu on this Cassio would have done so much damage to that Baron that in all honesty, if Vitality hadn't read it, they would not have been able to stop it. But fortunately, thanks to that ping wall that they had in the river, they were able to mitigate the rush, and H2K, they're not going to get themselves an early Baron just like they did in Game 1.
No, but Vitality still are trying to cling to not a huge deficit here, but you just got to take a look at some of the difference in items, and especially in that mid lane to see how things have been spelling out for this game.
So Rylai's and Morello finished for Ryu. Big pickups, still working on completing that tier. Is only about halfway through, so that Archangel staff will be ever so slightly delayed, but he's primarily focused on the big damage dealing items. Remember that Cassio has no boots, can get to that 6-item mark if she so chooses to, or if she's allowed to, is probably the more apt description.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's great in the later stages of the game as long as you're adequately protected, right? Because you get another slot for a damage item.
Oh yeah, it's great. I mean, what mid laner doesn't want more damage power?
Well, if they have to give up boosts, there's always a trade.
Oh wait, Karma for going a thief.
Yes.
But speaking of Karma, looks like she's actually working towards a death cap 3rd item, which I think is actually okay when you're playing a primarily poke champ. But look at this, Kasing.
Ryu goes right around the side, and Kasing is deleted. 7th kill of the game for Ryu right now. H2K emboldened. Move towards this Baron pit yet again. Odo and Cabo are duking it up. There's a whole wave of minions here Cabo's got to deal with, and there's no response just yet on this Baron. Down to half health.
The pings have come out.
There we go.
From H2K. They're now going to try and force a fire onto Vitality. Not going to be able to find one though. For Kasing though, extremely unfortunate to find a miasma along that path specifically. Because of the grounding effect, you're unable to flash out, which meant that when you also get body slammed into the miasma once more by Jankos, there's very little that you're going to be able to do to escape. But now, because H2K put value on picking up the Baron, Vitality, they're responding by putting some pressure down onto the mid.
Yeah, they're going to get some chip damage on it, but thanks to Vander's Unbreakable, they couldn't quite polish it off. So, with Ryu coming down around the side, Vitality are going to be hard-pressed to really take this away. They did spot him, and they will be able to clear vision. So much vision, so many wards invested by H2K around this Baron pit. It's very obvious what they're looking for as their win condition right now. The tower looks to finally fall as Jankos is the only one there to defend, so they even up on the trades and put themselves within 1,000 gold of H2K.
So Vitality are reclaiming vision control around the Baron area. The Dragon is going to be spawning in 5 seconds. It will be an ocean, so we've had Mountain, Cloud, and we're going to get some nice, refreshing Ocean Drake appearing on the Rift as well.
On a hot day like this, I think it's what both teams are looking for.
Oh, yeah. Man, I hate this weather.
I know, you just can't handle it, man.
It's just
nothing
so
like
humid.
Wales.
So unpleasant. Where's my rain?
Well, we've got Ocean at the very least. H2K are moving for that. Cabochard is going to look to answer with the tower on the top side. Odoamne will be there to stop him. Well, we'll see if he's able to get there in time. Ocean Drake goes over. Everyone dodges away from the Darkbind. Freeze has had fancy finger this game for sure. And that's H2K advantage once again. 24 minutes into this game. They keep on pushing the objective lead and not giving Vitality much more than an inch. Shook will get a little bit of jungle.
So even though H2K have gotten themselves a kill lead and a gold lead, we're yet to see them really claim full control over this game. Vitality's still looking promising. One of the big problems that H2K are going to have is the fact that they actually can't start fights. Cassio, not the best at saying, hey, let's go. Same for Braum. He can go for the flash ultimate, but then you lose a lot of that disengage potential. And I used to hecker him in an Ashe. you definitely want to keep that available to you. The best way for H2K to start a fight will be that Gragas flank with the ultimate. But when you're going up against a Morgana Karma, it actually becomes very difficult for H2K to kick things off when they want to.
On the other hand, they've got the best come at me bro comp. If they there's so many ways to disengage here, as Shook is about to find out. Barrel, and he's going to have to ult himself away. Think twice before you face check that brush.
So that's what happens when you go to H2K. They do a really good job of locking you down. Unfortunately for them, they had to lock down Shook, who can use that Onslaught of Shadows to get out of any precarious position.
Oh boy. Okay. Gotta take a bit more of that culling, because Sing nearly bought it. Vander, though, they are forcing the line, and once again, H2K securing more vision control going towards this Baron. They're not even going to try to hide it.
They feel confident, Pyra. Odo going to be the tank, Ryu going to be the damage dealer. Pings do come down from Vitality, but that Baron is going pretty quick.
Yeah, that's a lot of Cassiopeia damage. Ryu has been very, very powerful this game. Cabochard's wailing away at this tower, but the rest of the team are hesitant to go in for this engage. H2K were for just a moment as well, but now they've doubled down. The resolve is growing. It's down to 2,000. Vitality have to move now, but it's too late. Baron's on.
It goes down for H2K, and now they're looking for a fight.
Whoa, 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 okay. Let's restart that one again. Cabo did get a tower, though.
For Baron, I think H2K can be happy with that. Yes, Vitality have gotten themselves the tower lead, but H2K still hold on to the gold lead, and now they have the pressure lead, because as we mentioned earlier, one of the big problems that they're going to have to deal with is their ability to actually kick off these fights. But with the Baron, you don't even need to force a fight. You can set up a 1-3-1, put Ryu in a side lane. No one's going to be able to trade against him. Even Cabo at this point will be able to go back and forth toe-to-toe with that Snake. Which is a little bit ironic because, I mean, she has no toes. But meanwhile, Odo can just do the same on the other side of the map. So you have the 1-3-1 setup from H2K, and using this Baron, they can just slowly work their way through Vitality's base.
I just love how you deadpanned that. How do you do that?
What, she has no toes?
Well, it makes sense why she can't wear boots. Anyways, yeah, Vitality are going to have a hard time kind of claiming back some of this ground here. H2K were able to do the same thing to them last game, although a lot earlier with that quick Baron sneak, and the fact that they could kind of death ball as well. Vitality can't full-on engage this, and the Baron-empowered minions are so hard to clear here. It's just going to be chip damage after chip damage. How does Vitality get back into this game short of, you know, a monstrous fight in their favor?
Well, I feel like that's what they need right now, but they have the 1-4. That was their win condition. Or they have Police become this big hero carry on the Ashe. He's 1-2-2 right now, hasn't even completed his third item, and already H2K are mounting up this pressure. Vitality have very few options on how to win this game, whereas H2K drafting this composition actually gave themselves a number of them. And so even though H2K early on, it looked very close, Vitality made a lot of positive proactive plays, they're now struggling to answer H2K as they constantly shift up their playstyle and basically work their way through all these inner towers.
It is nice to see them mixing things up, not just in the picks and bans, which is, you know, very refreshing for this H2K squad, but just moving on forward. Shook gets himself a black shield to avoid being pinballed by the barrel of Jankos, but they still get what they wanted on H2K's side. A tower in the top, a tower in the mid. They're gnawing away at the tower in the bottom, courtesy of Odo Wamne. Should be able to finish that one off, no problem. And that Goldie's just going to keep growing.
Yeah, it is. That's now 6 towers to 4 in favor of H2K. They've turned that gold lead into 4,000, and they're just going to continue with the pressure.
Still got the wave. It's going to be chipped away at by Nuke Duck, but not as fast as H2K can clear, and they still have to deal with Ryu. No one can touch the Snake right now. Jankos is still hanging firm, hanging around. Vander as well. Odo Wamne knows he can go toe-to-toe with Cabochard. It's just looking so bleak for Vitality to hang on and even claw a point back in this series.
If only Vitality had a Psychic type to deal with the Cassio, then they could find some sort of super effective way. But unfortunately for them, right now this Cassio is just too strong for them to deal with. Shook looking for a few options. He's waiting for Freeze to overextend. Arrow comes out.
They did, and in goes Shook for the Onslaught of Shadows. This might be the chance. Ryu, though, is ghosting in already, and they've turned it right onto Shook. Look at the damage that's coming out the barrel. Is dodged, but Ryu joins back in the middle. And with the wave of minions not too long to arrive, Vitality's attempt will come to nothing.
But it was good that Shook was able to get away with his life. The question is, what is it going to cost them as the H2K try to break into the base?
Now they turn for Cabochard right now. Vander going a little beyond his bounds, but they do secure the turret. Unbreakable, or is he? In goes Shook for round 2. He will manage to secure the kill, or rather it's Cabochard that gets it. And now H2K know the jig is up. They can't keep pushing on this. So Vitality will edge them away, but not before losing an inhibitor turret.
Very good miasma from Ryu to prevent the follow-up down onto Odo, but as you mentioned earlier on, Vander took a little bit more damage than he was anticipating. And now with H2K backing off, they look to set up around the Dragon, but they are too low, they are a man down, it is very risky. Just give this objective away, be happy with what you've got.
Vitality will be able to take the Dragon, but it's very late in the game for them to get their very first. And this will be the last elemental one available, as the next Dragon we'll see spawning will end up being the Elder. Down it goes in favor of Vitality, but they step a little bit far into the jungle here, and they can't even get away with the blue buff as Shook was attempting.
Nukeduck does get it for himself.
That's true, he does.
Always great to have it on the Karma. But let's have a look at how this play happened. Keep your eyes on Vander. He lands the Q onto Cabo. They think they can actually go for the kill, but he's a Trundle. He's very tanky, he's got a lot of items. And at this point, Vitality are just in full, let's get what we can. Maybe we can transition this into an objective. But H2K with a good disengage, splitting up very quickly, and then using the miasma to deny any sort of follow-up, resulted in H2K only losing one player, but they net themselves that tier 3 in the mid lane, which is fantastic for them. Now all they have to do is go back for the setup. They can allow Odo to sit in the side lane, deal with Cabo, draw pressure towards him, while H2K slowly make their way towards that exposed inhibitor.
H2K have been able to bank so effectively on Ryu this game to be very strong. They've set him up for success, and he's got himself even more insurance now. The QSS that he's had for a little while, actually, giving him an ability to just get out of harm's way once again, but they really haven't been able to catch him on the side of Vitality. As he moves down with Odo Omne towards this bottom side, Noxious Blast and keep on pushing the Cabo Shard away. On two fronts, they try to fight right now to see if they can get in and take an inhibitor and just edge this game out. 3 points, oh so important to this team that are clinging to that 4th place spot.
Notice that the top wave is actually pushing towards H2K's base though. As here we go, H2K setting up for
There's
the
arrow,
inhib.
it's onto Yankos, but he does belly bop over to Shook, who goes in for round number 2. He's taunted immediately, but look at how tanky he is. Vander tethered here, in Shook goes, or rather out Shook goes, and now Cabo Shard's turned on. The barrel, it popping onto Police and Nukeduck, but can H2K continue to take this punishment? Shook is in one last time before Freeze finishes the job. A taunt on, and that's a double kill over to the AD carry from H2K. This base is wide open.
H2K want to get whatever they can. They are 5 members strong right now. Vitality only have 3, but they do have Police. What will H2K go for?
They try to go for everything they can, it seems. The minions are starting to stream in, but Vitality in full damage control mode, trying to save the day. And stepping too far forward, though, as Cabo Shard gets taunted. He's taken out as Odo Omne finishes the job.
Still alive!
Soul Shackles on. Vander is still alive in this. Odo even channels the ultimate onto Ryu for an insurance, and they go in for Kasing. The last man standing as Police, coming off of Fountain right now, will not be enough to stop this game. And we're about the same time as we were in Game 1. And H2K will close out the series 2-0.
H2K find the opportunity that they were looking for, and they close out in a very decisive manner. This was the H2K that we were expecting throughout this entire split. This was the H2K performance that we were not expecting in this game, and we honestly thought that it would be a much closer attempt from Vitality.
You just have to be relieved after a series like that. Just over 60 minutes in 2 games, and they bring it in.
Gotta be happy though with the 2-0, a lot for the standings. And you can see on your screens right now, smiles across the board. This is a win they needed. We discussed it earlier on, their strength of schedule. Vitality, one of the tougher teams on that line. But you need to get those 2-0s wherever you can. That's gonna bring them up to 21 points. Create a bit of a gap right now between them and Giants, who are hot on their heels. And this is very important. Very, very important come playoffs.
Despite the smiles on their faces there, Vitality, it's still rough to go 0-2 in this series when you're oh so close to breaking into those playoffs. They'll still have some chances to do it, but that's a hard one. You got to be able to put away a full game, not just a laning phase. That's about where things started to fall apart.
Yeah, and I mean, we have to look back a little bit towards some of the drafting decisions that they decided to go for. Picking up the Karma in the mid lane rather than putting it on support. Deciding to go for the Morgana, which makes a lot of sense into the Braum. They then avoid the 2 versus 2. which is where Morgana can really shine against the Braum in particular. And the idea was to use the Black Shield, put it on top of the Hecarim. You have a very powerful engage tool, but it just didn't come into fruition. Police, he never really got rolling. Shook's early pressure was not the same as Jankos's on the Hecarim.
There was so many tanks, it was hard for him to find a squishy target on the arrow either. I mean, this is H2K getting the outdraft as well as executing.
I mean, how many times did we see where Shook tried to go in, he dived onto the backline.
He did it 3 times in that last fight. He kept going in.
And then the Braum just acts as this wall for Freeze to hide behind. The Gragas disengage as well.
Yeah.
It was
and meanwhile, you've got Ryu just machine gunning out poison damage. I mean, this is the ridiculous thing. It gets stronger over time, right?
Very impressive performance from Ryu overall. Really do need to highlight how his performance this week is so much better than previous weeks. Bringing out the Casio.
Yes.
Looks like Nuke Duck couldn't properly deal with it. In the laning phase, definitely went well, but come the mid game, so much work was being done by Ryu.
I mean, they set him up for success early on. He went on the couple of roam sprees. Yes,
I mean,
he still
he
died a couple
got
times.
ganked a couple times, remember?
But they were able to keep him safe and sound.
Yeah,
Or he was
exactly.
able to keep himself safe and sound. I mean, and this has always kind of been the case for Ryu, is that we look at him and we're like, what exactly is going to be his role in terms of team damage in a given game? Because we've seen him play utility, we've seen him play carry. He stepped back up to carry on these control mages or full damage mages, and he's really shined today.
He certainly has. I'm looking forward to seeing what he brings out in the future, but in this game in particular, was very impressed with H2K's draft. They took the composition that Vitality ran game 1 and said, hey, we can do it too. They did execute it very well.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the way in which they set up for a lot of the plays, the way in which they overall executed was better. And I'd really love to hear from the players how they've cleaned up their communications, because this was something we mentioned very early on. Their pick a man has always been solid. Their game plan and understanding of the game has always been very solid. And then when we looked at their communication, it just seemed a little bit all over the shop. Everyone was making different calls. Everyone was a little bit indecisive as to who they should be following. And in this game, that just didn't seem to be the case.
No, they know exactly what they wanted. They obviously focused very heavily around the Baron side, but they knew when they were going for picks that what they could get away with, and they were able to get it. You said you wanted to hear from the players. Well, I think we're going to get a chance. Pulse is sitting down with Vander. Let's hear what he has to say about the result.
Indeed we are. Thank you very much, Pyrotechnics. I'm here, of course, with Vander after that win. And congratulations, first off, 2-0. Really big for you guys. Just talking about the games in general, how did you feel about them? They seemed way cleaner than what we've seen from you guys recently.
Yeah, well, last week's our game wasn't too good. I would say we were trolling last week's. But we sat down after losses to G2 and Fnatic. We watched really closely what we were doing. And the way we played was really disappointing for us. So we were really focused, and I think our performance increased a lot. So tomorrow we have tougher opponents. Splice is a really good team. I don't know if they won against Fnatic today or not, but yeah, tomorrow will be a bit harder, and I hope we will still manage to do well.
Actually, talking about your strength of schedule, you're talking about playing against Splice tomorrow, of course. You're playing Unicorns of Love and then OG as well. After that, all kind of middle of the table teams. What's your outlook on the next kind of 2 weeks ahead of playoffs?
Well, EUL is playing really well lately as well, so I wouldn't. I mean, they're middle of the team, team in the middle of the pack, right? But they are like higher than some of them. Like I would say, Vitality is the lower, same as OG. So Splice and EUL will be the tougher ones. OG and Vitality today were the a bit easier matchups, but yeah, we won't take them lightly, and I hope we can beat EUL and Splice, especially because those are the teams that are like ahead of us or were better last week's.
You were talking about like improvement as well with the team. What have you specifically worked on with the team, and where do you think you need to focus on in terms of areas moving forwards as well?
Well, a lot of communication issues. We didn't. Some people just didn't talk enough in game, and we didn't talk to each other. So it was really hard for us to make any plans and plays in the game, because someone wanted to do it, and they're like, it's silent, or someone wants to recall. So it was really annoying for everyone. And yeah, we just sat down and either we talk or we just we'll lose.
That's actually really interesting. I just have one more question for you here, Vander. I want to pick your brains on Sona coming out, because there was changes to Sona. You of course played against it in game 1. So what are your thoughts on it? Do you think we're going to see it trending in EU, or?
I think this champion is good, but it has obvious weaknesses. Like it's not mobile, it's not tanky, and in less of scenario it's much weaker. I think her late game might be pretty good with the shield and heal buffs. But I didn't see her enough, and I think today, the way they played Sona was a bit not too useful. Yeah. Like they had, I think they could do much more with this pick. So we have to wait a bit, but this pick has potential.
Well, thank you very much for the insight, and congratulations once again on the 2-0 and taking the time to sit down with me after that game
Thank you as well.
We're going to send it over to the caster desk to take a look at the rest of the game.
Thanks, Pulse. Yeah, it's still potential. H2K's definitely got a solid chance, and after a performance like that, I'm looking forward to see what they're going to be able to do in the postseason. But let's break down our player of the game. I don't think anyone can be that surprised in this one either. It's Ryu, and they just fed the snake.
Definitely deserving of that player of the game. We already talked about his growth throughout last week and how you heard from Vander himself. They were very upset about their performance last week. They've all worked very hard this week to rectify some of the issues that they had. And it does seem that they were able to do that. And Ryu was one of the players for me that really stood out because on that Casio, his positioning was great. His use of the miasma was very impressive. A skill that a lot of people, it has taken them a while to properly understand and how you can properly make use of the grounding. But it seemed like his use of it and his ultimates were a large influencing factor in what enabled H2K to claw out that 2-0.
Yeah, especially in the early stages of the game. We're going to go through a couple of replays to break down a little bit more how it all happened. About 15 minutes into the game, we had a big old dive on mid, and I think you know how this one turned out.
This one's definitely where the snowball started for Ryu because the actual setup was great from H2K, but in all honesty, Vitality should have just abandoned the turret in the first place. There was no teleport available on Cabochard. He'd already used it to get to the bottom half of the map.
He wasn't with the team half the time. It was crazy.
And this was it. They had a composition which was very much about that 1-4. They wanted Cabo to be that side lane carry, but unfortunately they never got into a position to do that, and things really started to just snowball out of control for H2K. They took objective after objective. They got every single dragon. The Casio was slowly starting to ramp up, and it eventually culminated in Vitality not being able to deal with the pressure.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't actually take much longer for this next clip to happen, the big team fight right at the end of it all when everything just fell apart for Vitality. But it was kind of a foregone conclusion. Shook goes in for like 3 times in this fight, and he just doesn't have the damage, and there's no follow-up available because they're all scared of it.
He uses his ultimate as a disengage tool rather than as a means to get onto the backline. You can see he tries to go back in with his team, and we talked about H2K's communication. Well, right there, that was a clear illustration of Vitality not properly demonstrating their coordination in how they wanted to play out that team fight. And they drafted themselves a composition that put a lot of pressure onto Police, and relying on that split push presence to be almighty and powerful, they couldn't set themselves up for that. The communication in terms of playing the team fights looked poor, and to be honest, as a team that's trying to make their way into playoffs, this is not the sort of performance that we would expect.
Well, this is the kind of thing that, you know, we may have inflated Vitality a little bit just looking at them because a couple of their wins were you know, very losable. I know that's not really the greatest point to make, but they weren't completely secure in when they were getting victories. And up against an opponent like H2K who came in very revitalized, it was just too much for them to handle.
Yep. It was good to see H2K with a much better performance than in previous weeks, and I look forward to seeing how well they do moving into tomorrow, because as you heard from Vanna, they do have much tougher opponents in the form of Splice, who seem to be doing pretty well for themselves over on the other stream.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see how a lot of that stuff is happening. I actually really would like to see it, but we'll go ahead and check it out, of course, later, because you know, there's wonderful things called VODs that we can watch.
Yes, there are.
Unless you have dual stream, then you don't need
And
VODs.
guess what? You can check all those VODs over at LOLesports.com.
There we
Nailed
go.
it.
Well done.
Boom.
All right, so yeah, I think overall H2K, much better for them, but they'll definitely need it against Splice tomorrow. We're going to take a short break, by the way, but when we come back, the Unicorns will be testing their powers against the league-leading G2 Esports. Don't go anywhere. Forced to flash over the wall. Police around the backside. The fights just keep on happening. A good Casio ult, but Vander is going to get hit by a stray volley arrow. Cabo will get answered. Ryu, though, incredibly low.
Ryu? Oh my God! And Ryu with the double kill!
And now Cabochard turned on the barrel. It's popping onto Police and Nuke Duck, but can H2K continue to take this punishment? Shook is in one last time before Freeze finishes the job. A tauntaun, and that's a double kill over to the AD carry from H2K.
it's hard to say what makes them good right now because I don't think any of their players is like outstanding besides their top laner. I think Vizicachi is playing really good lately. Like he's basically carrying his team. How bad they were in the beginning to how good they got now, it like makes them a tough opponent, or like opponent to not be underestimated, because if you underestimate them, then they will win versus you.
There's just something magical about those unicorns. Welcome back, everybody, to the EULCS. Before we get into our second series, just a quick reminder, tickets for our Summer Split Finals in Krakow, Poland are available now. So grab your friends, head to LOLesports.com for details on how you can join us to crown the best here in Europe.
Yeah, and funnily enough, all that information available on LOLesports.com.
Go check it out.
Yeah, and you don't want to miss it because it's the finals. There's going to be a bunch of action.
It's going to be great. And these two teams have a good chance to head there as well.
Oh, yeah, they do.
The Unicorns are definitely looking better and better these weeks, but obviously G2 in the league leaders for the entire split long, and they've just gotten better and better.
They certainly have. G2 right now looking extremely dominant, and with Unicorns' rise over the last few weeks, we'll have to see how much of a fight this majestic bunch can put up against the powerhouse that currently rule over Europe.
Well, there's definitely a lot of pride going on there. G2, though, they're first place. They had 28 points. They're still pretty hard out in the lead. But they 3-1'd last week. They had a solid one, of course, 3-1, 2 over H2K. But then they had the one loss early on to Splice. And honestly, that's all that's keeping them from being even further out in front.
Yeah, they looked very dominant in their games versus H2K. But in their games versus Splice, things looked a lot closer. We heard from both the teams that they actually said that, hey, in game 1, it was G2's to lose, and then they threw it away. And then in game 2, it was Splice's to lose, and then they threw it away.
And that was pretty much the play that happened. You're seeing right now when they decided to dive on mid, and then all of a sudden, like, oh, you're diving a Victor into Gravity Field, and now half your team is dead.
And this is something that I believe very strongly about G2, and they are so good at punishing your mistakes, and that is why so far they have never lost a series. Sometimes they lose game 1, but all that does is make them mad, and that results in you experiencing the full power of G2, where they quickly punish you.
Yeah, their opponents may not like them when they're mad, but it's definitely proven to be a big crowd winner for that one. Now, G2 have just been doing oh so well, but we've got to talk about the Pink Power Ponies, man. There's ever somebody who can challenge them. It's like what Perk said, there's always something. You can't underestimate them because they will come out, even if you don't necessarily have the biggest, strongest opponents individually. Maybe aside from Chachi, this is a team that always brings it in.
Yeah, I mean, they went 1-3 last week, 1 loss, 3 wins. And it was actually very impressive as to their performances because they should have taken the 2-0 over Vitality, and that should have very much been a 4-0 week for them. So
yeah, it was very close.
Yeah, I mean, if things look as promising as they do, I mean, I'm just really excited to see how they do. A lot of it was just the way in which they forced a lot of their engages. They were so charismatic in the way that they said, hey, I'm ready to force a fight, I'm ready to go. And it's such a big shift in what we've seen compared to what it was before. Remember, the Unicorns, they were a 1-3-1 composition. That was pretty much all they could run back in the early start of the split, and now they've completely changed that. They're very much about, let's force fights, let's go for these engages, and any opportunity that we see, we are just going to take it.
Yeah, the Ponies traded their one trick in for a different one, but it's been working so well for them. Let's take a look at what they were able to get done last week against Giants. It just was ridiculous. Even though, they kind of tried to turn it around for just a second, Exile started to get rolling, and then Veritas picking up the big triple kill. It was just out of the brushes comes death. No response. I mean, so quickly did they turn on that.
It was really impressive to see. Hylissang, for me, has been a player that has really been stepping up. But on top of that, Chachi, you heard it from Perks himself. He considers Chachi to be carrying the whole team. Definitely the shift in the meta has enabled him to be one of the big carry top laners, and in all honesty, if he's allowed to get something that is something like the Aurelia, like the Trundle, especially against Expect, who's still finding his place in the lineup of G2, that could be the point on the map with which Unicorns suddenly swing their big lead.
Yeah, I think we definitely want to keep an eye on that top lane, but overall the team, they're very much in playoff contention, still sitting in a very close mid-game, but they have some tough opponents, not just G2 up next. We saw H2K a little bit earlier taking that 2-0 victory over Vitality. They're on the plate next. Splice are coming up after that, and then, they get to cruise towards the end with Rocket, so still there's maybe one easier opponent in that, but that's a lot of hard guys to get through.
This was the big question for Unicorns, because while they have been on the upswing, they haven't actually been playing many of the top 4 boys just yet, and now they're going to get their opportunity to do that. So this is a good opportunity for them to test themselves. Are they truly a top-tier team? Can they break into the top 4? Or are they going to stay as a middle-of-the-pack team? Are they going to sit in that 5th, 6th place spot moving forward into playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, that's the big question we have to answer, but we'll take a little closer look at their lineups now. Roster starting in game number 1 on the blue side, of course, is going to be G2 Esports, which means up in the top lane, we've got Expect. Trick is going to be in that jungle. Perks in the mid. Once again, Sven and Mithy, the bot lane, and Coach Youngbuck.
Yep, and as a team, they have been continuously displaying their dominance, as we said, yet to lose a series, but they're going to be going up against a team that are looking to try and change that. On the right side of the rift, we do have the Unicorns of Love, with Vizicachi up in the top lane. Jungler will be Move, Exile in the mid lane, with AD carry Veritas, their support Hillisang, and of course, we cannot forget Sheepy, their wonderful coach.
No, definitely cannot. If there's one thing, though, worth noting for this G2 team, and the Unicorns, what they have been doing, what they have like very closely almost taken a 4-0 last week, but they gave it up at the end of Vitality. That's the kind of mistake that G2 are perfect at punishing. Maybe they'll not find themselves in those situations where they're really far down, but G2 are always good at taking one little mistake and pushing you over a cliff with it.
There were so many moments in the G2 versus Splice series that I went back and watched last week where I really felt this sentiment to be true, because Splice in game 1 set up a lot of early game proactive plays where they were getting ganks with Move, they were snowballing all of their laners, and then a Drake gets set up, one player is out of position, just one from Splice, and then all of G2 just grab you. They literally just, every opportunity they see, like, oh, you stretch your hand a little bit too far out over the boat, they're going to grab your hand, they're going to drag you down and pull you to the bottom of the ocean. And it made it so hard for Splice to actually close out that game. And it's just, it's something that Unicorns have to be so aware of when going up against G2.
Let's see if they can take the boss battle. G2 on the blue side. They ban away the Alawi. That has been a Chalky special. Clearly one to be respected. The Olaf ban will follow.
Really cool ban coming out from G2. We heard it from Sheepy last week during Coaches Week, where he said, I actually believe that Ilawi will be banned against us because of how well we can make it work. And here we go. He called it.
All right. And they banned the Gnar as well. You can see where the focus is on this G2 team.
Perks mentioned it. He did say it in the promo video very much about, hey, you know, we consider Chachi to be the big threat on the side of Unicorns, so let's try and shut him down, get him away from all these top carries. And let's not forget that Expect has been playing a lot of Gangplank recently. Interestingly, G2 have been shifting it around, so that could be another priority ban for Unicorns, or maybe they have some kind of answer for it.
Yeah, always possible. The Sivir's banned away now, so something we talked to Sven about some weeks back, actually, how that was just so heavily prioritized, and you just got to pick it up very quickly. Even if we've been seeing all the Karma first picks coming in, that's still a very valuable AD carry. I'm curious to see what they go on to next. Probably something like the Lucian, but that's still plenty of time away as G2 ticks down the final seconds on their last ban. What'll it be?
Well, looking at what's still available on the cards, unfortunately, I did just see, so it will be an Elite. But left on the table,
no time to predict it.
There was no Bard ban for Hillisang, something that he is still undefeated on. Meanwhile, there are a bunch of other things left available. Things like the Karma is still up. Ash is available for Veritas. We know he puts a lot of value on that.
And they put a lot of value on him.
Yeah, and just looking across the board, things like the Braum, a specialty of Mithy, but then a bunch of junglers are available too.
Yeah, we really only saw 1-2 junglers really taken off the board, and the Rek'Sai, obviously, its stock starts to rise quite a lot with the Elise banned away. Nidalee is also available. That's something Move could get his hands on, but also Trick, who has a very aggressive jungling style. We saw, since he's joined the LCS, he's been very potent on that champion. He'll get his hands on it.
Yes, he will. So, likely response from Move will be the Rek'Sai, but he doesn't have to pick it up right now because they know that they're not going to take another jungler away, unless all of a sudden we see a return of Nidalee top and mid, which
that takes me back.
I do not expect, but there's always a possibility. So
yeah, I mean, well, when you've got a game, especially after the series we saw last time with all these different picks and bans coming in, it's really cool to see that things can be wide open. But I think it might be a stretch to say that Nidalee's going top lane.
Yep.
Unless they really want to take the Rek'Sai away from Move, maybe.
So Trundle could be something that Unicorns look to put a lot of value on. Because the Gnar is gone, there are very few picks that would effectively deal with the Trundle. But we do know that the Unicorns do value global pressure quite highly.
Yeah, and it's worked out a lot for them. So I think this Shen is a really good pickup for Chachi here, especially with some of his power picks banned away. But they also grabbed very, very contested Karma on their first rotation.
So they're going to be taking that away from Mithy. And considering that champions like the Ashe and Jhin are still up, when you put the Karma with them, she compensates for a lot of their weaknesses and the fact that they are these low mobility AD carries, and Karma provides very adequate peel to help out these AD carries from getting if these sticky situations. You can still flex it. We've seen Exile bring out the Karma in the mid lane in the past. That does mean that the Bard is still available for Hylissang should he want to go that route. And to be honest, Bard Shen is a combo that we on the analyst desk have said many a time, you cannot afford to give to Unicorns of Love because they are just so good at executing it.
We'll see if G2 rue that decision to let it through. If the Bard does become an option, the Ashe is picked up by Sven now, and they lock the Trundle themselves, and we expect that to be going to top lane.
Oh yeah, definitely an answer to the Shen. Not really an interesting matchup, unfortunately. Very much just two tanks passing in the wind as they slowly farm up and gradually reach those late game points where they can become these big, powerful split pushers.
Whoa.
That is locked in.
All right, Veritas has got that look on his face. It's like, yeah. Oh, I like this.
That is an Urgot. I was not expecting that at all, Pyra. No recent changes, no recent item changes.
We got to go back to like the beginning of, I think it was like spring 2015 when we saw Urgot back in it may be a little while ago, a little while before that, but it was an AD carry. Remember, it's like the anti-AD carry. Oh man, this is interesting. The gauntlet's been thrown down.
Oh my word. So this is going to be so cool. I've never cast an Urgot game in my entire professional career.
Oh, this is great. Everyone is happy with this decision.
So, I mean,
all right, and there's, okay,
what a crazy... This could still be mid. Let's not forget
that's true. That's very true. I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but I also want to talk about, you know, the
But
Tom
it's not
Kench
mid. It's
that's
not
locked in for Mithy. And they got the Nibby. I mean,
all right,
okay.
so let's just break down these compositions,
Please,
Pyra, very
you
quickly.
take it away.
We've got the Malzahar here for perks. He's going to be basically on Wave Clear 2. We saw earlier on in the day from HDK. Yes, it did go top, but the principles are still the same. We can talk more about the matchup when we actually get into game, but it's very much about large in utility, large in mid to late game DPS. Ashe is the same. The point of the Tom Kench is to provide single target peel. We know how devastating Urgot can be when he lands that poison and he's just firing spike after spike after spike, and Tom Kench will be a great way of just peeling off for whoever needs that peel, and also he's going to act as another front line alongside Expect. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Rift, I don't even know how to describe their composition. There's zone control, there's a lot of poke, there's a lot of damage, they've got engage, disengage, split push, all kinds of interesting stuff that I cannot wait to explore when we get more into game.
It's going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be chaos.
It's G2 versus UOL.
G2 versus Unicorns as the coaches shake hands walking off the stage. Who do you think's going to take this one away? What an interesting set of compositions. Will the league leaders snag game number 1, hashtag G2 win, if you agree? Or will the Unicorns of Love come up with some sneaky tricks up their sleeves? Hashtag UOL win. Oh, I can't wait to get into this one. Let's just load onto the Rift.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Urgot has returned to competitive play. And now I have to remind myself of what he does, Pyra. Because it has been such a long time since we have seen this.
Oh, yeah.
Really
G2.
interesting. So
G2 are going to bank on the fact that they can definitely power down Unicorns. I mean, a lot of power picks were given away, a lot of conventional ones.
Yes, especially this Nidalee can be so monumental in setting up an early game lead, especially against a Hecarim who can't as effectively trade in the early game. But I mean, where do we start, Pyra? There are so many things to talk about. Where would you like to start?
Well, I mean, let's ignore the giant enemy crab in the room and not talk about Urgot just yet. I want to actually talk a little bit about the Anivia into Malzahar because that's not a matchup I see as much.
All right, so let's start with the mid lane, my forte. So this
you see what I did? See how I set you up there?
So the matchup in particular is actually really interesting because early game, there is, remember that Malzahar has this window that you can take advantage of. Unfortunately for Anivia, she also has a 1-to-5 window that she can have taken advantage of. And when you compare their early game pushing potential, Malzahar just comes out ahead because he can use those Voidlings, he can use that Malefic Vision, and while its wave clear power isn't as strong during the 1-to-5 mark, against an Anivia who has no pushing potential because she only has her Q for wave clear and pretty much her E and basic attacks, there's very little that she's going to be able to do against a Mal. So this matchup in particular will be very slow, will be very farm heavy, and the risk of an all-in is very, very low. The big thing that you have to be aware of if you're a Malzahar is the wall coming out from Anivia, because a low mobility mage that gets hit up by a wall is very susceptible to move coming in from a flank, and you end up getting locked down. So, other than that, unfortunately, it's just 2 control mages farming in the mid, waiting for the late game.
Well, I'm going to take a look at the masteries as well. I want to say standard stuff, but maybe not as so much with all the picks. Mithy and Sven take a lot of damage. As Veritas and Hylissang were waiting the brush, we might have been early first blood. Look how low Mithy's going.
God, no.
Instant exhaust. Heals are flying. That's first blood to the Urgot.
Unicorns start off so strong.
Woohoo! And so does Sven.
Sven instantly returns it down onto Veritas. My word, you can see
Oh, Veritas thought he got away with it too.
Affected that.
What is even this game?
Oh my god. So
okay, and now down on bot, Expect is going to find Chachi at the level 2 here. Or rather, Chachi finds him with the taunt.
All right, let's get a replay. Let's see how that all broke down, because I was not expecting that to happen, Pyra.
I don't think anybody, they're like, okay, we're just going to fight it. Oh, wait.
There's definitely the level 2 spike. I'm aware of that happening, and Urgot, once we got to that matchup, I was going to talk about how, you have to be careful of the level 2. But the action might not even be over yet. As Hylissang hanging around Mithy.
Hylissang has the level 2 to Mithy's 1, by the way. Sven had level 2. Veritas still on 1. Yeah, let's take a look at that first blood again.
So Mithy and Sven walk out. Mithy takes a lot of damage. Eating a lot of poke from Veritas is a good start. At this point, you just back away. But Mithy, he's walking up. He's trying to get the acquired taste stacks off. Completely disrespects the damage and ends up paying for it. And then Veritas, he gets a little bit greedy. He thinks that he can keep going, doesn't respect the chase from Sven. He gets the flash auto, and he gets a return kill. So that's actually not a bad start from G2, especially with the lane pushing now towards them. They're not going to lose much. And nice little gobble there from Mithy to avoid the damage.
Yeah, they still pushed a pretty heavy wave into this one, but I think the really big thing to talk about this game is just to refresh ourselves on the Urgot, because it has been so long since we've actually seen this in action. What is it going to bring here for Unicorns in this laning phase, aside from some sneaky cheese?
An obnoxious time is the best way to describe it, because he's going to throw the poison down onto you. He's going to hit you with his Q. Now in a second, it's Chachi. He's going to eat the spear. Trick back with Trick.
Fight him, there we go.
Nicely done. But yeah, moving back to this duo lane. Mithy actually going to gobble up Hylissang.
Yeah, he does, and will he have enough damage to finish the job? No, the flash there, the flash follow. Mithy is on the chase, and he tongues him to death.
They realized that Veritas only being level 2, he had no mana, no summoner spells, and Mithy just took advantage of the fact that he could punish the overextended Hylissang. Really well played from G2, demonstrating their understanding of the lane and punishing the weakness of Veritas, just burning through all of his cells very early on.
All right. As we get a very slight break in the craziness that has been this game, I'm just getting word that Urgot, the last time he's played in EU, by the way, was 2015 summer. That was Audrey.
2015 summer.
Yeah, that was patch 5.12. That's like a full, that is more than a full number of patches ago.
Yeah, ages ago.
By math. I did math there, by the way, just so you know. It was played a little bit more recently in NA, but still, like, that's... We have not seen Urgot here in a while.
So I just want to look at the goal of the Urgot in the composition, because when you draft something like an Urgot, it's not purely for the laning phase. I mean, yes, he has a strong laning phase. Yes, it's very easy to punish the Ashe. What you've got to remember is a while back, is he actually had a couple changes to his ultimate. So now when he swaps, he now actually fears the targets around him when he arrives. And
I would be scared too if a giant crab popped up in
I know, right? And this is something that makes it much easier for him to actually set up that play, because he's not in as much danger as he was in the past, and you can quickly target out that individual. Now, splitting Sven away from the rest of his team will make it so much easier to kill him against Mithy, but the problem is the channel time is so long that Mithy should be able to save him in that nick of time. So the fact that this Urgot came out when it did, perhaps a little bit preemptively, because G2, they didn't panic, they responded adequately, and I think this Tahm Kench will prove to be very difficult for that Urgot to really punish the Ashe again.
Yeah, and you can already see Sven is massively out farming Veritas right now, so it's kind of a little bit rough for the Urgot. He's going to need some time before he can stack that tier and scale up into a late game threat. I just think it's really interesting, yeah, that you can deny so much damage. I like that this game, there's a suppression on each side.
There is indeed
you don't
a
see
suppression.
that very often.
No, that... yeah, both Urgot and Malzahar will just stand there while they do damage.
What happens if Malzahar ults Urgot as Urgot ults Malzahar? I know, that's like an impossible question. Nobody knows the answer.
That's almost like, you know, the whole unstoppable force and movable object question. They both move, Pyra.
Okay, good. I'm glad you were able to answer that.
Well, perhaps we'll get that hilarious interaction in this game.
Okay, let's just take a quick look at the. Oh, Perks has actually stopped up in the wall. Okay, never mind. He stopped on the other side.
So because
let's take a look at how the CS is actually different this game, because it has kind of fluctuated pretty wildly.
Yeah. So the wave was actually pushing towards Veritas, and now that Sven has gone back, he's able to close the gold gap or the CS gap a little bit more. And now G2 have said, okay, we've had enough of this. The fun has ended. Let's avoid this 2 versus 2. Let's return back to the lane swap mode that we are so proficient in. And you can see now Mythy and Sven moving around to the bottom half of the map. They're also going to use Expect to help set up the siege. Chachi going to teleport to the top half, and we're now going to see what is the lane swap. This is initially what G2 wanted. They didn't want the chaos from before, but they got it anyway.
I mean, you just can't stop the Unicorns sometimes doing what they want, but this tower will be traded back and forth. The Unicorns are a little bit faster because they have the wave there a little quicker, but it's all going to go down equaling in the end. And G2 are actually going to keep pushing. So are UOL. We might see tier 2s traded.
Well, notice that Move is also in the top half of G2's jungle, so they will have a numbers advantage should they go for this. But right now the priority for G2 is to just push the minion wave underneath the turret so that it then bounces back. Expect is actually going to be the one to go up to the top lane to try and get some of the farm back. And G2, they're going to respond by saying, okay, we're going to stop you dead in your tracks. You're not going to push down onto this tier 2. So both the minion waves will now push back towards the opposing side of the map. And that's likely going to be for the top laners to then soak up and collect some of that farm back.
Sven's got a lot of damage on this turret, though, because while everything was happening with the pushback, he was able to just freely poke away with arrows.
They kept him there. They decided not to send him back. He didn't need to go. They chose to Sven's Expect. He will perhaps struggle a little bit on farm, but right now things looking pretty even.
Yeah.
So pretty interesting dynamic. Like the change-up coming out from G2, but overall it's not going to result in any serious game. So now we need to move and see how this lane swap transitions itself come the mid stages.
It'll definitely be some time before we get into that, but you know, the later swap, the towers traded, that's about the most standard thing we can say about this game because it has been all sorts of crazy. First dragon on the map is going to be the Ocean, still solid for this period of the game, and it looks like Move and Hylissang are going to take the incentive right now. Trick is around, but he's isolated.
Certainly is. He's just going to prioritize his farm for the time being. Ocean Drake will go down to Unicorns. Will help out with their laning phase a little bit, but because we have the lane swap, it's not going to result in that much.
Back once again. Ooh, Trick is hanging around. Can he get steal off? He gets
really
low, and he takes him down. He can get the smite off as soon as he wants it, but he's not quite in time. He's going to have to instead auto, flashing the wall. Trick just outplayed.
That was so good from Trick. He lands the spear onto Move, realizes that he has been tanking up the dragon for way too long. Move doesn't expect it because he doesn't have vision over the wall. That results in Trick jumping over that said wall, quickly gets deleted, and then he transitions that into taking himself the Drake. This is massive for G2.
And he did all that without smite.
And he did all that without smite. Really impressive stuff.
Holy moly, okay.
Action continues in the top lane.
Chachi and Expect are going to have a go at each other here. Chachi realizes he can't take it, has to flash, but in comes Trick. This looks like it could be a foregone conclusion as Trick picks up his second kill of the game.
He's just cleaning up all over the map right now. He noticed that Chachi was hanging around. He had a red buff, and Trick said, hey, I'm going to take that. So he then goes and does it. Picks himself up another kill, as you rightly said. 2-0-0 on the board, already completed his upgraded jungle item. And my word, this early game just seems to be going from good to better for G2.
After what looked like a stumbling block in the opening minutes, after getting the lane swap sniffed out, they've really turned the tide for themselves. Unicorns down 1,000 gold. Let's take a look at this dragon steal again. If you can even call it a steal, he just owned it.
He had the ward, the spear lands, Ocean Drake.
Game of chicken. I love it.
Way too much damage for Move to handle. And notice that Trick even waited for the second proc of Hylissang's Mantra Q to ensure that that dragon would not get stolen away.
Very, very well played by them. And the game calms for just a little bit as Unicorns disappointed with how that all worked out. G2, though, they can be very happy that they have righted the chaos of the early game. Well, we are going to be seeing once more pushing on the top side as Unicorns send 3 members there, and Expect is calling for help.
So what this means for the game now is that Nidalee has had the good early game. This is what Nidalee wants, because her biggest spike is really during the 0 to 20, 25, even 30 minute mark, where she can take advantage of the fact that she's really good at skirmishing, really good at trading. And while Unicorns are setting up for this Rift Herald, look at this, G2 want to answer.
Oh, Exile was caught by the tether. It's going to be moved going way low, and this one has to charge and bail out. And the Rift Herald's even helping out right now. Unicorns are panicked. They're spooked in the back. Mithy is going to get some chomp off, and the Unicorns are starting to fall piece by bloody piece. Chachi is next on the menu. Double kill for the kitty cat, and they even get the crab.
G2 force the fight at the Rift Herald, and they come out on top. Complete confidence in the play that would make it work for them, and this Urgot is not working out the way Unicorns wanted it to. 4 kills for 0, Rift Herald picked up, and G2 are using this early game advantage to swing that gold lead ever so further in their favor.
13 minutes have elapsed in this game, and the gold lead's already going out of control. 4,000 ahead, Vedius. They've got the Ocean Dragon that they were able to just grab away on top of a kill from Unicorns. They get the Rift Herald. They're getting everything on this map right now. The towers might be even, but that's not going to last long.
So have a look at the setup. Exile in a position to try and stop it. Perks just blindly throws out the Q in case someone's in there. Exile doesn't react in time. The flank from Expect as well. Veritas tries to get Trek into the rest of his team, but the rest of his team are already on the retreat. Mithy's being on the front line, just sticking to those targets. He doesn't even care about providing peel. And then the rest of G2 just follow up with the cleanup. Very well played fight. Bit chaotic because it was just a full 5-on-5 very early on into the game. But with such a big gold swing going in the favor of G2 and an arrow in the mid.
It's going to find Exile. Perks is looking for it. Do they have enough damage to finish the job? They're looking like they might. And he gets egged. Chachi comes in around the backhand. The Unicorns turn this fight around. Hylissang is going to be evaporated. Nether Grasp again. And G2 just roll on over the Unicorns.
G2 are continuing with their relentless aggression. Another 2 kills going in their favor in the mid. They're now likely going to take this tier 1 turret and Expect. He's sitting on the side lane still doing work.
Finishing the job that Sven started all those minutes ago, and it's only been 14, 10-1 in kills. Chachi taking a huge spear. Trick is chasing on as he's taunted. It doesn't matter, and Expects around the backside. What the hell is going on?
G2, they want to say, hey, we'll take your Urgot and raise it. A tier 1 in tower at 14 minutes into the game. They have 12 kills on the board, and they are just shutting down the Unicorns.
Oh, G2, sometimes it looks like they need a warm-up against some opponents, but against the Unicorns, not the case. A couple of minutes was all it took for them to get out to a flying lead, and this is turning into a regular stomp.
This is just a bloodbath right now. This was not what I was expecting, and if anything, I was expecting it to come out from the Unicorns, but Trick, a lot of this came off the back of those very 2 quick kills that he got, because we were talking about how Nidalee thrives in this early game environment where there are so many skirmishes, so many opportunities for her to use her early game prowess to snowball a lead, and that's exactly what they did. EUL tried to force a fight around the Rift Herald, they got punished for it. Trick now level 11 on this Nidalee.
To the 9 of move. This is why you can't give this guy Nidalee. It gets banned against them for good reason. Obviously, it's a strong jungle pick in general, but in his hands, he makes some seriously good work out of it. Let's see this spear fly onto what looks like a tanky Chachi. I don't think so.
I mean, he's already picked himself up the needlessly large rod at 13 minutes into the game.
You're gotta be kidding.
He's not afraid of going for the dive. Rylai's finished at 16 minutes, along with the jungle item. He is so fed. He is sitting at... He has the highest gold in the game.
Yeah.
But hang on, look at Perks. Is he now past the danger zone?
I don't know about that. We'll have to find out. Exile moving up to the top. Perks is a little bit low, but
He
they are
gets a
getting some
kill.
help from Expect. He manages to pick up Veritas. Hylissang, Malefic Visions, the shutdown will finally finish off Perks, but not before this fight gets even bloodier. Expecto can't finish the job. That's 2 picked up by Exile.
Now, Mithy has joined the fray.
Round
Arrow
2
comes in, but it doesn't land.
Oh, that won't be a fight there.
So G2 just going to disengage. Expect Does try to TP in to help out his teammate. Valiant effort, but I feel like they should have just accepted the fact that Perks drew all 5 members to the top side, resulted in G2 getting a free Cloud Drake in the bottom half of the map, which then transitioned into, unfortunately for G2, giving away 2 kills. So look at this, all in onto Veritas. Initially he doesn't take much damage, but then the Voidlings just go to town on him once all of them had spawned up. And at this point you just disengage, you back off. There's nothing else for you to go for. But then with the flank from Exile,
Hilly's
all
lucky
5
he didn't
members.
die there.
Yeah, he is very lucky.
I mean, Unicorns managed to get a little bit back, but this was started because G2, a rare mistake you can say because they just weren't quite able to react in time. They still got a kill out of it.
I wouldn't even call it a mistake because Perks, he was largely just trying to get himself a pick and just draw pressure to the top half, which meant that G2 were then free to set up plays somewhere else on the map. It was just unfortunate that Expect tried to help him out thinking they could go for the 2v5, and unfortunately they're just not that fit.
Unicorns, full spiral, out of control right now, trying to gain some ground back. But I mean, this game has gone from bad to worse from them.
So this Urgot is pretty much useless now because he's really good in the early game. He also is likely going to go for the build of Black Cleaver and Ghost Blades like we see on Lucian, so they have a big mid-game spike.
Still stacking his tier though, but he's crying a lot more than that.
Because of how hard he fell behind in the early game, it's just descended into madness. And G2, 18 minutes in, gonna knock down the final tier 2 turret. And I mean, look at Sven. Finished his Essence Reaver, working towards a rapid fire. Morello done for Perks. I mean, everything going in the way of G2 right now.
Yeah,
this is the dominant G2 that we were expecting.
This is what we, maybe not to this exact level and not with these picks, but yeah, Unicorns have to take a step back and reevaluate their picks and bans, not just with the champ choices, because I think something like this can work in their hands, but in giving so many things away. The Nidalee, the Malzahar, the Ashe. I mean, G2 like ran rampant with this.
I think the Nidalee was the big thing already here, because not only is it one of Trick's comfort picks, but he just plays it really well. And it was unfortunate that Move got spotted out, but it was almost like Trick said to himself, oh, okay, they're going to do Dragon, I'm going to walk over and I will steal it. It's like he planned it out all along.
But then he got a kill on top.
And then he got a kill on top. Just unbelievable.
By the way, this is like, it's kind of fun that he's had like 3 more Nidalee games to split. They've won most of them, obviously, but he actually has like, he's averaging like a KDA of 10 on Nidalee. It's exactly what he has right now. This is fantastic.
And
statistical accuracy, Fedius.
And I have to give praise to Mithy as well, bringing out the Tom Kench, even after the changes. Debate as to whether or not it was a strong pick moving forward, but
it has been a comfortable thing for him.
Yeah, that's exactly it. We saw it come out from him early on in the split, and against something like an Anivia and a Shen, a lot of single target crowd control, it works very well, providing peel for your key targets.
Not to mention, I mean, that fight over at the Rift Herald was enabled by the shortened duration.
Yes,
of his
exactly
Abyssal Voyage. Like that's a big thing. And he solo went in himself and was like, I can tongue lash 2 people to death, and he did. As a support, Baron's now hit the Rift. After a day like today, anything is possible. G2 running the table right now on the Unicorns as Move is able to try and smite away a red, doesn't quite get it in time. It goes over to Trick.
So now G2, with their lead, could actually force a fight around the Baron. They don't necessarily have to commit to it, but because they have a Malz, they could. And with Expect now hitting a point where Shen cannot deal with him, they can leave him in a side lane, he can stop the Shen from joining in, and then G2 can just have this 4 versus 4. And look at how aggressively Trick is playing. He's just extending the vision deeper and deeper so that Unicorns are spotted out immediately once G2 start to go for this Baron play.
Yeah. Unicorns know that it's just going to be so hard to get back into this. They're trying to get as much power as they possibly can. I mean, look at Move's build, is all it says. He doesn't even have his jungle item.
And look at this, the Baron started off. This is going to go down so quickly.
Oh yeah, there's no way to stop this right now. They can spot it. The Ashe Arrow for insurance will slow down Hylissang. It's down to 2,000. In goes Move! He can't quite get it though. It's smited away by Trick, and he gives his life. Reckless charge into the pit. Does not pay off.
Valiant effort from Move. It looked promising, but Trick, he knows how to smite that Baron. Enough steals happened last week that he wasn't going to allow anything like that to happen this week. Secures the Baron, already a big power play on the board. And now G2 have everything they need to close out the game. You can set up the 1-3-1, put Perks up in the top lane, or you can just go for the 4-1 if you want it.
Not everything, Vedius. You know what they're missing? A Cloud Drake. 30 seconds and they can get it.
Well, while it would definitely be a nice thing to have, I don't think it's necessarily an importance right now. It will enable you to rotate around to the different lanes. Remember that you're going to be moving 2 seconds faster than if you did not have that Drake. So you can actually get the advantage over Unicorns of Love in terms of swapping to top and to bot and to mid.
Yeah. If the levels didn't already give you a decent bit of advantage as well. I mean, the items are just night and day difference. Mithy does step a little too far forward, has to burn his flash. No need to use the gray health just yet, though. We'll start regenning a little bit of that, or most of that, I should say. And G2 are starting to close this game shut. 4-1 mid to top. Hard to deal with Perks, let alone the rest of this team. And yeah, the Dragon was kind of solo there. Exile's caught up for a second by the Ashe Arrow, but he's able to flash away. Chachi going in. Looks like it was a mistake, but he will not fall just yet.
Notice Perks, he's sitting in the top lane still. Move indecisive as to where he should be providing support. But Perks is just slowly wearing down this turret. Going for a very early Mikhails is actually helping him. Mikhails, sorry. Not the Mikhails. The Mask of Death.
Nothing makes
Leandries,
sense anymore.
That's the word, Leandries.
Jesus. Vedius, this game is so ridiculously one-sided for G2 right now. And the Unicorns, like, it seems like they just don't know where they even want to focus their attention. You have to start just thinking about the next game.
I mean, at this point, you feel you have to. The early game really went horribly wrong.
After that really awesome level 1,
I don't mean to beat a dead horse, but Trick really did snowball after beating on a dead horse.
Yes, he did, Vedius. All right, G2.
You're at least a little proud of me, at least.
I mean, like a small part of me was like, why didn't I think of that? And then the 99% of me is like, ugh. All right, so there's a big old Baron power play, 3,500, but it's still only 23 minutes into this game, and it's just been ridiculous how it's all shaken out. Trick, you cannot allow this guy to get in Italy. Unicorns really have to mix that up for this next game.
But let's see if G2 can close this one out first, because
They
we've
have lost a
seen
number
many
of first
comebacks.
games.
Yeah, we did see G2 against Vitality, 1 hit away from closing it out. So with this sort of goal difference and this early on into the game, I expect it, but here we go.
Ooh, tower's gonna fall. Okay, Expect was a little bit hard pressed there. He does get taunted up by Chachi, but Move is stopped, having to ult out to safety. Chachi getting fired down here, and the Nexus is soon to be after. Veritas can only just land a couple of corrosive charges, not enough to deter G2, and they work their way like clockwork down to the bottom lane. 1 tower will fall. An inhibitor follows right after. 25 minutes is what we're approaching, and that looks to be the end of the game.
That is all 3 inhibitors down. Now all they need is a Nexus as G2 take a lot of damage.
Yeah, but it's mostly on Mithy. He's got the great health, even if he needs it. Flash is flying for Unicorns, just trying to deathball their way to getting 1 off their back. Maybe Hylissang flashing out. The Unicorns are still alive here, but Move is close to death, and so is Hylissang. G2 don't want to push it any farther, but they have a lot of gold to spend.
They have too much damage taken. They don't have the mana, and they're just going to have to deal with the fact that, we could only get 3 inhibitors. So I think G2...
Don't you just hate it when you can only get 3 inhibitors?
Yeah, it's a real nightmare. Happens to me all the time. Joke. Ocean Drake going to be picked up for G2 as a parting gift.
Thanks for that clarification.
So they're going to go back, buy, and then likely coaster. Interesting, Trick actually picked himself up an Athenes. So he said, hey, I've done enough carrying. I'm going to help support out my team.
He's going to lay back and take a drink. Why not?
Yeah.
All right, so the Unicorns have a few minutes left of life. But with all that nice gold spent and another Dragon picked up, another Ocean Drake for G2 to give them all the regen and sustain they could possibly need to end this game, Perks is definitely having a good time. Pauses for a quick dance-off with himself before they march in the mid lane. The rest of the team short to follow behind.
All they need to do now is use the super minions to their advantage. They have all 3 waves pushing in. Eventually, Unicorns aren't going to have the wave clear. Yes, there's an Anivia, but against that many super minions, there's only so much you can do. We'll have to see, because Unicorns, they are resilient. They are holding the line for now. Let's see how G2 can close this one out.
Super minions in all 3 lanes right now. It's gone to the base in the bottom and the mid. G2 are just waiting, chucking as much as they can at those towers, but not giving an opening to Unicorns. Hylissang taking a lot of stray damage here, and focus fire onto one inhibitor, but in comes Move. He's not able to find an opening, and G2 go right back at it when they know the cooldowns are there, and they nethergraph onto Hilla, saying he's down. Sven just like that on the spree, but Expect is caught before he's eaten by Mythy, out of harm's way. Exile, though, is going to fall. Mythy will finish the job. One Nexus turret, a second Nexus turret, and it's all they needed. 26.5 minutes. G2 Esports with a fantastic victory. Game number 1.
Clean game from G2 Esports. I feel like that if you are the kings of Europe, this is how you really establish your ownership over the region. And what a performance. Trek, can't give this man Italy, ladies and gentlemen.
No, you definitely can't. Unicorn's got to go back to the drawing board for that. Really like the creativity that they came up with in this game, but it just did not do anything after the first few minutes.
We saw a crazy level 1 fight.
Which was
what the people want,
That was the
right?
coolest part, right? No, I loved it. It was like ARAM in the top lane.
What the people want.
Yes, we had to give them what they want. And the Unicorns definitely put on a show.
But then that was it.
They ran out of steam.
It just slowly started to
That's what we got, guys. Level 1 didn't work.
Their knees buckled. The horse couldn't get back up. And then G2 just
How many of these do you
on it.
have?
Many.
Do you just like, is that what you do in the lab when you're like, after the Cloud Drake, you're just kind of like reading horse-based puns?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm glad we clarified. So, I mean, that was just obviously there's so much less we can say about it because despite all the crazy interesting picks, it didn't bear any dividends towards the end of it. So G2 just completely crushed.
Yeah, it was overall just a very one-sided affair. I'm really impressed with what G2 brought out because there were some question marks like last week as to whether or not they would be able to perform properly. But it seems that this week they came prepared and already leading the series 1-0. We'll see what Unicorns can do to change things up game 2.
I'll have to see. Now, for G2 dominating the first game in this best-of-2 series, we're going to check in on the analyst desk and break down how it was all done.
Thank you so much. Obviously, quite a stomp from the side of G2 over the Unicorns of Love, but we wanted to take another look at the draft because in true Unicorns of Love fashion, they pulled out a couple of new things.
Yeah.
Didn't work out, but could you have seen it working in a different game scenario, basically?
Well, when we saw the picks and bans evolving, we were like, huh, Urgot. Let's pause and take a look. Like, in Champs League, we're like, what
Sheep is
does
a mad
Urgot
lad.
do?
Like, he's crazy in his pick and ban phase.
I mean, we were thinking Urgot into Ashe, you hyperkinetic position reverse somebody, get the Shen ult on, super tanky, can't really be killed, and we're like, maybe it works.
Yeah.
Not super convinced.
See, my brain went there as well instantly. And then I'm like, wait a minute. This is not Season 2, is it? No, it's not. So Urgot ulti, first of all, has been nerfed like multiple times. So like the range, rank 1 ulti for him is like, wow, like nothing. And at the same time, you don't build like Frozen Heart anymore. So like Urgot is actually not unkillable because you go like Ghost Blade into Manemune into like Black Cleaver. It's just like the third item you can pick, whatever. But that's just an example. So like you don't really get super tanky. And then my problem with this pick is in the mid game, you have 2 losing side lanes because there's a Malzahar in one lane who's going to win that one. Obviously, there's a Trundle in the other one who's going to win that side lane. So there's 2 winning side lanes for G2. So you only have mid lane to play around. So if you can hard engage mid and then Shen ulti in and Hecarim ulti, I can see it work, right? Again, yeah, Nivea wall into like Urgot ulti, but then like everyone is now A-ramming mid on the side of Unicorns. But because the range is so short on that like Urgot ulti, especially rank 1, you need to like flash forward and do that, and you're going to do it every 5 minutes. And if you don't manage to do it, you have no pressure on the map, and you will automatically lose the entire map.
And not only that, next rotation, it's like, oh, Tam Kench.
What's going on there?
I believe that is their manager, Romain, who usually has.
He's got some hair extensions.
Sorry,
this week.
James, I didn't
Now
mean
has
to.
It's okay. You're getting some hair extensions.
I got surprised.
Morale boost. Like the picks weren't colorful enough.
It's like Tam Kench comes out. Oh, which team's been playing Tam Kench? Which team probably shouldn't you play Urgot into? Oh, G2 for like the last 3 weeks.
It's another great point. Like Urgot single target lockdown on one guy. Tam Kench's like, nah.
20-second cooldown. No.
Also laning phase. Oh, you shoot out the poison. Whoop, eat the guy as well. Like Urgot laning is done.
In any case, Unicorns of Love, they made picks that we thought wouldn't work before. Not today, though. Let's take a look at a couple of replays. First up, G2 with their 3-0 at Rift Herald quite early in the game, obviously, because it was Rift Herald, and it was, well, all fun and games for them from there.
Yeah, I mean, this was kind of where it went even worse for Unicorns. They were already falling behind at this point, but then they started Rift Herald without knowing actually that G2 are all 5 members around. And Rift Herald in the early game does quite a lot of damage. It's pretty hard to take down. It just becomes a slaughter.
Yeah, they're so enclosed that like the shortest Abyssal Voyage ever comes in and boxes them in, and Mythy picks up kills. And I mean, at that point, realistically, you look at the level 1 trade into the follow-up kill in lane. Like, the game's basically done with, like, looking at the composition that Unicorns have. So I guess they're trying to just do anything. But 5-man stacking for Rift Herald at that point against a team that's so far ahead, probably not going to work out too well.
Nah, and I made the point, obviously, also before about trying to control mid lane of Unicorns. Like, our second replay is basically a situation where Unicorns are now too far behind to do anything. So now G2 has full map control, and we're just waiting for Sven to like fire an arrow, and then you just pick up a free kill. So we just see the replay being started. He fires it from out of vision, hits on Exile, and then Perks can follow up, and the rest of G2 collapse. Right now, Urgot is sitting top lane. He has no way of pushing the wave. He's super slow, and yeah, this is too easy for G2 at this point. Like, it's after the Rift Herald, so this is kind of where the game is already over. But to come from Unicorns, I get it, full tank composition, hard to kill, try and hard engage on like low mobility Ashe, you flash forward and ult your back. Tahm denies it first of all, and also it's just like so hard to execute. Like, one mistake and the game is basically over.
Yeah, it's like if you lose the early game and you never get tank items, then good luck being, if like your only thing is being tanky, good luck with that.
You actually need at least rank 2 ulti and Urgot to be able to do anything, but you can't sit around for 11 levels and not do anything. Like, then you lose.
Nope. And G2 did something.
They just stomped them.
And to give a little bit of insight into our very organized player of the game discussion, in this one it was like, well, they stomped. Everyone did well. But Trick, once again, because a lot for the setup, you said Sven also had a fantastic game, but all of them did. But Trick is, like, as always, the catalyst for that team.
Yeah, every single time Trick is involved in basically everything in the early game, except for this level 1 where he missed out. So bad for him, obviously, where Mythiu decided to basically suicide, but then they turned around and got a kill on Veritas, so that was a pretty interesting level 1. But apart from that, Trick was part of everything.
Yeah, Trick now has like 3,000 player of the game votes already.
I mean, is he a run-up?
Here you go.
He's a bit of a run-up for MVP, I feel, or potential MVP.
I'm your MVP. Give you a pen, man.
It's just, it's not even a riot pin, it's a blue pin.
Here.
Thanks. This is a pig, by the way. It's not a cat. It's not a cat.
Okay, before we move on, G2 has also locked in their playoff spot now for sure. Of course, mathematically, it would have been very hard for them not to make it in there, but now they have locked in that playoff spot as well. Player of the game is Trick. And meanwhile, over on EULCS2, Giants, they build up a huge lead over Origin. How did they do it? You were following that game?
Yeah, it's been fairly similar start to the game when you look at the lead that's been accrued right now as we're about to jump into it live. Origin just got caught out and 1v3'd by Smitty J in and around the mid lane. We're seeing another game of Fiora. Surprise, surprise, Smitty J on that Fiora. We know what he can do. 6-0-4 currently. They've just got themselves a Baron buff, and with a massive lead, this is likely to be Giants taking this first game.
Yeah, how did Origin end up having GP versus Fiora? That's not a great matchup at all. Once you get like just one item on Fiora, you can just one-shot the Gangplank. He sits on 3 items now, 6-0.
So it's funny you should say that, because Origin picked the GP and then picked an Azir after it with Fiora available as the last rotation. So Giants picked that up last, swap it around, go, oh, these are the matchups that we want. We can play Malzahar into Azir. Yep. In they go, and the Giants are honestly just looking to close this game out. Power of Evil's already caught down, Tower's down as well. I know we're going to play-by-play this. I mean, maybe if they had their Azir, they could be able to turn this one around. That's all you got.
There goes Olaf, and he's about to go down, but he's still alive, Toaster! Oh, double kill for Lucian, and it looks like they'll be closing in. Oh, this is so fun to get some practice.
Always fun to play-by-play, but Giants having a lot of fun in this game.
Yep.
Double Infernal, a couple of other Drakes in there. Looks like a convincing win for them.
Yeah, it does look like it. I don't think that they're going to give this away.
I'm just going to say much needed victory for Giants, who went 0-4 last week. And again, whenever you play Origin and Rocket right now in the EULCS, if you want to play for playoff spots, you have to be able to beat these teams. Giants are doing it right now.
Yeah, Giants is closing up that game over on EULCS1. But when we return over here, it's game 2 between the Unicorns of Love and G2. Once the score is settled, we'll see the oddest couple since the Cassiopeia Teemo bot lane reunited on the Rift, so stay with us.
That works, by the way.
Early first blood. Look how low mid he's going.
God, no.
Instant exhaust. Heals are flying. That's first blood. God.
G2, and they work their way like clockwork down to the bottom lane. Effect is caught before he's eaten by Mythiu, out of harm's way. Exile, though, is going to fall. Mythiu will finish the job. One Nexus turret, a second Nexus turret, and it's all they needed. 26.5 minutes. G2 Esports with a fantastic victory.
Welcome back to our match between Unicorns of Love and G2 Esports, where UOL looking to bounce back from a crushing defeat in Game 1.
Yes, they certainly are. I mean, the Urgot pick was fascinating.
It was experimental. I loved it, but it didn't work.
I've run out of adjectives.
I think G2 ran out of objectives too. They pretty much took everything that game.
Yep. It was very one-sided. And we'll have to see how things change up. I can't imagine Urgot will be high on the priority list game 2. I do think Nidalee will be, though.
Yeah, and I think you've got to slot that into the bans for sure. Like, Unicorns found out what happened.
They're blue side this time.
That's
so
true.
They could go for the early Nidalee if they want.
This is true.
And we do know Move
pretty
plays
solid on it.
Yeah. So I think that they don't have to ban it away this time. I just think that they weren't expecting him to just be this train to steamroll through the lineup of Unicorns.
Yeah, there were literally no breaks on that game. From the level 1 first blood craziness, and then it was all G2. But looks like we're going to get into picks and bans for game number 2. Not wasting any time here over in the studio. It's been a very fast day for us so far. All the games have been under, 35 minutes. It's crazy.
I know.
And the picks and bans are already going.
We also had a fast game over in the EULCS1, but let's focus now on this game 2. So far, big shifts. I say that slight shifts in the prioritization of bans. The big ones being Malzahar being taken away from Perks. Very annoying mid laner. We have started to see it rise in popularity more.
Especially what happened against G2 last week with Splice. I mean, it's demonstrated its power. There's the Nidalee ban. It's going to be a quick first pickup of the Sivir for Unicorns, which was banned the last time around.
Wouldn't be surprised to see something like the Karma being picked up now for Mithy to deny the Sivir Karma duo, because we know how good it is at engaging and disengaging.
And doing everything.
The wave clear, the poke, there's a lot available to you.
Yeah. The Elise was also banned away too, so without the Nidalee in available for Trick, it does seem like a really strong choice here, although they may opt to not take the Karma on this rotation, which would free it up to Unicorns. Very potent.
Yeah. Also, by going for an early Trundle, you have to be wary of the Gnar, because game 1, remember that it was banned away by G2, which meant that there were fewer negative matchups for Expect. But this time, there are options available, and we do know that Chachi can play the Gnar as well. So having that locked in does mean that UOL have the potential for a counter pick. Meanwhile, Trick going for this Elise, he's basically saying I can still have my same sort of early game prowess. Maybe not to the same extent that you can do on a Nidalee, but the principle is still the same. Cocoon very powerful early on. The base damages on an Elise are great. You only need your jungle item to really outduel a lot of other junglers.
Right.
And it also limits move a lot. Likely he's going to shift back to the Rek'Sai, which is something that he's had a lot of success on in the past.
Yeah, global pressure is still the name of the game for Unicorns, even though they weren't able to really do much with it last game. The Shen is maybe a little bit less favorable up into the Trundle, but they will, if they lock this in, have the Rek'Sai available to them to get around the map a little bit cleaner and a little bit quicker. Something we didn't talk about in this pick and ban phase or the last was the Vladimir being left available. And looks like it may be what Exile decides to pick up line, but of course it is a very strong pick in general.
Yes, it is. He has very few bad matchups, and with Malzahar gone, something that is regularly picked into the Vlad because it can deal with the pressure that he can exert, as well as scale very nicely with him. It's a pretty safe pick right now because, I mean, Perks, he can go for the Azir if he wants. Slight nerfs, but still a strong mid lane champion. Offers great utility, scales very nicely. Unlikely that he is going to go for the Zed. It's actually not the greatest matchup for the Zed.
No, but he does like to get the hover on. Just remind everybody of what he's able to do. Speaking of reminders, yes, I remember the new game trick. And Sven, that's not happening. Not this time. We didn't talk about the Gragas being locked in as well. It's something that Move has played a lot less of than the Rek'Sai, but they opted for it this time around. On G2 side, they take the cast in, lock in the Lucian, so there's some mobility that they're adding.
So right now, Unicorns have a great way to actually engage fights because they can use the Sivir on the Hunt to then close the gap, and then you have the Gragas to either set up for a flank or just basically run at the enemies and then use that ultimate to split up the enemy team to then follow up with the Vladimir damage. So nice engage coming out from Unicorns. They also have plenty of wave clear, and they have strong laners because Sivir does very well during the laning phase, Vladimir does very well during the laning phase. So right now, all across the map, they're looking pretty strong. For G2, they're actually on the slightly weaker side because you cannot match the clear on the Lucian against the Sivir, and then the Kassadin is going to just get bullied around by the Vladimir early on.
Oh, okay. This is looking much more like a Unicorns composition. If they lock this in, a couple of seconds still remaining. The Bard, we hit it last time around. It's going to be in Hylissang's pocket, and the Shen comes in for Chachi again. Shen comes in for Chachi again, so they've got the global pressure available. They've got a lot of speed boost. They've got some serious playmaking potential now with the Bard.
Yep. This is a much better draft from the Unicorns of Love. They have 3 good lanes. Shen typically doesn't win lane, but he's never known for losing it because of how safe he is. Even in the early levels, you can actually out-trade the Gnar if you time your W correctly. And that means that Unicorns have the pushing advantage. Move can concentrate on controlling vision, farming up, becoming this good, beefy mid-game tank. And then you have the Bard for the roaming potential, for setting up engages.
Hold on a second. Let's talk Fiora, because we got some changes too.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Yeah, that puts the Trundle down on the bottom side for Mithy. This is very interesting.
For those unaware, we did actually see the Fiora over in the game 1 between Giants and Origin. She did have a couple of small buffs. Now she actually gets a little bit more healing back, as well as she does a little bit extra damage on those vital points when she does proc them. On top of that, the scaling on her Q early levels has been increased. So it's gone from 0.55 up to 0.95, which is actually a surprisingly large increase, even though if it's only by 0.4. So powerful, potent top laner, and we're seeing this Trundle down in the bottom lane. So lane swap likely to be coming in for G2 just to avoid that Sivir Bard combo.
Oh yeah. Well, this one's definitely still going to be fairly explosive. We may have a bit of a delay on it because, of course, the teams are going to likely opt for that lane swap. We'll see if your prediction proves true. Coaches shake hands, walk off stage one last time. Do you think the Unicorns can come back into this one? If you do believe in the power of pink, hashtag UOLWin is what you want to be tweeting at LOL Esports. But if you think G2 can cleanly close this one out and grab themselves another 3 points on the board, staying way out in first place, hashtag G2win. We'll find out how it's going to come about in just a second.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Unicorns, bit of a crushing defeat, but I don't think it's going to affect their mentality that much. They're a very positive team. They always try to look at the bright side of things. And now with a much stronger draft, I expect them to be able to put up a much better fight in Game 2.
Oh yeah, these Unicorns definitely know how to stay frosty, stay frozen and cool. And they'll let it go for game number 2. Loaded up onto the Rift against G2.
So, Perk's going to be running in the Kassadin. Now, earlier on in the day, we did see this Kassadin into the Vladimir matchup. Typically, early on, heavily goes in the favor of Vladimir, largely because what he can do is he can walk up, he can use his Q, and while Perks can trade back with his Q, once you have the Crimson Rush, it does much more damage than the shield will offer. And typically, a Kassadin will max his E, primarily for the wave clear, to try and match a lot of the early pressure that Vladimir is putting out on a lot of the early wave clear that he has, which means that Perks basically isn't going to aim to trade back and forth. He's just going to aim to get through the laning phase because he knows once he finishes the Rod of Ages, once he finishes that Abyssal, he's going to get to a point where he can actually outscale the Vladimir and meet him in a side lane and start to outduel him. So he's basically just going to be playing as passively as possible. The 2 versus 2, on the other hand, definitely want to avoid for G2 because Veritas and Hylissang have so much pressure. You have wave clear on the side of Sivir. You have damage on the side of Bard. Bard considered to be one of the highest damage dealing supports in the bottom lane. And it is so easy to push around a Trundle who can honestly do very little in the early game. So G2 just saying, all right, nah, mate, nah. We're just going to get away from that. Going to go for the lane swap. It will hurt Expect just a little bit. But what we have seen from Expect is he can actually play a lot of carries up in the top lane. I think Fiora will be a great pick for him.
Yeah, let's definitely keep an eye. Of course, it'll be a little bit of time with the lane swap coming in to see when they actually do clash head-to-head. Veritas and Hylissang waiting down on the bottom side. Same trick they tried to pull last game, but it's not going to be bought by G2 as they'd already moved up towards this top side. So it'll just end up resulting in the push. Unless Expect is not expecting something, he's able to lunge out.
Yep. So he wanted to try and get a bit of farm where he could. He was expecting the Unicorns to be starting on the Krugs, but they did not decide to go for it.
This is the thing about Unicorns, though, too. They will do stuff that you kind of don't see coming. And that's what the last game's chaos in the early game was all about. Move is actually going to find Mithy in his own jungle, and he's taken quite low here. Oh, Ignite! Okay. I think he might go down. No, Mithy can't quite get the last club.
I knew that flash wasn't going to be able to close the gap. The slow from
Mithy's out for
Chachi.
blood this game, man.
Yep, he needs to be careful because he doesn't have flash.
Yeah,
but
he won't go down though.
Sven is going to keep him alive. Going to burn the flash remove, but no summon is now available for Mithy. Not too bad during the lane swap. You just have to be careful because if you do overextend, the punish remove can be pretty significant. But here we go, standard lane swaps.
Standard lane swaps, as opposed to standard lanes?
Yes, standard lane swap.
Excellent.
Nothing too unconventional right now.
We do get the sweet Voltron cam though.
Ocean Drake on the board, so unlikely that we're going to see a prioritization on that. Because sometimes you may see teams, if there's an Infernal, straight after the lane swap, you go to the Drake, you pick it up, and then you revert back to standard lanes. But that's unlikely going to happen given that Ocean is on the table. Meanwhile in the mid, as you are seeing, Exile so much more wave clear with the E. Perks just having to do what he can, farm underneath the turret. Doing a pretty good job so far, impressive. Because it is pretty tricky.
He's even able to harass a bit.
Kassadin.
Yeah. I mean, it's what the Kassadin's job is, right? Survive out the early game. You're going to have a lot more power a little bit later on. The towers will finally get traded. So we swap the cams right back on out. Still very early in this game, only 3 minutes, and the gold is obviously not swung much either way. I really want to keep an eye on now that things should settle after the reverse push or what have you, what the junglers are going to end up doing, because Trick has that early pressure jungler in Elise. Move kind of got harassed a little bit in the early game, but he's right back at the action, and he's pretty much evened himself out. Perk's going really low in the mid, though.
That's something you have to be so careful of when training against the Vladimir. If you don't play around his Crimson Rush, you will heavily get punished for it. You can already see all of his Corrupting Potion stacks have gone. But if you run Teleport into any matchup with Kassadin, one of the great things is oh no, I've been bullied. You've hurt me so much. I'm going to have to go back and teleport back into lane. I'm fine, I now have items. All the damage you did has been completely denied. So he's going to pick himself up the Dark Seal, mostly for the sustain, because it gives you additional healing with the Corrupting Potion. But also he's got himself a Doran's Ring in there to add a bit of oomph every time he tries to trade back and forth.
Exile will want to try to match with a little bit of damage, but he's also got more magic resist available for himself as he picked up the mantle to start things off. And 3-man push from G2. It's not going to go a whole lot farther. Or 2-man push, I should say, since it was fended off by Chachi. Mithy and Sven back in the 2v2, so we don't get the reverse fast push that we might have expected. Unicorns are not going to offer that up.
And right now, just keeping an eye on some of the items. Early Tracker's Knife on top of Trick means that you will have a little bit more vision in the early game. Move decided not to pick up his jungle item just yet. Actually decided to go for a very early Hunter's Potion. A little bit unconventional, valuing the sustain. But it will
this last game when he fell behind.
It will cost his jungle kit. That's actually really surprising, especially on a Gragas, who typically doesn't take that much damage throughout the jungle. So
yeah, he's got some padding, that's for sure. Spec's going to move up back towards the top side. They really have an eyeball on this second-tier turret. We'll see if they can push it in any farther. But maybe a little while before that can happen. Exile taking a lot of damage from Perks right now. Trick is moving around the side as well, but in comes Move. He gets the bop off. But Trick is going to instantly repel over to Grom.
He's going to steal it away too, just to add insult to injury. So now we start to see Hylissang actually move around the map, looking for a potential roam. Level 6 being hit for Perks, deciding to play much more aggressively.
They're silly, okay.
And if we actually check out his leveling path, as Hylissang, gonna take a bit
Surprise.
of a beating, but he's fine.
I've got a journey.
But yeah, if we take a look at Perks' leveling path, he's actually decided to max Q. And now if you're going to do this on a Kassadin, it means you're actually more interested in trading back and forth with the Vladimir than you are in just clearing waves and being more passive. And this is not a surprise from Perks, because he does like to play aggressively. We know him as that style of player.
He's not the only one on his team. Look at Trick, man.
Yeah, I mean, stealing away the caps. This is just Perks using the Q shield to mitigate a lot of the trading potential that Exile has. And because... Oh, look at this.
Hello! Exile real low, but Perks was deterred from finishing that job. All of a sudden, Gragas came out of nowhere. Hylissang had his back too.
So this is also a problem that you have with playing aggressive. Your tendencies become almost like clockwork. You can read what your opponent is trying to do. So far, Perks, whenever his ultimate was up, he would Rift Walk in. He had the stacks built up, which means that he was doing bonus damage. And because of how much mana he'd burn, it was actually very dangerous for Perks to go for that. So he's immediately forced to flash away. Good collapse from Unicorns, recognizing the consistent pattern that Perks had fallen into. But now, with the vision that you can see in the top half of G2's map, they spotted moving away from the Dragon, and that's resulted in G2 being able to pick up this objective, as it looks like they revert back into standard lanes.
Yeah, so things just settle after a little while. First Dragon goes over to G2, uncontestable by the likes of Unicorns of Love. 600 gold is really the difference, but that's mostly just been on farm differential. A lot of it actually Perks has kind of had over Exile for the time being.
So not quite the same bloodbath that we saw in Game 1, Pyro.
No, definitely not. It's a much slower, much more peaceful game, if you will.
Yeah.
And, you know, hey, while we're here, though, one thing we definitely want to remind everybody, still Week 9, the European LCS, it's going to be Saturday, Sunday. These guys will have a lot more time to recharge and rest than they normally would have, a couple of extra days.
Yeah.
So regardless of how the results kind of swing after this week, you always got a little bit more time to prepare.
Do you know what, Pyro? If people are still confused as to when exactly that is happening on Saturday and Sunday, do you know where they can go?
I think it might be LOLesports.com.
Huh, how convenient.
There we go. You can also find all the VODs and all sorts of cool stuff on there. Lots of articles.
Ah, interesting.
I'm reading a couple of yours. I'm getting smarter, Vedius.
Getting smart.
That's what I tell myself.
Good one. No, I'm kidding, Pyro. I'm kidding.
God, BM. All right. Exile's taking a lot of damage here from Perks, and the shield's still there. He's got to be careful. He wasn't really able to put out the damage he needed to, and like, you could see Perks is just, like, barely stepping outside of the tides.
Exile, I have a bone to pick, but I'll pick it with you later as the Unicorns. 3 members strong in the bottom half of the map, pressuring this minion wave underneath Expect's turret, so he is struggling a little bit. Whereas on the other side of the map, Chachi is not struggling because he's only having to deal with Sven, who, to be fair, has actually accrued a pretty significant gold advantage, or CS advantage even, because he realizes where move is on the map, and he is acting accordingly. That's why he's not afraid to go past the danger zone of the river. But Hylissang, moving up towards this ward. Mythy might want to try and contest it.
He's going to try. The ward's already down, but Hylissang has actually been pillared. In goes the Shen, and they find Perks around the side, and they bop him back and forth. He can't get nearly enough damage down, but Sven comes for the relief effort as Trick flashes back onto the safety of tower. Exile will still pick up first blood. Perks could not get away.
He didn't have his flash from earlier on, and now Expect is the next target.
Grand challenge, but he's exhausted, has to burn his flash, and the rest of the Unicorns were charging him down. He finally gets away. Unicorns with a quick pick, though.
Good decisive play from the Unicorns, punishing the fact that G2 were a little bit split in trying to set up for that fight. Now they are forced onto wave clear duty, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
There is a big calling. Chachi was tanking tower aggro, and Hylissang is caught. He has to throw down the magical journey, but Expect is right on him. Riposte is there, but Move is going to hop and bop, but Expect still able to pick up the kill. Bard, very squishy champion. G2 now make this a 4v4.
Big misplay from Move, and the action might not be over yet.
Yeah, in comes Perks right around. That fight's gone on long enough. Exile will pick up Trick in the back, but Expect answers on the Move, and it's gone all sorts of haywire once again. Exile finds himself without friends, and Expect, can he make it out alive? No! Exile with the flash after.
He's trying to run away. He doesn't have the flash. He doesn't have the ghost. Perks' ult is just about to come up, and I think this is going to be another kill for G2.
Exile He's trying to get back to the safety of the tower, but he's stopped by the pillar. Mythy's right behind him there. They're trying to give the kill over to Perks, and they do it. Let's take a look at the damage report.
So much gained for G2. What looked like a promising fight for Unicorns ends disastrously as Expect comes in from the flank and is able to do so much work. So have a look at how this all plays out. I want you to keep your eyes on Expect, right? So he's going to use the response, Move body slams into him, allows him to get the stun down onto Hylissang, which nets them their first kill. Big mistake from Move there. Then they get funneled into this choke port. Perks has TP'd in from the flank. They go for the re-engage, don't respect the pillar that cuts off their escape route. And then in the 4 versus 3, it's so easy for G2 to then clean up the fight. They end up getting a delayed ace. It ends up being 3 for 5 overall in the favor of G2. But G2 are able to stop the push, and they get themselves a pretty significant gold advantage this early on into the game.
And that's the important thing. It's starting to look a little bit closer to last game. Chachi now is isolated. He's got no way to get out of dodge, or does he? As he taxis onto Trick, does he have enough health? Does he have enough shield? Under tower, he's gonna go down.
Clean execution from G2. Very little required as they punish Chachi for overextending. He buys plenty of time, but with the repel, that's more than enough for Trick to be able to get out.
Where was Chachi, Vedius?
He was in the bot lane. Oh,
okay.
Oh, yeah. He was in the... No, to be fair,
You
he
had
a turret.
one job.
He had a turret, so it wasn't the danger zone. It
I
wasn't.
see. But he still died.
Yeah, he did still
Okay,
die.
you're going to have to draw the boundaries of the danger zone for me.
In the mid lane, though.
Exile up. He could be in trouble, but he is going to bring Chachi right back with him if he makes it out in time. Pools, they turn their attention over to Mithy. Flash is forced on both him and Sven.
Very aggressive play from Exile, utilizing the stand united from Chachi to force both flashes out from Sven and Mithy. Now Mithy alone underneath the turret. Unicorns, they want to get this objective that they tried so hard earlier to claim.
Hylissang comes in, he goes out on the magical journey. That's how it works. Veritas is tanking tower right now, although he is caught by the cocoon. Tanking even more is very low, but Trick doesn't have enough to follow up into that Pride of Unicorns.
So, Unicorns, unfortunately, still deterred away from that mid lane objective. Still sitting behind in gold, 2,500. But what a crazy early game. Usually about 11 minutes seems to be where things really kick off for both these teams. And we are continuing to see this once more in game 2. Now G2 posturing around this blue buff. They want to try and contest it, extend their vision line even further. With Expect in the top, he is level 8, working towards that black cleaver. And the blue buff does seem to be the big point of contention.
Things are flying here. See if they can get it. Trick does manage to get out with it, and Chachi's going to have to taunt his way out of harm's way, and he dodges. But there's the big barrel coming in. It knocks a couple members of G2 sideways, but no one from Unicorns wanted to take it.
So, no blue buff gained for G2, no kills picked up, and no even summoners burned. So G2, they're just going to say, right, we'll take ourselves a Rift Herald. You've used that big ultimate in the form of the barrel. You also don't have Stand United, you don't have the Hemo Plague, and they're looking for a kill on the Hilly.
Yep. Exile tags Hilly out. Still G2 are perfectly fine, very comfortable position right now. Still 2,000 and some change in the lead, as Expect will now pick himself up. Glimpse of the Void, and that'll make Chachi's life even harder.
Oh yeah. The damage reduction when Expect is just sitting in the side lane will really help with dealing with the Shen, who in all honesty can't do that much damage anyway. And the big thing about this matchup, we didn't talk much about it earlier on, but if you're allowed to have the 1 versus 1, Shen doesn't lose lane, but he doesn't win it either. Which means that Fiora is allowed to free farm, and it allows her to hit those big item spikes without any real points of contention.
Yeah.
So she's just free to scale up, and eventually she will outscale. She's known as the duelist for a reason. But now look at Sven, who gets binded.
Does get caught, does take a Boomerang Blade, full channel, sends a culling immediately after that. The Unicorns really do like to stick together and try to force G2 to come right back, but they're leaving some of their lanes a little bit occupied right now. No one's in the bottom lane dealing with perks. They're only just sent Chachi up to stop Expect. G2 definitely controlling the tempo of this game 15 minutes in. There's an Infernal Drake, by the way, coming up next. That'll be something both teams will not want to stand idly by for.
Definitely agree with you. It's going to help a lot with both comps that scale very nicely into the mid and late. Sven has decided to go for this mid-game build once more. Has picked up the culling as well. I say the culling. It's not actually what I mean.
He's popping the culling.
The cull is what I
cull.
mean. Yes, that's the badger. So I'm keeping my eyes on perks too, because he's actually decided to go for Merc Treads. Interesting choice. The tenacity will be valuable, but really, it's not an item that you typically build on mid laners because it's not that valuable. You should be positioning in a way that you don't take that much crowd control, but because you're going to be diving on the backline a lot, it's acceptable for an assassin to pick one up. But it will hurt your all-in potential because you don't have the flat pen or you're not going for cooldown reduction. So you're mostly going for these sustained trades, which is fair against the Vladimir. So just a unique way to build, a number of options that you have for the Vlad. And it actually looks like that he is working towards that Abyssal. Makes a lot of sense to Trink coming in for the flag.
And he does. Can't quite land the cocoon, but he does have a serious amount of damage he was able to dish onto Hylissang. Magical Journey perks in Hot Pursuit. Dodges half of the Boomerang in Exile. Gets ignited for his trouble. Has to burn his flash as the culling comes out to clear. G2 have zoned the Unicorns off mid lane once again.
Really like the back and forth from G2 where they just get close enough to get a bit of damage down and then they disengage. And they slowly wear Unicorns down, which forces them off the tower and forces the flash out from Exile. And while you'd think this would be great for G2 to take down the mid-tier 1 turret, unfortunately they have the wave clear. Unfortunately for G2 even, the wave clear from Sivir is far too much for them to really close that one down. But They sent Perks to the bottom lane. There's no one to answer because Exile got forced low, and that still will result in another tower going down to G2.
G2 still retaining this lead in tempo, extending the lead in gold. Unicorns trying to recoup their losses right now, but they've lost some ground in vision on the bottom side. That dragon pit around the back of it's lit up like a Christmas tree. And up on the top, it's all that Veritas can do to try and fend away from Expect. He's actually calling for help right now to try and keep this one pushed out. Methy looks like he'll be responding, but so is Hylissang.
And it's interesting how Unicorns of Love have quickly adapted from game one. Abysmal start. They played the game a little bit slower. Not afraid though.
They
to
had
try
some
and
weird
force
tools in
opportunities.
their inventory, though. You've got to admit.
Yep, they did. But still, props to not conceding the same sort of lead as you did in game one.
That's true.
Always got to look at the bright side where you can.
You said you had a bone to pick with Exile.
Ah, yeah. So early on,
If he doesn't die.
If he doesn't die.
Okay, he's got Shen. It's cool.
But my bow. Ooh, Tempered Fate.
You're going to have to hold that one for just a second. They got Tempered Fate out onto Trick, and they miss. Will they have enough damage to finish him off? It doesn't look like it. The barrel sends him flying, but he's right back into tower range. Unicorns are going to try to finally finish off this turret, but they spend a lot to secure it, and Perks goes in on them right now. Slowed down, Chachi, can he tank enough? The culling comes out. Exile's got to pull away. Very low, the flash is double kill instantly from Perks, and he's looking for more.
Oh, I thought that could have been the Penta, but Expect he might look to try and clean things up.
Goes in, stopped by the pillar, or rather the pillar stopped him from his own teammate.
Oh, that was
that's going to be tower, though, for G2.
Such a juicy opportunity. I can see it in Perks' eyes. He was like, I have the ultimate. It's got many stacks on it. All I need is my E and I could kill everyone. This could be another Penta. But no, he decides to take the safe approach. Let's just take the tower. Let's not commit too hard. We've got ourselves a couple kills. The Infernal Drake spawning soon. But great play overall from G2 to turn that fight so heavily in their favor. So initially UOL tried to land the play. Missed binding from Hylissang. Good repel. Failed taunt from Chachi. Poor barrel from Move. Means that all the initiation tools are now gone from Unicorns.
And then
they should disengage at this point. But Perks plays hyper aggressively. Great pillar from Mythy. Slows down the disengage. Perks is just dancing back and forth, and there it is. Flash into the ult, into the W.
Yeah,
it's enough damage. And you can see 2 low health targets. Perks wants to try and go for it, but he decides not to. Expect coming in from the flank is enough to force Unicorns to love away. Nets G2 a mid-tier 1 turret. And now look at that gold lead that they got themselves.
Yeah, on top of this, Dragon's coming up in 30 seconds. Unicorns are not like to give this up without a fight, but it'll make it that much harder for them to do it. The gold lead is still massive again for G2. This game has looked a lot less hectic than we saw last time around. But despite the conventional picks, despite the conventional opener, G2 are still dominating in this mid game.
Yes, they are. So just to backtrack a little bit, my bow with Exile, still holding on to it. But I'm not going to have time because Veritas is going to lose his life.
Yeah, and he's got Chachi coming in. The grand challenge, though, is not going to finish. He gets the heal off, but he can't get the job done with Veritas, and the rest of Unicorns collapse. But look, now you have a Castin teleporting in. They're going to turn their attention towards the Dragon. Oh, he stopped the teleport, excuse me.
The thing is for Expect is that is enough pressure to draw Unicorns a level away, but Exile, he wants to try and keep the fight going.
Actually, Unicorns, they make a power move here while the Castin was away up in the top side, and they get themselves the Dragon. That'll seriously help. A double binding, double barrel there. Now it's Expect, and they are going way too low in this. Tempered Fate stops at Mythy. Trick trying to do the job, but they know he's going to be down as Exile will grab him. And they chase on to Mythy. Sven trying to lead him astray.
Great binding from Hylissang, making up for the one that he missed earlier, but Perks has joined the fray.
Perks trying to cut them off right around the neck here, and they do back out. So look at that. Unicorns managed to get themselves an Infernal Dragon and a kill. They did give up a tower, and Perks does not want to fight this.
I don't know about that. Perks is always up for a fight in Unicorns. They are issuing him the challenge, but Mythy now could be in some trouble.
Slowed down for just a second. Hylissang will dodge out of the Ardent Blaze. Got Chachi now pushing, trying to equalize on the bottom side, but Expect will be there to match him. And G2, now that they've recovered a little bit, they're looking to push back on in. Magical Journey, but Hylissang is already out. They turn over onto Exile, who's going to be just fine.
He's got a lot of sustain now on the Vladimir, working towards that Rylai's Crypto Scepter after completing his Spirit's Visage. But let's have a look at the fight. because what happens is Unicorns, they force G2 away from the Dragon. They re-engage to try and steal it away, and then a great double binding into double barrel is exactly what they need to net themselves a couple extra kills. They shut down Trick. They aren't quite able to chase anything further down, but Exile displaying how valuable he is right now on this Vladimir, and it's slowly turning into a battle of the mid laners. Who can carry harder? Exile doing what he can with the 4 kills, all of the kills that belong to the Unicorns of Love, with Perk sitting on 5, 1, and 1. Both have completed 2 items. Morello has actually been finished for Perks. Makes a lot of sense into the Vladimir. Will help if they decide to meet in the side lane.
Yeah.
But crazy stuff.
The mid laners have definitely come up huge this game, that's for sure. 4-1 to 5-1. Unicorns of Love trying to claw back some of that gold that they'd given up. They do have dragons. Advantage over G2. Just able to recognize the moment and collapse and get a little bit back for themselves. But still, they gave up a tower for it all. So it's not like G2 went away empty-handed in all of that craziness. It's going to be so hard for Unicorns to come back into it. But once they group, once they force attention, G2 just seemed to hesitate a little bit too much there.
So the thing that I'm actually keeping my eye on for the most part is Expect right now. Because 23 minutes, or 24 even, as Perks gives us a bit of a dance. 24 minutes in, 2 items finished for Expect. This is the point at which the Grand Duelist earns her title. Because there are very few people that can challenge this power spike that she has just hit.
Don't forget Glimpse of the Void too.
On top of that, it's still evident. And remember now the Vitals have been buffed. So her ability to trade, especially with a Shen, is extremely powerful. This is one of the reasons why we saw the resurgence of Gangplank, because he is allowed to free farm against the Shen, but can match the global pressure. And now Fiora is being picked for the same sort of reasons. You're allowed to have a free laning phase. You're allowed to trade evenly. And Chachi, he can stay alive, he can deal with the pressure, but he's going to be constantly pushed underneath his turret.
Yeah, he's going to give ground no matter what in this matchup, and G2 know this. They're going to take full advantage of it. Trying to get the 4-1 on, and you could just see where they've invested all their vision. G2, they've got a lot of wards around this Baron pit. It's 25 almost minutes into this game, and Unicorns, if they can't react fast enough, G2 can definitely turn a fight on him. They find Move behind a pillar. He's going to have to belly bop over it. Perks is waiting around the side. He will not go into that hornet's nest that is Unicorns. They can just afford to try and buy some time here as the push continues down on the bottom side between Expect and Chachi. Mid tower should fall pretty shortly. There's not much of it left, but in goes Exile. They're interested in kills instead.
He is fast.
Proto Belt indeed. Okay, that's going to be Sven going way too low. And Move actually gets the kill credit for it. Mithy and Perks around the back, but look at the damage onto Veritas. Perks just cleans up, and they turn their attention to Hilly. That's another double kill over. Expect following through. Move will not pick up a triple. It's taken away by Expect, and now they chase on to Exile.
G2, they're looking for the ace, and what looked so promising for Unicorns has ended in disaster, and here comes Perks for the cleanup.
Grand challenge. Expect is there. Tides of Blood. Exile knows there's not much left for him to do. Riposte is in there, but that is going to be it. Pool will buy a little bit more time. The ace is going to come, and it will be at the hands of Expect. And guess what? It's Baron time.
With 4 members strong and Mithy still alive, there is no reason why G2 cannot try to force this play. Hillisang, he has respawned. Chachi on 7 seconds left. If they want, they could look to try and contest, but it is a risky thing to do when G2 just looks so strong.
If there's ever a team to pull the trigger on something like that, it would be the Unicorns, but do they have enough time? Chachi would need to throw down the Tempered Fate. It's not happening. G2 Esports grab the ace, they grab the Baron, and 26.5 minutes in, that gold lead is 10,000 strong.
We're looking just like it was in game 1. G2 find a commanding fight, which quickly snowballs in their favor. And look at this, Exile, so quick on the mark. Uses the Ghost, uses the Proto Belt. On top of the ultimate from Shen, enables him to just kill Sven. And you'd think this looks great, but then Perks joins the fray. You've also got the Fiora on the backline, ready to come in and clean up the fight. This was just Trick and Chachi going up against one another. Trick able to come out in the 1v1. But Perks just did so much damage. He just shut down Veritas.
We didn't even see it in that replay, but yeah, he just deleted him.
Before he had an opportunity to really do anything. And you can see why. Late game Cassidy, 10 stacks on that Mejai's. Now Zhonya's done. Doesn't even need the Abyssal. He said, you know what, I don't care about magic resistance. All I care about is damage right now. And he sure has a lot of it.
Yeah. Perks is definitely rolling. Starting to look like what we saw from him in the spring split. Different champions, of course, but Still dominant performance nonetheless, and he's finding those kills, finding those picks, and just, I mean, I call him picks just because he's deleting people, even if it is in team fights. Dragon should go down pretty easily for G2, so they'll grab themselves more regen with the Ocean Drake. And then Caston's going hunting up on the top side. Chachi, I think your days might be numbered. In comes Perks. Throws down the shield, tries to teleport out, and he is actually going to cancel it himself. Or silenced, rather.
Interrupted by the Q. Perks now continuing the chase.
He's not going to finish the job. It was a bit expensive to try and do that.
Yeah, he's probably going to run out of mana as Trick now running into move.
All right. Expecto is back on the bottom side. He continues to push it in. Chachi would need to make tracks to get down there, but he's actually moving back up towards top. Trick is taking away the jungle. I mean, everything's falling apart for the Unicorns right now. What hope is there for this team?
The Vladimir right now. 4-2-1. Does do a lot of damage in these team fights. The problem is they have no way of dealing with all of the threats on G2. You have a 7-1 Kassadin, you have a 4-1 Fiora, and then, sure, you've been able to kill Sven a few times, but you've seen how easy it is for the rest of the team to then clean up on the side of G2. So, honestly, there are very few options. Late game Sivir is very powerful when she has 3 items, but I honestly don't think that G2 are going to give Unicorns of Love an opportunity to stall out that long.
Doesn't look like it. 29 minutes, they're on to inhibitor towers here. 4 members strong, the wave might get melted through, but it's taken a while. Meanwhile, Perks was splitting in the mid, and he's unopposed still. He should be able to secure this one up. No one's even making a move to stop him. Hylissang will go over with the magical journey, but he's able to rift walk out of harm's way before going right back in for Hylissang. Tagging in is Expect around the side, looking for Exile now as the Hemo Plague's on, but Perks, he will just barely get his Zanyas off. This only ends one way. There's a shutdown, but look where they're giving up.
It doesn't matter if Perks goes down. He's done his job. He's drawn the ultimate out from Chachi. He's got the ultimate out from Exile. And this just means that G2, they could look to try and end the game.
Yeah, Trick and Sven here down unopposed on the Nexus turrets. Move just throws out a barrel. In comes Mithy here for some support right now. Unicorns are going to try to desperately fight this one out. They get the barrel, knocking Sven as he dodges right into the belly pop. They will take him down after a fashion, but even with Veritas getting that kill right now, they're bleeding in their base.
And Expect, he's still alive. He could look to try and go for a cleanup, but he's decided it's too risky. Just back away, take the inhibitor, take the turret. And we're going to be happy with that. G2, perhaps a little bit uncoordinated, giving a few kills away that they didn't need to, but I think they can be pleased with their overall net gain.
Yeah, Baron buff expires pretty much on the tick of them moving back, so they made a really good use out of it. 3,000 gold, the lead that they've extended with that Baron buff. 30 minutes into this game, it is a ridiculous gold lead for this team. G2 have been not 100% flawless, but about as damn near as you can get.
They've responded so well to the Unicorns. This is something that we were discussing earlier on, Pyro, which was G2 do a great job of punishing your mistakes. If they see an opportunity to take advantage, they will do just that. And Unicorns, a lot of the plays that they have been trying to set up, they have just been punished for it in kind. So you can see now, good collapse onto Sven. Move actually. See, now I don't know if Move was predicting the dash, because if nothing else, his body slam would have just gotten in the way of Sven as he tried to escape. But still, we can give him the Mad Life play, the prediction on the dash.
Yeah, why not? I mean, it was a good move by him. But there's still just so much for Unicorns to do to get back into this game. They find themselves down over 10,000 gold. They lost pretty big on that Baron power play. And in order to really get any more objectives in this game with just the inners, except for the top lane, I guess, remaining, they need to just find a huge fight. The problem is, as you said, there's so many threats on this team. The Fiora has been coming into her own for the last 10 minutes here, and it's been ridiculous. Perks has had this insane damage output where he can just press a delete button on the map. And then Sven's still there.
Yep. I mean, Sven has been getting caught out a couple times, but still, the amount of damage that he does cannot be underestimated, as now he's completed the Phantom Dancer.
And speaking of damage that can't be underestimated, Chachi's finding out firsthand against Perks. Rift walks away from the Tempered Fate with fancy feet.
No blue on Perks. Could be pretty big. Speaking of big, though, look at Expect. He is...
Hold him off in the mid lane, that's for sure. And there's a wave of minions marching up topside. I mean, G2 are looking to close the jaws shut on this 2-0.
Here comes the TP from Perks. He has gone to base.
Ghost is popped. Exile knows the time is now to try and make something happen. He's sitting, though, at half of his health. They do get the wave clear. Perks is going to hop around the side looking for some damage on this tower, but Unicorns move right back into them. The body slam does connect, but Perks still rift walks away.
slow march to victory here for G2.
Yeah, G2 are struggling because they only have short-range champions, which means they have to get very close to the turret to actually kill it. This means that they either need a pick or they need to do stuff like
that.
this.
Maybe Hylissang going low, but Perks was followed as well. Expect goes around the side and tagging him in was Perks, who managed to pick up that kill. He goes low, but not low enough. The barrel comes out and Move tries to disrupt the fight, but it's all gonna go crazy here for Unicorns as they're struggling to stay alive. Trick low, Expect, and they're gonna back out, but they got the tower.
But this is it for G2. They're not easily able to close out these fights because Exile is doing such a great job of buying time. He draws so much attention from G2 that this is actually enabling Veritas to get a lot of free damage down, but Chachi, he's overextended.
Oh, way too far. Perks picks him up, and Move is going to find out the hard way that G2 can rally like none other. Expect goes in with a lunge, but Exile will be able to turn him away for now.
Move still looking for a possible pick. His ultimate is down, but Expect he is overextended.
Oh, there's the repost though. G2 still want to try and fight in this choke and see if they can draw Unicorns away from their base, but Superman is still streaming in. The grand challenge is issued onto Move, and Sven picks up Exile. The threat's going to be gone. Expect tags back out. Perks gets another kill. A big spree for him as they look to take down Hylissang and end this game right now.
G2 find the 4 versus 5. They get the picks that they need, and now they have everything in order to close out this best of 2 series.
G2 0 at 34 minutes in. They will take the victory, and oh, did it look clean.
Congratulations to G2 on a commanding performance in this series.
With that victory, they locked themselves in to a top 4 placement for playoffs. And they utterly deserve it after a performance like that.
I mean, from the Kings of Europe, this is what you'd expect. Mentioned it earlier on. As a team that wants to stay at the top, you should be destroying all of the teams. You should be close with 2 and 3. You should be having a lot of back and forth, maybe dropping a game here and there. But everything under that, you should be convincingly defeating regularly. And for a long time, we were questioning, could G2 do this with the loss of Kickers, with the introduction of Expect?
With dropping games to all levels of opponents.
Exactly. But now it seems that they are starting to find much more of their footing. Their draft is very solid. Their execution is great. And overall, they look like the same G2 from spring.
Yeah. We talk about European royalty a lot. Most people think of teams like Fnatic that come to mind. But, you know, the new royalties here, G2 are showing up once again, and they're showing that they have every reason to be crowned kings once again in Krakow.
Meanwhile, Unicorns...
It's a long ways away still.
Yeah, long way to go. There were not so promising things in Game 1. Slightly better in Game 2. They had a good draft. But unfortunately for Hylissang, his reputation on Bard has now been ruined. His undefeated streak has now gone.
Yeah, it's a rough deal. I mean, he couldn't really find a whole lot. You talk about playmaking potential. There were some really sick double bindings. He had a couple of tempered fates, but he never found more than like 1 or 2 people on it. Because G2 just didn't give them the straight-up fight. Unicorns try to group and they try to push and force you to get on them. But G2 were just smarter than that.
Yeah. And I gotta be honest, I was really impressed with Expect on Fiora. He did a lot of work against the Shen, we mentioned a lot. It gives you a free lane, allows you time to ramp up. But they set themselves up for the lane swap.
Yeah, they did.
They executed well. Everything was going nicely for them in the early game. All of the big carries got farm. And to be fair, Sven, going 2-2 and 6, didn't have as much impact, but he didn't need to.
No, I mean, just threw out a calling on cooldown, and it was enough to clear a wave, and then they were right back at it. So even if, you know, Unicorns were able to catch him, it wasn't the end of the world. It was all about Perks and Expect getting in there.
Exactly.
And Trick enabling them early on, and he did make pretty good use of the Elise.
Really enjoyed watching Perks playing so aggressively early on a cast-in, because typically that's not what you see, especially when you go for
It is if you're Perks, but
yeah, I know, right?
He kind of does things a little bit differently.
He didn't even have the Rod of Ages. The moment his level 6 was up, he was going in all the time.
Edge eyes, it's fine, man. That's what you can do.
Really enjoyable to see. And he made it work. There were many times where I'm like,
got to pick that bone with Exile, by the way.
I did never get to pick that ball, but it's fine. It doesn't matter at this point. What matters...
If he picks it again, we'll talk about it then. Save
it. What matters mostly is the fact that G2 looked very dominant in their series against UOL, and I'm looking forward to seeing how G2 do throughout the rest of the weeks.
Yeah, well, we might be able to hear a little bit from them as well. Pulse is standing by with Perks. Let's hear what they've got to say.
Thank you very much, guys. And I feel like this is starting to become a regular occurrence now, Perks, you and me on the couch. But, I mean, you're just winning every week, so that's how it happens. You're now locked into that top 4, of course, so in a very dominating position. And honestly, it doesn't look like any of these teams are challenging you. So what do you feel about, like, the middle of the pack right now? It doesn't seem like doing a lot.
I would not say that any team is not challenging us, because that's not true. I think Spice is a very good team. I believe they 2-0 Fnatic today, too. So I think Spice is, like, the second best team in the league right now. And then there is, like, this... Fnatic is like third best team, and then there's all these teams like Vitality, Unicorns, Schalke, and Giants. I don't know if I missed someone that are good and they're fighting for playoff spots, and HTK too. And I think those teams are like below the level of top 3 teams, but I think Fnatic and Spy can give us a run for the money.
That's actually a really interesting point and something I wanted to talk to you about. With Splice actually beating Fnatic right now, how do you think their chances are actually going into playoffs? Do you think they're going to hold second? Like, as the standings are now, do you think that's going to remain?
I think Splice is going to be... I mean, it's hard to say right now, but I think Splice is going to be top 2, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Top 2 Splice, very interesting.
Yeah.
So for G2 as well, of course, moving into playoffs now, are you now focusing on playoffs, or are you still looking at like the weeks ahead of you?
I mean, right now it's still my testing grounds. Like, I'm just strolling a bit here and there, testing some new picks. It's a regular season after all, so I can do that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But when the time playoffs comes, so like 2 weeks before playoffs, when we prepare and start practicing hard and knowing what champs exactly are good and what is my best picks, how do we play, and then it's gonna be a lot smoother. Like, even now we have some clean games, but I think in playoffs we should be a lot smoother team too.
I also want to talk about kind of like the picks in that game as well, actually coming out from Unicorns, because they picked up, of course, the Urgot in game 1. So do you play in a different way when someone picks like an Urgot against you, just like a random crazy pick, or do you just play your style?
Well, I remember Meet saying in champs like, what the fuck, Urgot? I was a bit surprised too, and then he got cheese level 1, of course, died. But I think we played the game equally, because everyone knows like the champ is cheese, but we know approximately what it does, and it's not that useful. So like when they picked Urgot, we said free win, and it was kind of a free win. So
yeah, I mean, yeah, you guys crushed them in that game, and of course, actually coming out of the second game now, you are player of the game, so congratulations, Perks.
Nice.
And yeah, how actually are you feeling about like your team in general? Do you feel like you were the one who definitely carried that game in that one?
No, I mean, for me in this team, the new lineup is a lot different than the old one, because it took me some time to adapt from different meta. Like last split, when I was me and Trick were like the sole carries, and then we had to carry the game, like with the damage dealers and stuff, and it was like different to play. And all that was in game was like around me, and I was supposed to carry and play aggressively. And the meta was different. I could play a lot more assassins, like Assassin, like Ari, LeBlanc, Lissandra, Ryze, whatever, something aggressive champs. But in this split, like the mid meta is a lot worse. So mid lane is a really useless role. This is just out of the heart, you know. Whenever you see a team losing, it's not because of the mid laner. It's never because of the mid laner. It's only because of the team. So this split is like Azir, Victor, Vladimir, as was Swain before, like really boring champs that have that don't have high skill ceiling. You can see difference between the great player and a good one, but still the champs itself really easy to play, like Mazahar. You can't see any differences. So it was a lot, and the meta was different too. So it was hard for me to change from like playing aggressively to playing passively on mage champs. So that was like my problem. That it was really hard for me to adapt. But now that I adapted, I don't die anymore to mid roams and lane swaps and all this stuff that I was dying to in the early weeks. So I think I adapted now, and I would like the meta to change. But it's not a problem for our team, because we have 5 carry players. So everyone on the team can carry. If jungler is carry rolled, and if AD carry is carry rolled, and it's whatever. So
I mean, if it's any consolation, Perks, you make the champions very interesting to watch. But thank you very much for the interview, and congratulations again on player of the game. We're now going to send it over to the analyst desk to take a look at the game.
Thank you so much. Did you drop something again?
Keep dropping stuff today.
Great series by G2, 2-0, pretty clean win, and of course deserved player of the game there in Perks, and a lot of insight from him as well in terms of the development from G2, saying, well, you know, we can try a couple of things, and then 2 weeks before playoffs, which is actually now, is when we start cleaning things up to show up there.
Yeah, I mean, I get his point. I kind of agree with him. You've been sitting in first place basically since the split started, no one is going to challenge you enough to actually take you down 2 games in a row. They still haven't lost a series. They've gotten 2-0, 1-1 every single time. So I think trying out something in the first game and then for the second game, you can then like go back to comfort picks makes sense. I think the 2 weeks he's referring to is probably 2 weeks leading into playoffs, like with scrims, where obviously we know they're going to be practicing a lot.
And they also have a bye. So.
They have a bye right now, and we'll probably lock that in pretty much guaranteed tomorrow, meaning they have tons of time to prepare for a semifinal.
Yeah, tons of time. To maybe clarify the 2 weeks of scrims that you're talking about, of course, after week 9, we have the promotion tournament for a week, and then we start the playoffs. And even then, if they have that bye, it's another week on top of it. So there's plenty of time for G2.
And week 9, the EULCS will be played on Saturday and Sunday, so a lot of info
Even
in
more
there.
time.
Yay.
When does it start, Saturday, Sunday?
Noon, Central European time, which is 3 a.m. Pacific.
Yeah, so
I think.
Wake up early.
Yeah,
or
check
up late.
LCS2.com because that has everything. For looking a bit more into this game, you want to look at a specific replay of a G2 ace.
I felt like it was hard finding replays for this game because G2 was honestly in control for almost all of it. This was like one of the few chances Unicorns had to try and get back in the game, and also just to show the power of Vladimir still diving in for AD carry. The problem is now, everyone from Unicorns are chasing that 1 kill, even though they actually didn't have to. They could have just sent in Vladimir only, and then a mega fed Cassidy shows up and just destroys your AD carry in like a second.
What's up with the Cassidans today? Because we've seen them before, but now they seem to be winning the games as well.
So Cassidin's always been in this spot where, you know, his laning phase is difficult to punish, always good at in the side lane, and the teams that are doing fairly well with it, G2 is kind of their crushing, and coincidentally it works well, but for Splice specifically, they're able to get Senkux through the game, get him out into a side lane while he's strong, and spend extra time. You can punish a Cassidin, no wave clear or low wave clear, you can gank him early game, but generally that's not how the flow of the game is going right now, so a lot of teams are getting away with this pick. Not a lot of bad matchups for him as well.
Yeah, basically it comes down, the way I look at it, to 2 things. One, matchups in the mid lane are pretty good for him. Like, you can pick him into Vladimir as an example, you can pick him into Azir, Victor. A lot of these control mages, they can't kill the Cassidin, they can push him into tower but not kill him. And actually when you do push the Cassidin into tower, unless you can chip the tower low enough to take it down, you actually just offer him free farm. Technically, he's very good at farming on the tower. Second is also because top lane is very much carries. So in order to set up 1-3-1 comps, you pick the Cassidin. Yes, he doesn't offer wave clear, but once you get to 2 items, he can beat almost everyone in a side lane. Has very long, very good mobility, obviously at the same time. So you have fantastic side lane setup. Fiora in one lane who can dash like every few seconds. Cassidin who can dash every few seconds. It's really hard to play against unless you can gank the Cassidin early and shut him down, and that's where teams right now are adapting a little bit slow to shutting down Cassidin, and that's why I feel like a lot of the top teams have a lot of success with Cassidin here in Europe.
Yeah, we'll take a bigger look at his win rate and pick rate here tonight in the post-game lobby after the last series on EULCS1. One quick thing maybe about the Unicorns of Love. I think someone said in the beginning of the show, well, maybe it's better for teams like this. If they're not able to 2-0 G2, then they absolutely need to get a point, or they can get an 0-2 because it doesn't matter at that point, but every point should matter.
Every point should matter. I don't think Unicorns will feel too hard done by a 2-0 here. It's against the league leaders. Unicorns were on an upswing, and I would consider them still. We'll have to watch their performance tomorrow. They tried something funky in Game 1. It didn't work out. That's how it goes when you play a couple of different comps like that. They may look at that as a learning experience.
Yeah.
Game 2, I think, was a little bit bitter a pill to swallow, but at the same time, a lot to learn from a losing game like that against a team like G2.
Sure, they play Rocket tomorrow. Has to be a 2-0 if you're the Unicorns of Love. And then next week they have Splice and H2K. H2K just won 2-0 today, so pretty difficult last week for Unicorns, one of the toughest among all the teams in the middle of the pack. So for them, if they're not able to secure the points against Rocket, they might actually find themselves dropping auto players, which I think would be a shame because I really like what Unicorns have done during the split. Started out pretty poorly, improved a lot, very proactive team. So I actually want to see them make it into playoffs, but it's hard to then kick another team out because a lot of these teams have been fighting so closely between each other. It's hard to say who deserves it and who doesn't deserve it.
Well, another team that has been making their mark and said we deserve this playoff spot is Giants over on EULCS1 up versus OG, and they went 2-0 versus that team. Obviously, OG has been lackluster, but always seemed to get one game win, yet Giants were much stronger.
Yeah, it seems like Giants found the form of previous weeks. Obviously, last week, a really rough week for them. But again, this a little bit more focus around team fights slightly because Knight's now not on a side laner as he was in the last game. Has to then bring it out to Tarek again, a new kind of pick for him. He likes the tanks a little bit more. But you can see Smitty J starts to take over. The same with Knight. Like, Knight just goes boom, straight into the fight, going for this proto belt. We've discussed it a little bit about whether we like it or dislike it, but he's making it work nonetheless. And Giants, same as game one, took a lead, pushed Origin all the way back into their base, and just their solo laners were unstoppable in this game.
Yeah, too bad for Origin there. They really need some points, but for Giants, a good mark on the playoffs.
Yeah, I guess the only highlight for a good thing for Origin is the fact that Vitality lost as well.
Yeah.
And now Schalke Rocket is the next game. Like if you're Origin, you're hoping for 1-1 technically, so none of them kind of moves away. Or maybe a Rocket victory actually would be great for them, because then Schalke is still down very close to Origin, and they can kind of climb above them, but then also need another step to get out of relegation.
I know that Origin discussed about hopes for Worlds, and certainly their hopes for Worlds aren't dead, but at the same time, I think they at least have a good platform to work towards Spring on if they can just maintain through. Realistically, Misfits are the one threat they need to avoid in promotion. If they can hold, they can maybe grow with Toaster a little bit, see where things fall in the off-season and prepare for Spring again. I don't see Origin being at Worlds in pretty much any result from this split.
No, and I feel like if you're Origin, I know obviously you want to go to Worlds. I mean, you have veterans who plays this game because they want to be one of the best or some of the best, and they want to compete.
The very best.
Yeah, you know, let's go full Pokemon there. But in my opinion, if you're Origin, Worlds should not be a goal at all. Rebuilding and refiguring out your infrastructure, your team, your organization should be the entire goal. So actually being able to just re-qualify for the LCS, let's say they get number 7 or they win in a promotion tournament and get back into the LCS, you have now multiple months doing Worlds and November, December, where you can actually kind of figure out what do we need to do with this team. And then I think you're going to be stronger than if you kind of limp your way in towards Worlds. But at the same time, if they are good enough to win the gauntlet, well, then they deserve it for sure.
Yeah.
And that would show that a lot of other teams in Europe maybe weren't as strong as we figured out or we expected coming into BU5. So obviously, if they do make it, they fully deserve it. But I think as Origin right now, they could actually use a break and kind of figure out what do we do next.
It's a very difficult one. On the side of Giants, though, they are now 3 points ahead of the next team that is following them. So the Unicorns of Love, they are solidly in 5th place, so we'll see what happens there. But in terms of playoffs, it's all up in the air. G2 obviously locked in, and then I think we can assume that Splice will also go there. H2K will get locked in, Fnatic will get locked in. That's kind of what's in our heads, but those other two?
Ooh.
Looks like Giants and Unicorns right now.
Because Vitality lost, and because Schalke has been looking very, very bad lately.
That's the thing, is like Schalke, I feel like they don't know really how to close games. So for me, like at least you see Giants, you see Unicorns closing games in a lot of scenarios. They're not perfect. There's still mistakes. But I feel like they're just that level ahead when it comes to actually finishing a game, whether it's 1-1 or 2-0.
All right, well, we'll see what happens. We're going to send it over to the arena. But before we join our brethren on EULCS1, it's time for a much more unlikely Summoners Rift reunion. Let's take a look.
You're trespassing.
Because since we're last place, there's so much pressure on us. Like, actually, there's not a lot of pressure because we're last place. We don't have anything to lose. But we need to be more decisive in our games, and we need to know what we're doing and stop reacting to the enemy team. Because right now, all we're doing is just reacting to what they're doing instead of being proactive ourselves. And that's one thing I think we need to improve on. Of course, there's a lot of things we need to improve on right now, as you can see in our games, but I think we will take it step by step.
Welcome back to the EULCS, where the playoffs are just around the corner, and tickets for the Summer Split Finals in Krakow, Poland are available now. Just head over to Esports.com for details on how you can join us right there. And obviously, Rocket most likely or not going to make that, and we heard Memento there. Rocket is about to go up versus Schalke. He said we have nothing to lose, which is the right approach, I would say, in this one.
I mean, yeah, you don't really have a choice. You can't really change that mentality because you are this far down.
I mean, I guess the thing that in his mind is there's no automatic relegation anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
So you can't automatically lose. You'll be playing for promotion. So it's still, they've got to pick up as many points as possible. I mean, it's not like you can just go, nothing to lose.
But I do feel like the roster change they made came in. I mean, you can always argue, did it come in too late? Because one roster change wouldn't suddenly make this team like play perfect League of Legends. And now they actually have enough time to kind of get Memento in a good spot with the team. They have 2 weeks now of basically scrims on stage with him where they can practice, because the chance of them making it out require them to get a lot of 2-0s against teams like Unicorns, now Schalke here. You know, if they lose today, then suddenly there's actually no hope for them really, or then maybe a minimal chance. So just take this as practice towards promotion tournament, because you're going to play against Millennium and potentially Misfits trying to get back into the LCS, and that's the important one.
So this series, Rocket versus Schalke. If they play it like scrims, I think that's great. I think it's good. Maybe they can open it up. But to me, this series in competitive games is a series between a team that doesn't know how to end a game and a team that doesn't really even know how to start a game. When it's Schalke, they've played such long games. Rocket have looked clueless in the beginning. Like, if these two teams, or at least Rocket, start playing a little bit loose, maybe, like scrims you're talking about, learn a few things in this to get enough practice before promotion, there's still a chance.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the matchups. Obviously, Rocket, we talked a lot about that progression. They do have some beacons of light in there. As you say, they can practice with Memento. They have Steelback, who played for his life last week as well, and who's consistently putting up every week, yeah, indeed, and putting up good numbers. So I imagine that for him, that must be kind of the toughest road, because he's also putting up these good numbers. But
yeah, the story of Steelback this split has been honestly super sad, because this is a guy who left the Unicorns of Love, joined Rocket because he believed in the new roster they were building and expected that to be like a playoff team. And obviously he was one of the hottest AD carries from spring. And suddenly he finds himself on a team where nothing works. There were obviously other, like if you look at all the other teams who made AD carry changes, you know, I'm sure there wasn't his only choices being Rocket. He ends up picking them. Obviously, hindsight 2020, it didn't work out at all. He's been playing well on his own, but it's impossible in the current state of League of Legends to solo carry games. Yeah. And also, like, as an AD carry, like, sure, get him to 6 items and maybe he can win you the fight. But before that, normally Rocket has already lost the game. So it's really hard for him to do anything. And I think Betsy has been individually doing decent in some of the games as well. But the two Koreans, Parang and Race, have just done absolutely nothing. They've actually been a failure.
And this looks like a situation where the preseason stuff for both teams is so different, right? Because Schalke did all their work in the preseason, looked great coming out. First few weeks, you're like, ooh, Schalke look like a team that could be here to compete. Unfortunately, we're so far into the season now, all of that preseason work has gone out of the window.
Yeah, I am going to cut you off in just a little bit after we watch some of this replay. I hear that the players are just about ready, but Schalke versus Rocket, even with both of the teams' troubles, this should still be a win for Schalke.
It should be a win for Schalke. They should be the better team, but with their recent slump, if they don't manage to get a 2-0 here, I think we can safely say they should be considered under the current playoff teams if they don't manage to 2-0 Rocket.
Well, we'll see what happens. The players are ready, so let's hand it over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Shocks. I'm back with Krepro to bring you our final match of the night between Schalke and Rocket. I think, as they said, should be a 2-0 for Schalke, but I'm really wondering what Rocket can bring to the table.
I mean, we've only had 2-0s the entire day so far. The final game should be a 2-0.
Or is it a tie to retain the European legacy? But
nice meme. No, it's just going to be an 0-2. Rocket's going to take it 2-0 in a completely European contradictory fashion. Let's move to the lineups.
It's almost time for picks and bans. Let's take a look at Schalke to start things off. Of course, Steve in the top lane. Jungle is Gilius. Mid lane, Fox. AD carry, Mr. Roz. There's support, Spraddle, and Coach Nif.
I see you've mastered the slowdown when the graphics is loading up. The graphics now down, so I can start talking about Rocket, who are on the red side of the rift. We slowed down just to get Parang, Memento, Betsy, Steelback, and Raze on the screen in their respective roles. And honestly, Memento needs to come in swinging. Maybe he can just get that little bit of extra momentum here for Rocket, change some things since he's obviously replaced Airwax.
Were you going for the pun there, or was that like...
No.
Okay,
This
sweet.
was literally just English.
Just English. All right, good English.
Thank you. Nice thing, Lando. But yeah, if you haven't seen a trash talk between Gilius and Memento, follow them on Twitter. They reference the actual movie Memento, and I've been trying to sneak this in whenever I cast this guy, like whenever I've seen him, but it's so hard to find a reference. Great movie, great trash talk, and it's nice to see that at least players are embracing it.
I like it. I've seen Gilius Photoshop himself onto a bunch of different buff dudes. It's been a visual experience.
Yeah. He also swims, like Schalke has like pictures of him swimming. That's apparently how he winds down. The rock that Schalke needs. One man.
One desire.
One mission.
All right, Caitlyn, Lucian taken off the table. I think Schalke have maybe identified the strong point on the side of Rocket.
Yeah, Memento is a mean Caitlyn jungle. No, Steelback in this or that over our North American brethren for PTL. We're asking the question, who is stuck in bigger elo hell? Is it Steelback or is it Froggen? And they decisively went for Froggen, but I'm not quite sure because Steelback is putting up, honestly, very impressive performances, but it's simply not working out. There's always something that goes wrong on the side of Rocket.
Yeah, it's been a rough road for this team. We praised them at the start of the split for their team fighting, something that looked so good despite their early deficits. And now, unfortunately, really the only thing looking good for this team right now is Steelback, and so much of his pool has been taken off the table. A lot of those carry opportunities. Caitlyn, Lucian. Cassidy going to be the final ban here for Schalke. Nidalee taken away from Gilius on the opposite side, and Trundle don't want to get that one into the hands of Steve. And one more ban before they're going to see what Schalke pick up here.
The Karma goes out here. Is Schalke just going to go for an early Sivir, potentially?
Is it? Nice. Like it. Sivir, strong early pick, good utility carry. Fits well into Roz's playstyle, I think.
Yeah. It's really hard to predict this rotation because nothing really has worked for Rocket, so you can't look back. Oh yeah, they're going back to their comfort picks that won them that game.
Well, comfort appears to be the name of the answer, or the name of the game here, rather. As Raze is going to pick up that Alistar for himself. And Gragas coming into the hands of Memento. Now, last week he was a pretty big fan of the Elise, shifting a little bit of focus.
No no Leona, actually, despite some changes, even though nothing really changed in her essence. But I would actually love seeing Leona into Sivir. It's one of my favorite matchups because there's so much outplay potential. But I'm still waiting. I don't think teams will pick her up, though. She's very hard to fit in the current meta. Alistar versus Sivir is playable if you play the mind game, but it's so rough because like the only way an Alistar truly outplays a Sivir is if you W and she spell shields that, and then you wait, and then you knock her up with Pulverize. But if you fail that, you just knock her out of the fight for free. So.
Wait, can't you just headbutt Pulverize combo and she'll get knocked up no matter what?
Nah, she'll spell shield both, I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I still think that you get the double spell shield on that one. Because they both hit on the same frame. I think, at least, the way it goes now.
Well, maybe we're going to find out. It's the beauty of this game. Nice little Urgot hover over. Shout out to the Unicorns of Love.
I love Urgot, man. Not good against Chen, because it's such a slow death that you force your opponent to fall into, that Shen ulti will always be in time. I like what Schalke has built, though. Super strong global top laner. They have Malzahar for pressure in the mid lane. Malzahar can duel, and Shen ulti can come in at any point. They just need a little bit more damage out of their jungler now, in my opinion, so not a full tank, because there's quite some interesting champs on Rocket 2. This is almost like full-blown on teamfight versus teamfight that these guys are building.
I'm liking the way the drafts look, and you said Rocket didn't really have comfort picks to go back to, but here comes the Swain for Betsy, something he looked so good on the first few weeks. And now the Gangplank as well picked up for Parang, a pick that's been rising in popularity and kind of fits that more carry playstyle he enjoys.
And I like this Olaf here to get through, like, you know, the Swain that's annoying, to get to the disengage from both Alistar and Gragas, and he can just rush on the back. You know, you have the Olaf Shen delivery system. It would work, but it's not being locked in here. Apparently, Gilius doesn't like the same things that I like. He wants the Elise.
I mean, we've seen how much impact Gilius can have in the early game on Elise, and maybe They don't have to worry much about damage if they can reliably get those lanes ahead.
But look at the amount of reliable crowd control effects on the side of Schalke. Every champion, bar Sivir, brings at least one to the table. And Sivir has just a massive movement speed steroid. So these compositions, they're really good at punishing teams that make mistakes. And Rocket is a team that makes a lot of mistakes where people are overextending, not in the right places in the map, you know, not playing their objectives right. And then, you know, any opening can be made by Cocoons, Braum ultimates, Taunt Flash, you know, Malzahar ultimates. There's so much room for Schalke to make plays.
And we talked when we saw Alistair last in the hands of Hustlin, how good this pick was when you get ahead, how great it can be for engages. But Rock had a team known to fall behind in the early game. Of course, a lot of that was with Airwax. You think if they get ahead here, do they have really any options against Schalke?
I mean, they can definitely open up the map here. They're playing double teleport. Swain can still play on a side lane. They will force at least one of Malzahar and Sivir to play one of the side lanes and maybe find an opening there. But it's rough because the Shen can actually kind of go double duty, you know, play on one side lane base, go to the other, worst case TP, and still ultimate in the fight. But it all is dependent on whether Rockcat actually gets ahead or not. Something they haven't been doing too much lately.
Or really at all in recent weeks. It's been a rough road for them. Coaches shaking hands here. A lot of pressure on both these guys to perform. Getting ready for this game. I mean, Schalke, they want to move up. They want playoffs. They've been so close so many times.
Super important. Kind of sad to see their fall in from a very convincing start where obviously the boys from #SL4 win were getting really close to Splice, but then they started tumbling down.
And a similar story for #ROC win.
Yeah.
Who, I mean, had a couple great games in the early weeks, but have since really fallen off.
They had the whole late game thing going on for them, but it wasn't enough because their early game started struggling, and then suddenly they started struggling in the late game too. And in the mid game, and in the draft, they were struggling everywhere.
It's been a struggle. But you can hear the fans cheering. Do you know what they're cheering for? Week 9 LCS, which is Saturday and Sunday now, as a heads up for all you watching.
Oh, I had myself muted. Just for next week.
Just for next week, not for all the time. Yeah. Odd shot this. Post it on the internet. Share it with your friends. Spread the word. Week 9, Saturday, Sunday. Week 8, Schalke's invading. Still a little division.
All right, let's look at why they're invading here. Usually involves a necessity for lane swaps. Sivir, Braum, I think go even, honestly, against the Jhin Alistair lane. Let's look at top lane. Gangplank into Shen, actually. I wonder how that matchup goes. So consider it's actually Schalke invading and going for the swap wards. Let's see where they send themselves. Gangplank used to do very well into melee laners. Punish them pretty hard, but Shen is kind of like the anti-laner in top lane. Definitely need to research that matchup more, because I feel like I'd be grasping at straws to figure out who wins, as opposed to actually knowing.
Seems to me that the story of this lane so far has been the fact that Shen really just cannot threaten the Gangplank in the late phase, giving so much free time to scale.
Deducing this, it does seem that Schalke is very desperate to find the right laning setup, but Rocket hasn't given them any information, so they have to go back and just guess. Right now, Rocket get information Schalke's on Crux.
Interesting. Betsy, you can see, looks comfortable to trade here. Is still going to get a bit of damage in there on the back half. Nice to have that interaction for Swain.
Yeah, Swain is all about pushing. Like, if Swain gets the push early, he can aggressively trade and it works really well. If Swain gets put on the back foot, he loses really hard. Betsy had this exact matchup. I think into a Vladimir earlier in the season. I talked to him about it. It's like, you know, why did it go this way? Is that because I got pushed, you know, for the wrong reason? It was like an early scuffle, then Contestiny came late to lane. Now he has the first level 2, and he can challenge Fox at least a little bit.
As we look at the bottom lane as well, level 2 could be important here. Steal back. Double melee in the bottom lane for support, so not going to be too bad of a matchup, but Sprado and Raz getting level 2 first. Spell Shield to block out as well. I mean, Schalke have the push advantage here, and it appears in the top lane as well.
I'm going to take over play-by-play here, because Sifa is desperately trying to open a painkiller, and it's been bugging me this entire game. So Sifa, take over the time, open the damn painkiller, and get back to the cast here. All right, we see.
Just need aspirin.
Yep. Game's giving him a headache. Fox here, last hitting the minions. Minions get silenced, but it doesn't really do much since they don't cast too many spells. Sprato looking for a stack here. Relic stack goes to Mr. Rawless. Combo from Mr. Rawless. from Raze actually. Raze going in, Raw is going low. Sifa still opening his painkiller, is now in his mouth. Rattle on the back foot here. Gragas coming in, Memento. Ooh. He was thinking about it, just out of range.
I'm just gonna stop, you're so good.
Play-by-play is hard, man. These words come a lot quicker. I don't have time to think about what I have to say. Just like combo, name.
No, it's just like word slushy. You just throw it out.
But more importantly, did we succeed?
We succeeded. Ladies and gentlemen, Tylenol has been ingested. The headache is on the way out.
Great. We can continue.
Gilius now moving into the mid lane.
Yeah, I was actually just grouping up to help Fox push out, because Fox is out of mana. He kind of force pushed out. He's on 19 CS right now, so he can just base, start building towards some of his items. It's also really important that whenever you're low on mana as a mid laner, you call over your jungler, and he helps you push out the wave reset. It costs him nothing, and with the enemy mid laner pushed in, he can actually path in to the enemy jungler. Look at the deep wards that Schalke have placed right now.
Excellent vision control coming in from Gilius.
Just for a minute, but it's enough to kind of control. He pathed up too.
Wait, you can see he's in the bush, but this ward is actually about to die. Really path up. Okay, they are going to spot him. Parang potentially in trouble. They're kind of waiting on the CC. Maybe they're going to look to stack it. Really taking their time on that one. Oh, perfect layering from Schalke.
They saw him in the mid lane. They saw him path to the left side. They should know exactly that this is a chance, especially if Memento is looking. This is a solo queue gank. This is a gank that you almost never see in competitive play. The level 3 Gagas from behind bottom lane, because teams are just, they're not falling for these tricks. But at the other side, Parang, he knew Gilius was on his weak side of the map, you know. Rocket's weak side of the map is top side. You know the jungler is there, and he still falls prey by honestly trying to use his flash a little late, and he gets completely mind gamed. Really well played by Gilius and Steve.
Absolutely, and you can see the failure on the bottom side also costing them a decent amount. Steve now, XP advantage, farm advantage up over the opposition, 13 CS. Gangplank gonna get some of that back, but it does not get easier from here. Gilius grabbing the kill as well as insult to injury for Memento, who's really going to be struggling. A similar experience deficit, but Betsy.
Strong trades here with the Sway matchup. If you can get the passive down from Fox, obviously that's one of the strengths here from Swain, repetitive damage over time, so that passive is relatively useless on the side of Malzahar, and he doesn't have the counter engagement potential yet to threaten with the ultimate. Once Fox's ultimate, Betsy has to be a little bit careful, because obviously the jungler can come in and surprise, but even that passive keeps flowing through the Nether Grasp, which is pretty cool, because 2v1 he can kind of...
And you think about the Voidlings, it gives you the maximum number of targets as well, so really, it does feel like a pretty solid counterpick option, despite the nerfs that it's seen over a number of patches.
Yeah, if you can combat kind of the all-in burst, you can definitely turn a 1v2 around and even come up advantageous here. Let's see if Betsy can accomplish that, because he was one of the main kind of cruxes that Rocket as a team used to rely on. It was Betsy and Airwax, their show. And then ironically, the whole play pattern got kind of distorted once they added another carry in there. You think with 2 carries it's easier to play, but it was harder for Rocket this season.
Really difficult not being able to play around the needs of both of them. Of course, Memento still behind by a small amount in the jungle here. In addition to Gilius having that first kill, really got to wonder where that Elise is going to go next.
Yeah, probably back to left side, top side, you know, because Memento's being challenged. He's been forced to play on the right side of the map the entire game, but he's not going to gank a Sivir Braum lane. It's simply not happening. So he's kind of going back to Skull Crab, and now Gilius is just going to steal his jungle away, because Malzahar is challenging Swain at least. Shen has ultimate available, so even if Memento challenges Gilius in the jungle, Steve will be there first. And Steve is also constantly pushing in Parang, so Gilius gets free access here.
And you can see as Gilius wraps around, maybe looking for a gank here. The proactive play coming in from Schalke. Fox dropping a ward in the river once he realizes that Pink has been spotted out, just to ensure that he knows where the enemy jungler is. Of course, Betsy still pretty comfortably pushing this lane out.
Yeah, honestly, Gilius is waiting for Memento. He's thinking Memento's going to do the logical thing to kind of start challenging the jungle, but he doesn't care.
Oh, the snare goes down. GP just going to walk his way on out of that one. Maybe looking for the dive. Cocoon is going to connect.
Nah, Taunt is down, so they can't actually go for that. Parang's too strong.
Now backing off. Memento's on the top side. Maybe they can look for some counterplay here.
Now look at Betsy too. He's moving over because he had lane prio over on the Malzahar. BB backed off again. Gilius just takes out one Krug and then has to go out. He's been spotted. That's greedy.
Gilius moving forward. Memento doing a lot of damage. Great use of the gangplank ult.
That's just super greasy here. And look at Betsy, he's collapsing too. There's still the Shen ulti available.
Up, down, Parang throwing off some shots. More, just try to make it K. Ready, Ooh, Gilius, he's so low. Flash forward, Gilius. Shenalt coming in. Is it enough? Is he going to be able to make it out? No, Parang, just the edge of the hitbox.
Major pathing error from Gilius, disrespecting his opponent, not taking into account that one, his mid laner doesn't have priority. He's been spotted on the ward multiple times. He saw the enemy enter his jungle, and he still went for an aggressive contest after showing in the lane. This is utter disrespect, and honestly, a major mistake from Gilius.
Absolutely, of course. Was so confident after that first kill, but treads way too far into enemy territory. Roccat may be a team that's been struggling, but they're not going to throw away advantages if you just hand them over.
Like, they will kill you if you literally face check into their jungle. Like, they may have been struggling, but they're still a professional team in League of Legends.
A little too much disrespect. Gilius. Which is hilarious if you think about all the memento gifts he's been posting.
Yeah.
Don't think he's going to forget that one.
Yep. He wakes up, you know, from amnesia, from all these knocks that he got from Rockhat's jungler with a picture. He's like, okay, don't face check jungler, otherwise it goes wrong. Look at it too, you know, like dragging Steve into the mess. Steve's like, why am I cleaning up this mess? I didn't make this mess. I'm just a poor top laner. It's like,
Ashes
okay,
out, ults too. The global get burned as well.
Yep.
Costs so much. I mean, it's traded for the Cannon Barrage.
And it's Parang getting the kill here.
Oh, Gilius locked down. The chain CC coming in one more time from Gilius.
Oh my god, we don't know what happened here, so we need to go back in time or to future. Like, we really need the momentum movie right here. We need to go figure out what happened 5 minutes before this. Step by step.
5 minutes before this, Gilius was killing people in the top lane.
This is the observers doing an homage to that movie, you know?
That's good.
They're like, you know what? You want the whole memento experience? We'll show you the result, and then we'll show you what happened before. You know, backtrack it out. People who've never seen that movie are completely lost right here, but that's fine. Because if you have poor movie taste, we don't care.
You're harsh, man. You're harsh.
Hey,
like maybe they just don't know, you know?
Classics.
What if it's like not them? It's like maybe their family doesn't have good movie taste. You can't hold that against them.
That's true.
Fox though, without a blue buff, really going to start to struggle against Betsy in this mid lane matchup. And
out of mana, soon to be out of health if he keeps trading. Betsy with the double buffs there too. Courtesy of Gilius handing them over, it seems. Did he get them? Let's watch this again. So Sprotle and Gilius aggressively contesting. Well played by Raze. Gets out of CC immediately. Repel is late, honestly. There was a fraction of a second, I think, where he could have made it out. But again, this is them contesting without the necessary lane prior. Like, if Alistair is allowed to kind of contest that one, you should get the hell out of dodge.
absolutely. See how much more comfortable Steelback and Raze are in the laning phase now. Staying even on CS, honestly, has been the story for Steelback, but Raze actually looking pretty good. Oh, but here goes Memento. Fox getting caught out. Ult comes in from Shen, but it's too little too late.
Yeah.
Coordination from Roccat has been crisp this game.
It's because everybody keeps getting picked off. You can't have that whole tag team mechanic from earlier. You know where Fox was on a mana? He could usually just call his jungler in, can't push out the lane, reset, or hold. But because his jungler died, he's forced to kind of challenge the next wave with limited mana, and he'll hold on unless the jungler from the enemy team comes in and punishes him. So now everything is starting to fall down. It's like a house of cards. And
speaking of things you need to watch,
couple of seasons.
First season
goes downhill afterwards.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, there's only so much like political twists you can fathom between you. Like, maybe this is a little bit
like,
ludicrous.
yeah, we get it. Everyone's corrupt.
Everybody's corrupt.
Can't trust anybody.
Why is this guy talking to camera all the time? He's breaking the fourth wall.
Stop doing it.
But yeah, house of cards. Bottom card got knocked out. That was Gilius. That was the ace. You know, Shock's ace got knocked out. House of cards started falling down.
I want you to say House of Cards one more time for me.
Nope. There's no synonym for that though.
The Foundation?
Foundation got knocked out?
Yeah. Maybe not.
The construction deconstructed. Alright, play by play, dude.
Gilius, move forward, cocoon, ability. It's venomous bite. I know that. I should have said that. Sorry.
I said that. Trevor's turning around right now.
Oh, it's
Disappointed.
gonna be bad. For those of you who don't know, Trevor's in charge of like making sure us casters are learning and getting better.
Also, he likes naming every ability.
It's true.
Including the cocoon.
Cocoon, volatile spiderling.
Oh,
Cask. Aggressive play from Memento. In comes Betsy, actually swaying on the way in, but Memento maybe a little over-aggressive there, not really getting the right trajectory.
I mean,
on the
he's
Cask.
claiming the enemy jungler, and he allowed Betsy to push in. Another rotating for a dive here. They have Cannon Barrage coming up soon. Parang can join too. Remember, every time Steve is ulti right now, he's never ulti to completion. He's been stopped every time.
And he doesn't have it. He's got a TP, though, to make his way in, but he's going to need to decide quick if he wants to get anything.
And Rocket can stop the cross map. They can either Cannon Barrage top or mid. Like, Parang's looking to maybe walk mid and Cannon Barrage top. I think that would be a good play here. He's doubting he's going back top because Gilius is basing right now. And Betsy backed off here, so...
I think a bit of a fumble from Rocket.
Nah, they're still adding pressure. They got half a tower, and they still have Cannon Barrage to stop unless he gets dove right here. There's still a TP on the side of Betsy too to potentially defend.
Oh, we've seen perfect JSC chaining in the past. Betsy TPing in. Steve just going to dash out, but they get the TP in the end. That's going to relieve some of the pressure.
Now Parang needs to get the hell out of dodge. He needs to back off and just challenge the next wave with his ultimate. And then maybe Rocket can move in, sweep in, and get some more vision control. I like the way they like triple over like their advantages from one lane to the other, you know?
Oh, that's not what you want. Slaps the ground. Outraged that we would ever second guess him. One more shot, does hit Rawls in the end, tries to get the disengage. Shen on the way in, Memento, has he overcommitted? Raze is running out of time on that ultimate, gets slowed up in the end. CC goes down onto Memento. Is he going to drop? Steve flashed over the wall, an empowered auto to close it out.
Rocket, we're praising you, and then you make these fundamental big mistakes. Raze failing a flash combo. They were doing so well, having one advantage from one lane flow into the other. Push mid, into jungle, into bot pressure, force out to back off, back mid again. You know, trying to defend top with a teleport. They were so aware of what was going on, and then they just let it slip. They overreached, and they let Steve punish it with the ultimate.
Good use of the ultimate coming from Steve, buying enough time to use it as well.
I mean, at this point, it's so greedy. Just Raze is looking up. You could go right here, and he's slow right now. I think he was used to moving at Boots 2 speed from Moby Boots, but he obviously got tagged into combat by Sprattle's Q, and he got slow too. And then Lawless smashes out of the cask. Memento's kind of stuck. Raze is like, where do I go? And then Memento gets taunted up. This is super sloppy, lackluster play from Rocket. They could have made this dive earlier. They could have committed to it. Could have Cannon Barrage and everything, but they made a oopsie.
They made an oopsie.
I didn't want to say fumble again, man.
Yeah, that's fair. Parang. Will he make another oopsie in the top side? Doing much better now, actually. Getting the Trinity Force, still behind by a decent margin, but of course...
He got the kill gifted over to him, you know. Betsy delivered to him on silver platters, like this Shen ulti. I guess you can finish him off in that case. Like, let's not forget, Schalke was in a position to dominate this game before Gilius' 2 face checks into deaths. Right now, Rocket have taken over this game, and they obviously need to get a win here if they want to stay in playoff contention. Obviously, they're so far down and it's super unlikely, but I like keeping it mathematically correct.
Yeah, but still, for a team, I mean, they've been honest about their intentions. You know, this is a team that just wants to get better right now, focus on what's immediately in front of them. The game's directly in front of them. Oh, Rawlez, focus on the cow directly in front of him, backing out, does get snared up in the end. Great engage coming in from Steelback and Raze. Flash forward, gonna get it, Memento. Securing that kill for the team, and now Rocket should be able to push this one in.
Yeah, Mr. Raw is surprised. I think he used Spellshin in that one. I don't know if it was a standard combo from Raze or a delayed W or a delayed Q after an early W. Regardless, he finds an opening and he finds Mr. Rawlez. And that's going to be so much pressure here going down from Rocket.
You've already got a Swain in the lead. You've got an Alistair who's doing well. We've talked about how brutal it can be playing against an Alistair who's in the lead.
And this seems the new conventional Alistair build again, you know. Relic on just tier 1, you go for Ruby Sidestone, and then you sell that Relic, and you go for Talisman again. Just to guarantee some of these engages.
Memento trying to cut down this Cloud Drake will give them a lot more mobility options moving forward, potentially more engaged tools.
Why is Spraddle here?
For Raze.
Like, this always looks like a bit of a contest, but like, you have to...
Spraddle, who invited you to this dragon?
Yeah. I guess if he can cancel some bases, he's alright there. He should be moving into the enemy jungle to literally with wards though. Like, this is, I think, where Sprattle and Gilius should move into enemy jungle to start warding up. Like, they're looking for defense on this tower, but...
Yeah, now Betsy's moving in as well, and...
They have no information.
Parang has TP. Parang has just about ultimate as well.
Yeah, this is where I think Schalke can get more out of these situations. When you know the enemy is low after a dragon, you know they're sitting on a bit of gold, you are 2-man. If you're going to make that first invader, you have to make this one too. At least get a Grump ward over the wall, and then you have perfect information, and you can maybe threaten Betsy to back off and secure that tower. Too much fog of war behind turrets makes it really hard to siege.
Is it not reaching far enough, or is it reaching too far and assuming that they could clear out that turret without being contested?
I think they're just scared of face checking at this point. Gilius is a player whose mentality gets like affected by some of his gameplay, like either good moves or bad ones. Like if he makes a lot of good plays, he'll be on edge, ready to make the next like winner. But he made a couple of slight errors in judgment. Maybe that's what was affecting his play. Obviously, you never know. We're
purely speculating here.
Backseat analyzing, the best kind of analysis.
Oh yes.
Where we take a small fragment of gameplay and completely kind of like make that somebody's personality.
I was mostly taking the Twitter gifs, honestly, but the gameplay is good too.
You can definitely tell that he's a little upset sometimes on Twitter, which is great. I think it's fine. I really want to stress this: like, people want more trash talk all the time. They're like, why is nobody trash talking? But the second anybody comes out with something minorly challenging or offensive, and he, God forbid, loses the match afterwards, oh no, people give him so much stuff back, and it's so annoying. We gotta embrace the trash talk. It doesn't matter who wins, you know. It's just.
I mean, at the same time, I kind of get it, right? Like if I stand in front of this audience and say I'm the best caster ever, and then Quickshot comes up here and destroys me, like that's 200 people who just witnessed me make a little bit of a fool of myself.
Yeah, but at least like making things fun. There's not like, but there's not a major audience asking for more caster controversy, you know.
That's true.
They just want us to say words about the game.
Oh, good idea. Raze is moving into the mid lane. Fox not going to be in trouble. A little passive there to keep him safe. And Rift Herald actually not going to go down to either side here.
Nope.
Interesting. Schalke finally moving in to get a little bit more vision down. Next Drake is the Ocean, but it's a little bit away from spawning. Baron up and available, but neither team really ready to take it yet. What is the next move here, do you think, for Rocket? They have so much control on the top side.
Yeah, they need to just kind of home in on their objectives. This is the part where Rocket move into kind of 1-3-1 formation, where Swain's on the bottom lane, and Schalke right now, because they're behind, need somebody to kind of deal with those waves and catch them. If Schalke was ahead, they could maybe brute force a 4-1 with a Shen ulti 2, or have Shen on double duty, but right now they can't. So they're gonna play a version of a 1-1-3 instead, it seems. With Gilius in the bottom lane. It's really weird. I guess they're handing it over to Mr. Rawls and Sprout up top. Because both Fox and Mr. Rawls, they want to play mid right now. Sivir wants to play mid lane in the mid game, so does Malzahar. Because these lanes are too long and it's too hard, too easy for Fox to get caught. Malzahar with Elite can play on a side lane because he can kind of 1v1 people. But Fox isn't really that far in the game just yet to do that.
And of course, falling behind Swain by a pretty decent margin too. That Abyssal Scepter going to make it pretty easy for Swain to win out on this trade. And we already talked about it. If you can't all in the Swain, you cannot kill him with that alt combo plus those Voidlings. It's going to be nigh impossible to win that matchup.
Yeah, so this is why Schalke will have a very dense mid-game. Raze failing another combo. Like, they really changed this combo that you can press Q super late. Like, I don't think you should see an Alistar ever fail combos anymore on the professional stage.
Raze isn't failing the combo. He's hyping his team up with aggressive...
Go team!
Yeah, slams the ground. Like, we're going to win!
He's like, give me an R! Guys, okay, 16 seconds, pulverize cooldown. Give me an O!
Give me a Q!
Or rock Q?
No, I was saying the ability is Q.
Oh.
Ah, yeah.
Well, I was spelling out Rockhead, dude.
Oh, I'm just...
See, even the crowd was with me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
that guy.
I think
Super delayed O, thank you.
I think you said no.
No, well, there's an O in there. I only hear what I want, Sifa. And the crowd mics are a little lower, so if I say that the guy said an O, there's probably no... give me a Steve. When in doubt.
They just said E. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, when in doubt. Yell Steve or cheer for reward, clear.
Or TSM. No,
Yeah.
don't.
No.
Oh! Maybe it'll be like Dennis last week. Maybe you'll get a marriage proposal too.
Yeah. Guy loves me. Guy brought a sign. Apparently Austria loves Crepo.
That's great.
That's fantastic. Love
It's
me
a
some
whole
signs.
country.
Well, he speaks on their behalf. I'm not going to take it too seriously.
No. I mean, like...
Or he, like, independently asked everybody in Austria, like... do you
Public
love-
survey.
Yep.
You know, it's a, you know, it's a public vote. Clearly the majority
Of course.
enjoys Crepo.
How could they not?
All right, now that we're done.
Self-loading.
Yeah, building you up on a pedestal a little bit more. I guess we can talk about League of Legends.
I mean, not much is happening here. We have Schalke contesting River Vision, but they're on a Skull Crab. and Rocket is kind of trying to 1-3-1 here, hoping to make a dent, but Mr. Rawls is always catching that lane. The problem is like Perang is not being able to push forward too much. Maybe Perang should be on the bottom lane and Betsy on the top lane. I think that's slightly better for formation-wise here for Rocket.
Interesting, of course, too, as we look at Betsy. Not only is he winning in the CS department, he's using that advantage to pick up the QSS as his third item. So Malzahar, it's going to be a lot rougher to win out there in the end. It's going to make it a lot easier for him to duck out of that CC in crucial moments. Roccat now taking their advantage and turning it onto this Cloud, or Ocean Drake, rather.
But they should be challenging Baron a lot better if you're Rocket with this much of a gold lead. So something is definitely going wrong for them in the whole setup phase. I think the lane assignment should be Gangplank bot, Swain top, and then more. I think they need to forego the 1-3-1 and move more as a 4-man unit, because they can actually aggressively challenge Schalke. They can have Perang assist from far with Cannon Barrage while still putting pressure on bottom lane too. I think that's definitely what they're looking for right now. They have historically had a lot of lane assignment issues. So last week it was very weak from them. They had Steel back on the wrong lane consistently, which meant they can never set up the right play. It always felt like something's lacking. And that's really hard for some of these teams where they don't necessarily recognize what's going wrong, but they put themselves in positions where there is no right play. There's only the reactive play and kind of catch up with your opponent. So everybody feels like they're playing well, but the team itself is kind of the issue.
Memento dashing forward to kill that out. And I'm just really wondering which of these teams is going to make a bold move first, because Rocket right now are just taking what's being given to them.
Schalke can't really make a bold move unless Rocket make a major mistake. But Schalke have been doing a great job of contesting this Baron vision, of sneaking some of these wards in right here. Like, and Raze is on his own. Like, if you see a support solo ward clearing in a river, you know it's not going right. Because like, to get the maximum value out of that sweeper, you start at the right side in the brush next to mid. You have somebody clear the ward that's in there, so you don't lose time moving. Like, you're the guy sweeping. Like, you reveal the dirt. Somebody else has to sweep it up. You know, that's the whole combo of ward clearing. Because you have with one level 9 sweeper, you can clear an entire river and then put the pink ward in the one gap that you missed. You can have guaranteed Baron control that way, but if you have a support having to do it on its own, he has to stop and actually auto-attack the wards with a horrendous auto-attack speed, yeah, then Schalke gets a ward on the left side, a ward on the right side, Rawls pushes out top, you know, and suddenly the whole grind for map control, look, they've swept twice now, they still haven't checked the pit. Like, that sweeper should have ended in the pit, like, now have to use double pink. That pink ward could have been somewhere else, you know. Great job for Rocket from bringing all these pinks, but you're not maximizing the setup.
No, definitely not. Gillia's going to clear out what he can, though, with that pink in the brush.
But
bait around the corner.
This is it. This is for Schalke. To be careful. But they saw the ward go down, I think, over the edge here. And they had a Blue Trinket right now.
Poor Scuttlecrab.
They had a Blue Trinket ASAP. Now Memento's revealing again, so they know they're not doing it. You know, like, see, Rocket's feeding information. They're not doing Baron still. Like, Schalke's in the wear. And meanwhile, Schalke's fixing these waves.
And Betsy continuing to pressure out on the bottom side, though.
Yeah, Rocket have to move mid again. And guess what's going to happen when he moves mid? Then the enemy support is going to challenge your pink ward. Look at it. Like, it only takes a minor slip-up to lose all this build-up right now. You know, enemy support, you're trying to challenge him, the jungler comes around with another ward. Like, Baron baiting is a very delicate subject, and it's beautiful when it's done perfectly, but it's so annoying to do as a team when there's always, like, this one ward, you know?
Yeah.
It's like you're trying to keep your apartment clean, but there's always one thing, you know?
Yeah.
And then you stop.
No, clearly the issue is you don't have two people, Crepo.
Yeah.
We've learned. One person sweeps, the other person picks up the dirt.
Yeah. I am the sweeper. I reveal the dirt. I'm like, this is dirty, this is dirty. I hire somebody. I'm horrible at cleaning, man.
Yeah.
That's why my money is best spent.
I share a similar story.
I'm so grateful to them too. I was asking if they want to drink or anything, because like, I'm so happy when I come back home and my apartment is spick and span.
It's so nice. Now I'm wondering though, what Schalke are going to do here? They're getting a little bit more bold. They're pushing in a little bit more.
Yeah, if you get overzealous, that's their mistake. But again, this gold lead is staying roughly at the same amount. It's still quite large here. Rocket should have way more control. I really want to see them put Swain top, GP bot. It doesn't matter if GP is kind of catching this Steve, because the bot lane pressure doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where that wave is, because there's no damage on bot lane tower that is significant.
And that control around the Baron pit is just so much more important at this point in the game.
Yeah, because imagine if they had that corner bait and they had a Swain W plus Q ready to be used on anybody. Guess what? The guy flashes out, cannon barrage on top of his head, he's now caught. Like, Rocket need to start playing out these scenarios in their head. I know they're sweeping together. This is where Memento should technically move into the pit to clear wards and then put a pink ward outside. That's the preferential movement here, but they get somewhat guaranteed. Technically, there could be a ward in the back of the pit. It's the good pink wards placed though on the 2 ward spots over the wall. Those are the first ones you want to contest. Pink ward right there above Memento, and then the one right below him. Because whenever Schalke want to challenge, they're going to sneak wards over the wall. Right now, Rocket have control, and they could start the Baron bait. But Volatile Spiraling goes in.
Oh.
They're revealing again. They're giving too much information here.
They're going to clear out these pinks, though. He's forced a little gold out of the pockets of Schalke.
Right now, Schalke's in a tough spot.
I mean, I think they're just waiting for Roccat to fumble here.
But look, they pushed out top again. Guess what? Gangplank needs to catch. If Gangplank's catching the wave, and Jin is catching mid, nobody can be doing Baron, you know. Process of elimination. That's why you always wave push. You force the enemy to reveal themselves, and you're sneaking wards again. Schalke right now need to find a way to get to these pink wards, though. That is their main objective.
Want to clear him out, and Roccat are just going to walk away here.
Look, oh, pink ward taken.
Roccat, Ray's going in for the pushback.
And another ward on the wall, and the sweepers are on cooldown. Yes, there's Betsy is doing a minor dent, but look at Roccat. They've been setting up this Baron for like 7 minutes, and they still can't figure out themselves what's exactly going wrong. And that is my main gripe with this team. It doesn't come from individual play. It is purely approach to Schalke with a lead. Like another team in Europe with a 5,000 gold lead at this point would have smashed Schalke.
But it's not another team. And Memento, we're going to look for the engage. Gilly's potentially caught out here. Cannon Barrage goes down on the backside. Roccat, if they found a way in. Ult come out for the disengage. One shot, looking for the curtain call onto Spraddle. In comes the ultimate from Shen. Is he going to live? Is Shen going to make it in? Betsy's made it in. Steve maybe looking for the taunt. Is going to throw it down onto Betsy, but Betsy uses the QSS to escape. Fox takes so much damage. Boldly definitely in favor. Flash out. Roccat still pulling advantage away from that fight, despite losing no one.
Yeah, that was a good fight from Roccat overall. They could have slightly executed it better here, but they had a really good barrel at the end here. But this is where they should have just started Baron straight up. You know, no time for baits here. Don't let people regen. Ooh, Rockat's so hesitant. So surprising.
They see them pull off the Baron. They've just given them so much time, Roccat.
Look at the ward. It's the ward on the left side here, because now they have the exit ward perfectly spotting them.
TP is available for Steve as
right
well.
There, like walking distance, you know. Ooh, Roccat. Oh, it's so disheartening to see this. If you know you messed up when you see your opponents act so comfortably, you know, around the Baron start. They're not fishing. Why not? Yeah, because they snuck in a ward that you missed to clear. And then Schalke, they survive their patience, and patience gets rewarded.
Moving in. I mean, Schalke just going to burn down another tower. This is completely uncontested from Roccat, missing out these backs. The gold lead now shrinking.
Like, I almost want to go home and make a video on Baron baits. Such a beautiful process. Like, it's my favorite thing as a support, like, to do. And it literally hurts me watching Roccat screw this up to, like, this amount of, like, to this extent.
Pain. You feel literal pain.
Such a beautiful concept. All right, Roccat going at it again. Guess what? No more baits. Just start a Baron. YOLO, 50-50. Schalke coming in.
How's it going to work out for them? They are burning through it pretty quickly. Schalke on the way in. Gilius on the front line. He goes up. Curtain call comes down. Spraddle looks like he's going to drop. Steelback picks up a kill. Memento over the wall, but there's no follow-up onto the jungler. This is disastrous for Schalke. The coordination was not there, and Roccat are so quick to punish.
Yeah. Guess that works. They just started. They forced Schalke to make a honestly split-second reaction here, and they're so disjointed. Mr. Rawless wasn't ready for the ultimate that Fox put out, and now Roccat convincingly win that fight, and then they can take Baron because people are dead.
Baron drops in the favor of Roccat. The gold lead grows once again. 6K backing them up. Schalke. I feel like Roccat have fumbled so much and made so many mistakes, but they haven't lost anything for taking too long to get the Baron.
Spraddle has to check here. He's going to eat some damage here. Shenalty goes onto Gilius instead of the support, so Spraddle drops instantly. But Gilius is stuck in the fight. Look at Mr. Rawless here. I think he has Flash Bell. He could flash here on Memento and go for at least a trade kill, and then the jungler's down, but I think he played it too passive here. Honestly, if Mr. Rawless flashes in there, uses heal onto Shen, he can get 2 kills and stop that Baron. So this is one of those instances where he's too passive. Props to Roccat, you know, for cleaning out that fight. Props to them for finally pulling the trigger, because the whole elaborate, slow, methodical game wasn't working for them.
Definitely not, but it works out in the end. Getting their second Cloud Drake as well. To have that additional will make it that much easier for them to move in and control these areas in the future. And really, I'm honestly just stunned that Schalke have been making so many mistakes this game.
I mean, they held off pretty well. It was honestly respectable how they kept sneaking in wards, challenging pink wards, not giving complete vision advantage to a team from Rocket that was this far ahead. Their early game mistakes were all, on the side of Gilius. They stand and foul by his pathing. He was too greedy. They had everything in control. Rocket then did a great job kind of slowly building up on that lead, but on the key moments, they're still faltering.
Absolutely, in those moments, when it matters most. You see the damage dealt in the last team fight. Really no impact from Raw, as you wanted to see the flash over the wall, more engage opportunities, but the fight's so split up by Rawcat. Now Betsy spotted out here.
Ward
tries to throw down the silence. It's just going to trade his passive for it in the end.
Yeah, this is where Rocket can see it, obviously. Minions come in. They still need to tear through the wave clear here from Sivir. Looks like they're content for going for outers. You don't need to go for a full 1v1 if all your goal is to take the outer turrets. You can just get them 5v5. If you want to break open the base though as Rocket, you're most likely required to play on at least 2 lanes, probably 3.
Yeah, tier 2 is going down really easy. Got to keep your eyes on that deadly flourish coming in from Jhin as well. A lot of zone control opportunities coming in here.
Yeah, but they give Mr. Rawls a wave clear. It's really easy for him to challenge even Baron minions, especially when there's a team around him. That's why you want to play on 3 lanes at once, let the minions do the work. Fox has such a hard time dealing with Baron up creeps. He's really good at clearing single minion waves, with the voidlings and then the malefic visions spreading from creep to creep. But on Baron buff creeps, nothing dies or nothing spreads.
It's rough life. Sivir, of course, in the unique situation where Ricochet just so effective. One of the few abilities actually that's effective at clearing the Baron.
Because I think it counts as single target damage.
It does, yeah.
That's why. So right now you see Rocket. We don't have the Baron power play, but doesn't seem to be too much. They do 2 towers. 1 kills so far.
I mean, 8k gold lead, pretty massive for them here. Memento trying to play find the ward. Not interested.
No. Found it.
You can have that ward. You can know that we're coming to take down your tier 2. Of course, Rawcat now looking to siege up here, and the question is a huge opportunity for Schalke if they can turn it around here.
Guess who's not here?
Takes a lot of damage. All comes in from the Shen. Sproul jumps forward, maybe looking for an engage Steve on the front lines, but Mr. Raw is in the back lines. He gets caught out. Parang now on a killing spree. Rawcat are cutting through Schalke, but they're not dropping fast enough as Gilius picks up a kill in return. Betsy healing on the backside. Steelback going off, pushing forward, looking for more. The double for Steelback. Steve gets locked up. He's set to fall. Steelback maybe getting something else. They're just going to back off and settle for the inhibitor.
Yeah, Golden Boy Betsy buys so much time in the front line there with the Zonias, while in the back line, Steelback actually backed off and had a really great ultimate to control that fight. It was so close though, because Schalke was on the edge of picking up 2 kills at least. But in the start of the fight, Rollins just dropped too quickly. Now Steve dropped.
Gonna block out a few of those attacks. Is he gonna go down? Doesn't look like it. Rawcat are gonna take a tower from the Nexus as well. Such a great push from these guys.
Yeah, so many members from Rocket were on the brink of death there. But the fact that Mr. Rawls fell this early, Flash still available. Let's see how that all happened here. So aggressive hold. Steve is honestly late. He should have always been here. There's no reason for him to be bumped. And Mr. Rawls is getting so close to deliver Steve that the combo from Raze just one-shots him with Memento following up, honestly. So yeah, I think Steve should have been there earlier. Gilius commits really hard to get Memento, but look at the amount of time that Betsy's buying here. Nobody can get close. And then obviously Steelback with a snipe on Strathel.
I mean, it's just Rawcat look poised to win this game, and Schalke are running out of options quickly. It has to feel good for Rawcat. Yeah, they struggled a little bit on that first kill, but despite the effort and execution here, the failing to execute on that Baron bait, they're still coming out on top time and time again.
No, they definitely played parts of this game very well, where they punished, and Schalke is kind of falling apart at the seams. You definitely see if one of their main voices gets challenged in the early game, like Gilius got, but he actually challenged himself. Gilius is this was an example of digging, hole for somebody else, but then falling it into yourself. He was trying to make jungle outplay 1v1 invade, caught between 3 lanes. A double face check into double death. Turned out Memento was winning this game instead.
Is correlation causation there?
How?
Face check results in death.
I mean, The face check is, yeah, causation. Usually, like, in this case, def by face check, yeah. Not always, no. It's not always correlated. You can face check without dying, usually when you're ahead.
Hopefully Roccat not on that plan. They do look to siege up this next tower. Schalke, this could be the last opportunity. Raze goes in, Rawlins caught out. Ultimate comes in, but he's going to split up the team. Not too many caught out by the Gangplank. Betsy nearly unkillable though, but the reduced healing coming in to save the day. Curtain call, not going to be curtains for anyone, or is it? Gilius gets knocked out. Fox still on the sides, but in comes Steelback looking to play cleanup here. Steve nearly unkillable himself. The Dust Blade goes down, but it's not going to get anything. Schalke are holding on. Down forward from Steve, gets the taunt. Fox does a ton of damage, but Raze wants to shut him down. Moving in, Steve is locked up, but there's so many low health bars, so many members. No, not going to drop the GA, saves Parang, bringing him back up, and Fox is trying to get something, throwing out damage left and right, but is it enough? The second inhibitor set to fall, so many low health bars, but no one is dying. Flash forward from Steelback, not gonna get it.
Steelback forgot about the passive from Fox. Fox is super low right now. He's dealing with it.
Grasp. Oh, he gets him!
Where'd Steve go?
Sprout, what can Sprout do? Look at the Nexus. There's minions.
He's fighting them. He TP'd in. That's what I was looking for.
What are you doing?
I was like, where's Steve on the minimap? We don't see him. He's not in the base. Yeah, he TP'd in to kind of try and do that fight, but he dropped.
At the end of the day, one final fight. Roccat, that's not the final fight.
Rawlins?
This is going to be it. Rawlins is back. Oh my God. Can he do it? Can he be the carry? It's not going to be enough. Parang grabs the kill. Gilius runs for his life. And Roccat are going to move up in this series with their first win.
What a roller coaster of emotions, those last fights. Steve, the hero, you know, blocking the auto attacks, then he goes out. Exit stage left, enter stage right all of a sudden, you know, obviously due to the teleport. Then Mr. Olives comes in, you know, one man, one mission, one dream, 4 ricochets, but then one Gangplank, and it was all over.
That's all it takes. One shot, one kill. Gangplank doing so much damage, and that is their first win since week 5, I believe. So,
yeah,
insane. Turning this around against Schalke, and Schalke really have to be hurting after that one. You said Gilius plays heavy on his mentality when he gets behind in the early game, and you can see that. They just looked defeated from so early in the game.
Yeah, but I really hope that if Roccat get another lead next game, they show up some of their weakness, because otherwise people are going to start really hate me. Because there's always so much whine you're allowed to do about Baron setups, you know? But it was very lacking from Roccat, we have to be honest. You know, they got a lead given to them by Schalke. They had everything in their toolkit to cleanly close out the game, or at least accelerate the closing out part, and they took their sweet time in doing so.
I think, honestly though, looking at the way that they team fought, looking at the way they coordinated those engages, I felt pretty good about the way the Roccat played. Yes,
the fight aspects are fine, but the game has evolved beyond like just like get in the fight and fight. It's all macro right now. It's all set up. Like the whole beauty of League of Legends is getting to positions where you will win that fight, you know, 70% of the time, 80% of the time. And Roccat, they were kind of forced to go for a 50-50 Baron burnout all of a sudden. And yes, they won that fight. And then afterwards, they managed to put a 10k gold lead to use because they have some good individual players, which is why so many people are surprised as well with the Roccat lineup. You know, Betsy and Steelback perform well usually, but it's never kind of working together.
Yeah, and this was an interesting moment from the team. I feel like I was really skeptical about the Swain pick coming in, but it worked out so well for them. But for more on this game, let's bounce this over to the analyst desk.
Yes.
Damn it.
Got it. All right, cool. We got to keep ourselves
That was the
entertained
lamest
here.
transition ever.
No, it's cool. You got to try. You got to, you know, push. You get everything a bit jazzed up. Let's talk about that match. I actually want to jump into what the casters were talking about. Crepo especially saying how obviously they got to win Roccat, but he was disappointed in some of the plays. But I feel like every win they get is a good win, and it doesn't really matter how they did it. I'd love to know what you guys think if you were in the position of Roccat. Visit Chachi, who's joined us, by the way, for the rest of the day.
Yes, definitely every win counts a lot for them because they just want to avoid relegation. I think maybe that's really hard. Maybe if they go 2-0 here, they have a chance, but they just need every point they can.
Well, with this point, actually, they saved their chances. They're still theoretically able to go to playoffs even and not locked into the promotion tournament yet. So at least they're keeping themselves afloat.
Yeah, I mean, problem for Roccat, I guess, is not only do they have to get a lot of 2-0s, they also need teams around them to lose. Taking down Schalke would be a great start, as you just highlighted, because this is one of the teams just above them in the standings. But yeah, I mean, get the points you need, sure. But another thing is also like show progression in the next few weeks with your new jungler. I think that is important as well. So we can accept them getting, a sloppy game here and still manage to win it. But we need to just see the progression in the next few weeks because they have to play either playoffs or promotion tournament.
Yep. So let's look at this game. This replay will show a bit of Gilius. You guys want to follow him specifically?
Yeah, so basically the setup, this is actually a very, very important part of the game. Right here, we've just had a Swain get a kill top lane and then take away the enemy blue buff. And the Malzahar in the mid lane doesn't have Lost Chapter yet. And Lost Chapter is the item that gives you mana, obviously, and level up, so it's super important. The problem about this for Malzahar is he runs out of mana. So he cannot push back the Swain, he gets pushed into tower. And then Chachi, what happens here and why is it so bad?
Yes, like 30 seconds before when Swain roamed top lane, Malzahar should have pushed in mid and found some time to recall, because he needed the mana to hold mid lane. And now, Gilius invades when mid lane is weaker, so Swain can roam first. And they actually collapse on him and kill him, which snowballs into later on Malzahar getting killed as well. Yep. Since jungler is dead, Gragas is free to do anything, and now he can just come mid and Fox is out of mana, can't hold the tower, gets dived, and this is actually really crucial because after this Rocket just takes the mid turret, and their 1-3-1 is way stronger after that.
Yeah, because it simply means now that Schalke can't really contest anything in the mid lane, and when you lose the mid lane against 1-3-1, it's really hard to stop it because you lose side lanes automatically. They have mid lane priority at the same time. And the reason we highlight this play is because this is something Schalke does very often. They invade in at wrong times, just like in their mind, they're like, we need deep vision, that's the next play. And then it's not coordinated with everyone else because their mid laner right here should just call, guys, I can't move, I cannot push back, I'm out of mana, so you can't invade the enemy jungle because they will just collapse on you. And yet it happens, and that's a big flaw in communication and just like too impatient shot calling from Schalke, and that gets punished.
Or seeing what you're supposed to do down the line, but not seeing the steps to set it up.
Sure.
And with that, in this game specifically, Rocket got their hands on a gold lead, and they had a 800 gold lead at 10 minutes. They had a 1300 gold lead at 15 minutes, as this is only the 7th gold lead they have had out of 29 games. And I wanted to bring this up specifically because you guys criticize what is going to come next. Rocket has this gold lead, but doesn't really know what to do or seems to be inactive. How much can you blame them for them when they haven't been in this situation that often?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's a really hard thing, right? If you're not used to practicing having an advantage. I don't know how the scrims are going for the team. That's something they practice a lot, but I feel like often when you have a weak team in your region, they tend to have issues shot calling wise. I mean, it's rare I feel like teams are losing because they have weaker individual players. It's more like weaker macro. Do you agree?
Yes, in this case I think that holds true, and also scrims kind of reflects your play in the LCS as well. It's like your main practice, and if you cannot practice macro in that, then you will fail on the LCS stage as well.
So you just saw a very exciting replay on your screen, which leads into this big fight here that Rocket managed to win. But the replay just before is where Rocket are unable to set up a Baron for 5, 6, 7 minutes, honestly, because they assigned a Swain to the bottom side of the map. And when you play 1-3-1, you want to put your strongest split pusher near the objective you are going for. Yes. And they were going for Baron. Yet they put the strongest split push and the Swain on the bottom side. So it meant they couldn't contest vision in enemy jungle and top side, which meant Schalke could keep clearing out the pink wards over and over, and Rocket couldn't do Baron for 5, 6 minutes.
Yeah, I think that's kind of half true though, only because GP should be, or Gangplank should be able to like push top lane as well, and they should be able to create vision control in the enemy jungle anyways, if they push in mid lane, top lane simultaneously. But they didn't do that, they didn't contest the vision, and they just gave it back to Schalke, and I think that's the main problem here. Although I do agree that Swain top lane would have been better because he's someone that can face check bushes and provide more to the team in terms of vision control.
Yeah.
And this is also what Crepper was criticizing.
Yeah.
The fact they couldn't push the advantage in a 1-3-1 comp, which had winning side lanes, plus had a mid tower down early, which then ended up being this Baron setup where you start the Baron and Schalke was already there. I felt like once they actually started the Baron, after like 5, 6 minutes of walking around, they started Baron, they instantly committed for the fight, used that Baron, then they took after to then take the fight. We just saw it in here and actually closed out the game.
Yeah, if you put it that way, I might have been a little too easy on them, basically, on Rocket, because they did have a lot going for them. And on the other hand, Schalke disappointing, though. I mean, we've told the story of the team already, the fact that they had a lot of promise coming into the season. And Yamato said here on the Desk and Coaches Week last week, it's still the same team as Elements was. They run mid, and that's kind of the only thing they know how to do, but it lacks in the rest of strategy. Do you agree with that, Vizicachi, or do you see progression in them?
I do see progression. I think their macro is better than before, and they do tend to run very fighting-heavy styles, and I think that's their main strength. So it kind of comes through as they just run down mid and fight. But I think their macro improved a lot, so they are way stronger than before.
Do you think this team, like the Schalke lineup, compared to, let's say, you guys and Giants and H2K, like is Schalke on the same level, or are they actually level under you guys now? So out of playoffs, basically.
Right now, around the same level still, I think. Maybe a tiny bit below, because it's a lot about how you approach the game and mentality-wise. And I think they feel a bit down right now because they had a very good start at the beginning of the split, and they are losing a lot of games nowadays. So they must be a bit down in the mental state. And I think that's the big factor here, that they are dropping a lot of games as well.
We'll see if they're able to pull it back for the mental of Roccat. A win is going to do wonders. Our player of the game in this one is Steelback, and this is a player you know very well, of course. He used to play for the Unicorns of Love as well. Do you kind of see the same thing of him now that you saw with you guys, where he also performed really well?
He's performing really well in this team as well. He also always has like good KDA. He's up on CS mostly, and
KDA player.
maybe a bit, but he has good KDA. He plays safe and provides a lot of damage to the team. So he's a strong player.
And this is Betsy.
Well, he was another candidate for this, mainly because he won his mid lane. It was like
it's because he's alone on stage. That's what they're trying to show us.
Oh.
He's ready, man. They got to win. He's ready to go.
Tough to see at first when they always all zoomed in on him. You're like,
yeah, I was also confused.
Well, maybe he's ready. You know, he's ready.
Can he try and, because he doesn't have his headset on. Say hello. No.
Hello, Betsy. No, he doesn't want to listen to
No,
it.
he doesn't.
No.
Screw you, like okay, anyway. Right, we're going to take a break. And unlike Braum, we are not unbreakable, so we're going to take one. When we come back, we'll have game 2 between Roccat and Schalke 04. See you soon.
Wait, bots got smarter. Never mind this. They're still dumb. Nice, man. No, they were kidding me, man. Really? I know, they're chasing.
They're kind of waiting on the CC. Maybe they're going to look to stack it, really taking their time on that one. Oh, perfect layering from Schalke.
We fight. Look at Simmer. Nice. I flash up. Look at Elise. Look at Elise first. Yeah, nice. I'm 2 seconds. Yeah, go here. Mazza. Look, Braum, super low. Nice, finish it.
Praise goes in, Raw is caught out. Ultimate comes in, but he's going to split up the team. Not too many caught out by the Gangplank. Betsy nearly unkillable, though, but the reduced healing coming in to save the day. Curtain call, not going to be curtains for anyone, or is it? Gilius gets knocked out. Roccat are going to move up in this series with their first win. Welcome back to the EULCS. Before we get to our final game of the evening between Roccat and Schalke 04, a reminder that tickets for the World's group stage in San Francisco have just gone on sale. Head to LOLesports.com for details on how you can be a part of the ultimate road trip across the United States.
Is Portland part of the ultimate road trip?
No, Portland is not part of the ultimate road trip. My town of origin is.
That's actually what we'll talk about if it's a lane swap. We'll delve in more into like.
Oh, did
Portland.
you do some research?
No, maybe. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I have no idea. Maybe I do. We'll find out once we get into.
Get excited.
It would be really cool if this was actually the moment where we would go into Champs Slate, but it turns out we need a.
No, we need to talk about it a little bit more.
God damn it! Use my Portland. So, how's your day been?
Good.
Headache?
Yeah, headache for sure. You saw me struggle for about 4 minutes with the
trying to get out of the Crepo cast. Oh, I've got a headache tonight. I can't. But
I don't.
Just weather through the storm.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I love hearing about Baron vision, but
there's a limit.
You're like, look, it's beautiful. He goes up, he goes down, and everything falls into its place.
Okay, let's stop talking about Baron then. Let's just talk about Champs League then, shall we?
All right, deal.
Deal.
Gearing up, of course, for our second game, Roccat. Coming in hot, honestly, after that first win. Maybe feeling a little bit more confident.
Yeah, I'm just going to keep my eyes on Gilius, what champion he likes to play, and how he's going to approach that one, because he went aggressive on the wrong moment in game 1 and essentially handed over the advantage to Roccat twice in a row. I must affected him somehow.
Swain actually going to be taken off the table here by Schalke as well, not wanting to leave open that option for Betsy. Was it comfort or a counter to Malzahar? Well, either way, we're not really going to find out this game.
Yeah, and does Roccat now have to ban Malzahar or pick it up early themselves, or do they have another counter in mind? Shen ban wouldn't be too bad for them either. I think Steve on Shen is a really good pick for Schalke.
And I think, because we look back at that fight, one of those final fights, where Steve was almost killing the entire team, like so close to turning that around and maybe bringing back some hope for Schalke. Not really a good idea to give him that opportunity, but interestingly enough, Jin taken off the table.
By Roccat themselves, despite Steelback playing well on it, he doesn't want Schalke to get a first rotation Jin, and Roccat themselves have better picks to do on first rotation blue side.
Have the option of that first pick. Curious to see where it's going to go. What are Schalke going to take off the table? One more time, it's going to be the Nidalee.
Yeah, so this is where we usually see Sivir, but obviously Mauser is still on the table too, because last game that was a priority pick. Has seen quite a few first picks, and it's going to get locked in.
And of course, we did see this have a pretty successful matchup against Shen in the top lane. If that's what Schalke want to go for, does still have that versatility as a flex pick, although mostly it has been in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Gilius taking his time on this one. Really needs to think about what he wants. Pretty hit-miss performance from him.
I mean, I would go Sivir Gragas here if I'm Schalke. I think that's a really good rotation.
Lucian up and available, something that Schalke banned in the previous game. Do you think it's worth contesting here?
No, I think utility laners are still supreme.
Ooh. Quick pivot here and the lock in. It's the gangplank. Gonna go into the hands of Steve.
Respectable. It's taking away the gangplank from Parang, and then getting the Sivir at least, which is the key component of like that Sivir Gragas rotation we're talking about. Like you can replace Gragas for potentially a Rek'Sai or an Elise. Like it's not the biggest hit, but I really think getting the Sivir here is the right move for Schalke.
I like the adaptation overall in their draft too, taking the gangplank away from Parang. But this gives the opportunity for Roccat to get exactly what they want. It's going to be the Rek'Sai in the hands of Memento, and that Alistar making a repeat performance for Raze.
Yeah, but this comp that Rocket's drafting right now, if it falls behind, it falls flat. Like, it's a lot of low damage, high CC. You know, Rek'Sai and Alistar going for the double knockup. If that chain CC connects and kills somebody, great, you know, but if it fails, or there's like an answer like this potential Olaf hover that I would like to see here, I don't think it can get tricky.
Of course, a lot still left on the table for Schalke as well.
Whoa, I would love to see Anivia.
Into Malzahar?
Yeah. It's rough early, but she's fine getting pushed in. But we'll discuss that if she actually gets locked in.
Yeah. In the meantime, looking back on Roccat, what do you think they need to pick to round out this composition to bring more damage, to balance out that potential weakness?
Yeah, the problem is they can't draft Shen themselves, because then they're super low damage. And with the 80 carries that are left, like, it's going to be very little AoE. It's not like he's going to play Ashe Alistar either, you know? So it's going to be like illusion, single target damage. And then if it's a tank top, they definitely need more damage component on top. Like, I almost feel like he's going to play, like, what, Gnar or something?
Into the GP.
Trundles out. Like, I don't know. Like, he needs some damage.
As he hovers over on the Rumble, that is one way to get more damage. Would put a lot of AP focus on the team, but with a Lucian there, may not be the biggest deal. On the opposite side, though, Schalke finishing their second rotation, are opting for that Olaf. And interestingly, once again, the Janna pick coming in.
Don't like the Janna here. I think they're going very heavy on lane victory. They just want to say, we got to play Janna Sivir and win whatever 2v2 we have, because it murders the Alistar. Like, Janna Sivir beats any Alistar lane, like, super hard. It's almost impossible to lose, unless you get combo all in. But if you run Exhaust, you're the Exhaust AD carry on the all in, and you win that. And the lane will be too poked down to then go for a second all in, if that makes sense. But it's disengaged with Sivir, and I don't really like that, especially when you... This is like a comp that Origin ran earlier today. All soft CC, no hard CC. Yeah, Olaf and Gangplank, you know, can't lock anything down. This is the exact same comp that they were running.
Yeah, if they've run an Azir here, yeah, it's identical. Maybe a Gangplank in the mid lane as an option does, of course, mitigate the impact of that CC from Malzahar. There's a Rek'Sai in the jungle, too. Additionally, on the opposite side, Roccat rounding it out. They've got the Lucian in the hands of Steelback. It was banned away from him in the previous match. And finally, Rumble. This is, once again, looking like a team comp all about fighting on the side of Roccat.
Okay, the flex of the Gangplank comes out. Fox flexing that. I'm excited to see Fox play it. I think he'd definitely be a good Gangplank player. He's just a really good, versatile, smart player. Definitely the strongest individual player, skill-wise, on the Schalke roster, in my opinion.
And of course, Steve getting his hands on the Gnar, a relative comfort pick for him. His most played champion thus far, right ahead of Trundle, rather. See Trundle, of course, banned away. So, seems like some strong individual comfort picks. And my big question is for Gilius on this Olaf.
Yeah.
We've seen what the team can do when he makes strong early impact here.
Roccat needs a lane swap, though. 3T badly. Otherwise, I think they're just going to get smashed 2v2 in the bot lane. But Raze is playing with Ignite, so he's going under the assumption that, like, if he ends up in the lane, he wants at least some kill pressure. Then it's all about Q flash all in. Super hard lane to win, because it's just like, you just get repetitively pushed in. Memento has been playing solo queue gank style, though. The level 3 ganks, the cheeky waste some time and then go for a kind of backdoor bot lane gank. It could work with Rek'Sai, tunnel over twice, go from behind. The time to set that up is an entire camp's worth of experience, so the payout has to work. Maybe combining Rek'Sai aggressively with Alistar there can work. I'm excited to see how Memento chooses to play this early game.
Interesting to see, of course. Your last chance for the evening, ladies and gentlemen. Head over to Twitter, hashtag ROCWin or hashtag SO4Win, depending on where your loyalties lie. You can hear the crowd fired up and ready to go as we head into our final match.
And never prompted, completely like spontaneous all at the same time.
It's the camera angle.
The German guy shouting down like from 5 to 1 is just an illusion that you hear every time.
No. We put it there for you guys. We want you to feel comfortable. We don't want you to know these fans are just this excited.
Yeah.
Hear it. Roccat, you said that they need the lane swap, but they don't look too eager to take it.
I mean, you never know, you know, reverse mind game. I don't know how deep these layers, how deep the rabbit hole goes. Let's see if Roccat gets some information at least.
Well, this is an interesting mind game. Show on the bottom side.
You used to be able to mitigate these bad matchups by doing camps when you used to share, because you would accelerate to level 2 and reduce the amount of time you get bullied. And you can still technically do that, but your support stays level 1 for ages right now. So Alistar will essentially be useless. So Sivir and Janna beat it even harder, so you don't want to do camps. And
Rollins and Spraddle moving up.
Yeah, they're in position to kind of punish early. So if Steelback and Raze, regardless whether they do camp or not, they will lose lane early if they walk back to lane. So they lane swap.
No, swap comes out, high fives as they pass each other. Dance moves coming in.
Yeah, and it seems a standard move right now. Bot lanes don't do camp anymore because then you can't scout for a lane swap if it does come out. You'll see the second information is gained by either party walking over a ward or somewhere. Sprout will walk into the enemy jungle and at least delay them 1 camp. So at least they can't get 3 camps on their weak side. But that's pretty much it. You know, the rest we've seen before, lane swap wise.
Moving forward. You can hear them cheer, the crowd, for the people's hero, Steve. As he starts up his jungle clear.
Yeah, and that's what you're talking about. But we're talking about the Great American Tour. Daniel.
The Great American Tour?
Yeah, in the pregame, you know, for the tickets for Worlds.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So Daniel Dracos, Sifa is our new caster here, European LCS.
Oh, God.
You're just tuning in. Daniel, you're from Portland.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about Portland.
Portland is a wonderful city, full of coffee and craft beer.
Spraddle's dead.
Spraddle's dead. We're a little distracted, but that's first blood over to Rocket. They don't want to hear about Portland, apparently. And they're just going to make some aggressive moves there to pick up that kill.
Well, Straddle dropped down before it was cool. Because
then he's definitely from Portland.
From Spain. That's exactly the segue I want to make. I heard there's a lot of hipsters in Portland.
Yes.
A lot of craft beer.
Steve T being to the bottom lane. It's true. We are considered one of the hipster capitals of the world, although having since lived in Berlin, I can say it's a pretty close race right now.
Yeah. How happy when you saw the wealth of V-necks here in Berlin?
I mean, I only own V-necks.
Yeah. Because Daniel has a chest tattoo.
Oh my god.
Of Majora's Mask, which is actually pretty dope.
All right, thank you. I'm glad this is going to turn into a weird thing where you're like, how could you?
No, I love the tattoo. He just has a major affinity for V-necks.
It's true. Well, I mean, what do you get a chest tattoo not to show it off? I can't walk around shirtless, Crab, but you got to work with me here.
If only you could. Twitch would just, get rid of you, you know? Riot, don't like it. We can lobby for the shirtless cast if you really want that.
Deal.
The voices.
I think there will be 2 positive votes and everyone else will be like, no.
All right. Still lane swapping.
Riot Games After Dark. Of course, it's the lane swap cam, and it's the mid lane matchup. And right now, the push greatly in favor of Betsy. Fox, no real tools yet to deal with these minion waves. Will get easier for him as he moves forward, though.
And we can actually talk about what went wrong there. Like, everybody saw it. It's Spraddle trying to contest as a Janna. Like, you don't have the same dueling capabilities that melee supports have, nor do you have the same health. You come up with a shield, and Rumble has an incredibly large amount of damage level 1. It's so deceptive. So, like, I kind of, like, almost expected Janna to die there if he actually went for the contest. I'm so surprised he did it, because like, after all this time, it never pays off. Like, you will never kill the enemy jungler. Even if the guy has to flash, it doesn't matter, because the lane swap concludes 5 minutes later. Yeah. So it's such a waste. Such an unfortunate series of events.
I mean, really questionable play overall, and getting that early gold down onto Parang is going to make his life that much easier. You can see just the item differential here. Picking up a little bit extra in the exchange, and I mean...
Experience too, you know, he'll always like have an edge there if there's the same amount of tempo.
And it feels like Rumble, to me, can be such a terrifying lane opponent if he ever gets the opportunity to 1v1 versus Steve once he has that lead, because he just does, as you said, so much damage.
New Rumble is also a lot more oppressive if he gets to push, because his Flame Spitter deals more damage to minions, so his laning pattern is actually push, push, push. But right now, like with Rocket, they're just trying to look for a level 6 Rumble Spike and use it somewhere. Maybe Siege mid, you know, drop it on top of Fox, pushing in. Imagine a Rumble Malzahar setting up, you know, for a third siege. That's going to be hard to deal with if you're Schalke.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter what you bring to the table against that. That's a quick way to burn through health bars. They're going to need some fast magic resistance.
Yeah, a bit slower on the swap here, though. Schalke has the edge, but since Rocket's finishing on the bottom side of the map, it doesn't really matter. They can just start dragging early. There is more farm being funneled to Steve. That's like the only drawback. Steelback's going to share the gold here. Interesting. He actually needs to help with the tower here. So yeah. This is a moment where if Gilius was reading the map right, he could be contesting the Dragon 1v2 and 1v3. This is what we saw Maxlor do earlier today. It was against Origin, right?
Yep.
Yeah. That's where he did that.
And that was a really smart decision. We praised him for it, but it doesn't look like it's going to be the same case.
So I think this is a mistake for Gilius allowing this to happen. Having the tempo edge on top lane. Oh. Okay, Betsy's level 6 first. He's looking for a flash, or maybe. Well, he needs to do it outside of exhaust range.
Fox just utilized
orange, yeah. He used the orange. That's why Betsy's now looking for the all-in for that brief moment. But Fox backed out.
Trying doing his best to stay in this lane. Not under too much threat, actually, at this point in the game. Malefic Visions goes down.
Yeah, because we haven't talked about it. The whole reason there's a... Oh, yeah, this is actually a fumble on my side. Like, the whole reason Schalke had the tempo edge is because look at the bot lane. The tower never died. We kind of missed that in our Portland discussion. Schalke just backed off early.
Are you saying that we went off track here? That we were not focused on the things that matter?
Hey, man, sometimes you got to prioritize craft beer and IPAs. Today's was not one of those days, but did it anyways.
You'd make a good Portlander, Crepo. Of course, Steelback, Mr. Rocket, going to be pretty easy for them at this point. With the turret advantage, with the Dragon at their disposal, the extra kill. They've already got a decent lead, 1.5k just about. And Betsy with the pressure advantage in the mid-wave. Things are going really well in this early game for Rocket.
Yeah, it all stems to Spratle dying, of course. You know, if your support drops dead in the lane swap, you're now swapping with a man down. So that obviously explains. I was so confused why Schalke ahead in tempo when their support died that I forgot to look at the towers. Here, Steve Memento. This is a bit of rookie.
And no reason to get aggressive. Flash forward there. Steve, quick reaction speed, just going to hop right out.
But he's zoning him off, and Parang's getting experience at least. He's catching up. Steve did receive more farm being funneled into him because Rocket chose to swap the Rumble back into the top lane to catch this wave that Steve pushed out. But they're having Memento shadow him to keep him in the game, so that's good.
Yeah, smart decision. Of course, you can see a CS lead growing for Steve. Will balance out a decent amount, but the haunting guys, so early in the game already coming in for Rumble.
So Steve can't actually outduel him there, and Memento's doing a great job kind of just shadowing his top lane here. He knows that if Rumble wants to freeze that wave, like he needs to defend him from the Olaf.
Spraddle's so scared to approach. You can see Olaf poking his head in, knowing he can win out in that 1v1 in the end. Steelback starting to pressure in as well, so 2 lanes pressuring in the favor of Rocket.
Could see a rotation though. Could see Steelback and Raze here just push in and then move to mid lane here. Threaten the GP just a little bit. But Rocket just looking to wait for Parang to get level 6. Like they froze the wave just a little bit, then let it go into the turret here. Prioritizing his experience.
Fox missing up a little bit on that barrel range, but Steelback's going to move in and try to take this blue buff away. Gonna make GP's life a little bit more difficult in the mid lane and make it that much easier for Steelback to pressure out on the bottom side.
Yeah, where does Gilius go right now? He has to go into enemy jungle here, which means he needs Fox pushing at least.
Oh wow, they give it over to Betsy too. That's massive. It's gonna be effortless for this guy to push in. Of course, GP with the Sheen will balance out a little bit of that wave pressure, but still so difficult.
Parang has to be careful though. He's died before on the weak side of the map. Technically, he could run into Steve and Gilius right now. He is massively overextending here. This is a bit of a mistake from Parang. Like
level 5 Rumble 2 to the level 6 Olaf.
Like this guy could be dead right now, right? If Gilius was there and ghosting up and Steve was here a fraction of a second early. You're not going to tell me that Parang timed back the exact time it took for Steve to get back into the lane. Gilius could have easily passed right behind him right now and kill him. So this is a mistake from Parang that's not being punished by Schalke.
No, finally gets level 6 with Equalizer as well.
Like this dude is still overextending. Like this is he's getting away with murder.
Well, he's saying finally backs up, but he's just moving back and forth. Things are coming out onto him. Gilius now backs off as well. That's a missed opportunity for Schalke, not wanting to get aggressive here. I guess, you know, Gilius, he got aggressive last game and it cost him so much, maybe just hesitating to make these plays.
Yeah, and this is where Rocket as a team, like the answer in this scenario is actually just to peel away your Rumble and I think brute force mid to get the information that you're safe. Like look, Parang is still hovering up top. He's not farming, he's just getting experience. He's that afraid, but nobody's punching him. Now that Memento's around, he will finally start approaching the wave, but this is, yeah, a very, very tough moment for them. Like, it's make or break. Turns out it was make, because Schalke elected not to break him.
Making it for Rocket. Making it easy, at least at this point, as the gold lead continues to grow. 2K. At least approaching that mark around the 2-minute, or around the 10-minute mark, not the 2-minute mark. That would be a different. That'd be Spraddle doing what he can, but I mean, it seems so difficult to get anything out of this Janna.
That's why I don't like Janna, especially in the lane. So you feel so useless. Janna from behind is extraordinarily hard to play here.
Which is interesting because it's the same thing we said about Alistar, but now Alistar has the lead.
I mean, Alistar can at least force plays. Like the only play you could do back in the day with Janna, because people really didn't punish you, was the wind sec. You walk up, and you do the QQ combo, which is like NATO instantly, flash behind them, and you ulti them back, monsoon them into your team. But now when you do that, you just die. People just kill you. People actually got good at the game, so Winsec's off the table.
Yeah, looks pretty easy to two-shot the Janna right now, especially if she wants to flash into melee range the opposing team.
I still have a fond memory of Winsecing special back in the day.
Yeah?
Was a scrim though, nobody saw. But I remember, I'm sure Pete remembers too. I told him this story like 30 times. Pete, you still remember? Yes, Crepo.
Gotta let go, man.
Gotta let go. Can't let go.
Spraddle.
Spraddle.
He's your new hope for the Winsec. Let the memory live on.
Carry the torch.
He could win. He could do it. He could be the one to knock Raze back into his team. That's a horrible idea. Never mind. Don't be that. Never knock the Alistar back into his team. That's not the answer. That'd be a very interesting way to carry on the legacy.
Maybe his team just really likes really rare steak. Cow's still alive. All right, Memento getting dueled here by Gilius.
I mean, now it looks like the focus is on the Cloud Drake from Rocket as they set up Vision once again. We've seen them struggle with Baron Vision. Wonder if it's going to be the similar story, but Steve moving down to clear out what he can.
Yeah, Schalke is having the same issue that Origin had earlier. Their comp fell behind, and then they have a lack of proactivity.
And what's interesting is that we saw Gnar with such a reasonable advantage in the early laning phase, despite the kill going over to Rumble, and now the CS is in the favor of Rumble as he pushes that wave, and Steve will even it up again, but there's no difference there.
It was a temporary advantage, however, because he pushed the wave and they chose to let Rumble catch it. Obviously, it takes longer to even out CS once that you have to like kind of even out that massive wave that was built up. So it was always in the cards that Farang was going to even out. It was just a lane assignment, like kind of alteration by Roccat. They didn't want to keep swapping the map all the time, and Steve didn't freeze properly. He pushed out, so they could send the Rumble to catch. That's why he was slightly behind for a while. But Roccat have continuously had control of the bottom side of the, like the right side of the map.
Yeah.
You know? And they've been aggressively contesting blue buffs. They're getting this vision in here, you know, getting rid of the pink ward. Cow goes flying.
I mean, it takes a little bit of poke, but there's no one there to follow up on it, so Steelback and the rest of the team are free to continue pressuring in. They've already gotten the Cloud Drake as well on top of the Ocean, so these small incremental advantages just continue to go in the favor of Roccat. Gold lead, it's not massive in favor of Roccat, but getting these dragons is pretty big for them.
Yeah, look at the kind of play, or the plays that they're doing here. Look at the rotate here. Schalke's already in a 1-3-1 formation this early in the game. They 1-3-1 at 11 minutes. That's almost unheard of. That's super early. Putting his Gangplank on the sideline. He has no pressure, so Steelback's actually continuously pushing him in. The main pressure will have to come from this guy right here. Steve.
What's his name again?
Yeah.
There you go. That's what I was. Thank you, audience.
Memento in the game affecting you too now? I mean, that's where those headaches are coming from, you know? It's like, oh, forgot this guy's name. Oh, it's on the screen on the picture. Great.
What did they do to Malzahar?
Yeah.
What are all those Voidlings?
How? What year is this? What patch is this?
Alistair still does bonus damage to towers, right?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
His AP ratio is still 1.0 in both Headbutt and Pulverize. Where's my Heart of Gold? Where's my second Heart of Gold?
I was so sad about that change.
Where's my third Heart of Gold? I actually have to think about my items now?
Triple Heart of Gold, Jarvan top.
No, Bangplank was where it's at. Stone, Heart of Gold. Was it Rejuvenation something? I don't know, man.
Stone, Heart of Gold, there's a crit one that didn't make any sense.
Avarice?
Was it Avarice? Avarice might come later. There were 3. They made the passive unique, so you couldn't stack Heart of Gold. Blue buff passive. Gonna go over to Parang now.
Innovating Locket was still the best item ever.
I mean, we watched Guardsman Bob solo win a game because Intervening Locket Udyr was disgusting. I'm assuming you were playing Sona at the time?
No, I was a Gragas top lane, dude. I wasn't even a support back then. In the good old days.
Such a weird item.
All right, let's see Gilius right here. If he gets into a scuffle, they always have that ultimate to get out. They have Sivir to speed him up.
It's true. Hard to face check when you're immune to CC.
I mean, at least the OF is doing the face checking. In the Origin game, it was the Janna doing the face checking.
Yeah.
Quickly learned that was not the way to go.
Probably not a face check, but he's not off to a great start either. We're going to have to see what the Janna can bring to the table as we move further into the game. Fortunately, it's going to be really difficult to reset these fights with the Rumble Equalizer, because even if you push the enemy team back, that AoE is still ticking.
Look for Raze. In these situations in the previous game, he was looking for flash combos continuously. We have Memento doing Gilius.
Forward, Betsy on the way in. Is going to use the ultimate. Ragnarok comes out. Cannon Barrage going down. Keep your eyes on Steve. He wants to get Betsy knocked into the wall. Knocked out of the fight. There's a kill traded back, but Raze trying to make something happen. Coling goes down. Parang throws down a beautiful ultimate. Spraddle on the front lines. It's too much. Steelback. Oh my god. Gets the kills. I trip over my words. Memento actually going to take it away.
Ooh. Betsy, what the hell is that? You flank engage on Olaf? He presses R and then you flash out. This was very peculiar from Roccat. They don't synchronize their engage.
Keep in mind with the new Malzahar too, the damage comes from the null zone under them. So when they get rid of that CC, they just walk out.
Yeah,
They're
they
not
walk out
gonna
of
get
zone.
the damage. Like old Malzahar, at least, if you would still get some damage down, and you don't get anything in that exchange. Betsy, I mean, big fumble here. Team happy to pick it up. Keep the goal lead up.
I'm so surprised that Roccat went for that play. If there's not an equalizer to start it off, it's understandable if there's an equalizer to slow the rest of the team down, but Parang was not there in time. And then Steve came out with a massive Gnar ultimate one on the flashless Betsy. And it's again, you know, Roccat, they have control. They have the slow setup, and then they still drop the ball somehow.
Yeah, gonna get punished for it as well, as we see the Rip Shell buff gonna go down in favor of Parang. That'll give some decent pressure over to the Rumble, and another small advantage for Roccat to take, but they keep just trying to chip away at Schalke, they're going to give them more opportunities to come back in this game.
Yeah, and Steelback was so close to getting a flash Q double kill and to clean up there. Honestly, if he got that one, that could have turned the game out. Let's watch this. So, good duel. Like Betsy right here, just do some damage. Like, why would you go for that play? And then, good flash ulti from Stever at the very end. Sproutel's on the top end of the fight. He's trying to get in.
Oh.
Equalizer is okay, not perfect here. Oh, more equalizers.
Equalizer going down. Steve turns Mega. Can he get something back? Cannon Barrage is going down. Prang, is he going to drop? Gilius on the backside with an axe. Memento wants something back. Can he tunnel over the wall? Is it going to be enough? Gilius just continues to throw down. Oh, sidestep. Looking for the fancy forward. Gets the knockup, but drops down anyway. Double kill for Gilius.
Yeah, I need to see how that happened here. There is some damage on the Rumble, but if he gets CC'd early and then Cannon Barrage comes in, he can drop soon.
I mean, no real tanky stats there. Does have the Kindle Gem, a little bit of health from the Haunting guys, but no armor to mitigate that damage. No magic resist either, so easy kill to pick up for sure.
And this is what Schalke is doing well that Origin wasn't earlier. It was incorporated the Cannon Barrage in their duels very early on. Honestly turned the tide there. Fox with good reactionary play. Or Schalke as a team with good communication. Let's see this. So this is Perang, 1E down. Is he going to go for Protobelt second E or... Let's watch this. Yeah, Protobelt E. Going down.
Overheat.
And look at the Cannon Barrage here. That is, like, if that comes any later, Pirangas doesn't die because he comes out of the heat zone or overheating, and then Memento's in the middle of that trying to chase that kill too. So that's all due to a really quick reaction from Fox, and obviously well played by Steve as well.
Yeah. I mean, excellent. Getting Meganar at the perfect time there. Really got to wonder.
And a bit of a mistake, the fact that Perang uses first E on creeps as opposed to just waiting and going for, like, double E. One more damage take could have probably taken Steve down earlier.
I mean, if you kill him before he gets that Meganar, it's such a different play. They get to walk away. Gilius probably doesn't get to get anything back in return, but the Meganar CC in the middle of that Cannon Barrage is massive, and the damage over time really starts to stack up. Rocket, of course, going to grab a third Dragon, double Ocean, going to make it even easier to keep up the pressure in these waves.
All right, Rocket need to keep this lead for 20 more seconds. Because this would be the first time this entire split that Rocket have had a lead in 2 consecutive games of a match at 20 minutes.
Let's get a countdown.
10 more seconds, don't die.
9, 8, 7, 6.
You're not synchronized.
Oh no.
Oh,
wait.
2.
I don't have a horn.
1.
Oh, we did it!
Rocket, yes, we can clap for the lead at 20 minutes here for Rocket, albeit a small one, 500 gold, 400 gold. It's dwindling. They need to do something with it. They have 3 dragons, so their late game insurance, if they can ever get to a situation where they fail setting up Baron again, they can just trade it for Elder Dragon. And at least they'll have a
disgustingly large amount of damage.
Nasty Elder Dragon. The problem is with knowing Rocket, they probably won't do anything with a 2-minute buff and it'll expire. But at least they have the potential.
2 minutes of potential, Preppo.
That's a lot of potential.
All right, Perang clearing out the waves, overheating, having a good time. Game is slowed down again, Crepo. Is this it? Is
What's
this
your favorite craft beer in Portland?
Oh, that's a tough one.
Do they have like super hipstery names too there? Like the Angry Cowboy? Is that like a beer in Portland?
I mean, honestly, probably, but that's, no, not one that I've tried.
The Rusty Pirate? I don't know, man, like...
The Rusty Pirate? What is your strategy here? Like, weird profession, other adjective?
Adjective plus profession, you know? Name the Portland beers. I've never been to Portland. You're not doing a great job advertising your home town.
There's an espresso ale that is really good that I'm trying to remember the name of.
Great.
It combines both the love of coffee, pretentiously, with the love of craft beer.
I feel that's one of those loves that just shouldn't overlap. Raise here. A little love tap on Gilius.
Trying to overlap on a Gilius. Got a feel for Steelback right now. Clearing out these waves. He's on Lucian. He's got a good opportunity to make something happen. But there's just nothing going on.
Yeah, both teams are very kind of tentative to go into a play here. Schalke tentative due to draft because they just simply have nothing to make a fight happen. They have speed up and cannon barrage, but unless they're ready with the Gnar bar, it's gonna be hard for them.
A lot of wave clear. GP continuing to scale up, has that Trinity Force, makes it pretty easy. Malzahar, a similar story, although he has moved up and into one of the side lanes. While Steelback, Raze, and Memento hold up the mid lane.
Yeah, Schalke still in their 1-3-1 setup here. Rocket kind of in a forced 1-3-1. They don't want to be in here. Like, neither Malzahar or Rumble want to spend extended amounts of time on the side lane. They generally want to push and group with the team. Go for a force play where Raze can combo in. There's no follow-up here. This won't lead to anywhere because, like, their side laners are not here. But this may actually be a counter engage from Schalke.
Gilius doing a decent amount of damage, but taking a lot of damage back in return. All right, the Storm goes down.
Like, they need at least Malzahar here or Rumble here, but we see a duel in the top lane. Betsy's
Looking
low.
for a little bit more. Is he going to be able to get it? The Voidlings, they're chasing him down. Foxy's trying to fire shots. Is it enough? They're about to die.
Ooh. One more Voidling. That's all I needed.
Voidling. Oh, Ocean Drake starts to tick up. Gilius was hoping to grab a...
I thought you were saying Cloud Drake, man. Kicking in here. Movement speed.
Cloud Drake, Ocean Drake, they kick in at the same time. Now, not only is he fast as lightning, he's going to heal up
super quick. He's going to heal like lightning.
Heal like lightning, yes. The healing properties of lightning.
Steve looking to boomerang like lightning.
Brang. Clearing the wave.
With fire.
But like lightning.
Alright, the game slows down again.
If you couldn't tell from the fact that we said lightning 30 times in the last minute. Oh, Memento. Ooh, nice patience. Uses the Prey Seeker. Gilius is here, though. It's just going to be a bit of a trade of damage.
One thing you always have to do against Sivir is play around the spell shield here. Good patience from Memento here. Mr. Wallace couldn't do anything, Dan respected. He made the right play. Both players made the right play in that exchange. Right now, Gilius could actually path to the top lane here. I think that would be a good move from Schalke. Maybe start challenging this tower here, but like nothing's ever happening because there's no vision in between the lanes right now. So Fox can actually split push more. He can't peel off and join his team because he has a really inefficient path. It's really hard. Steve is still working on this tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. Schalke feels content scaling.
Yeah, and just spread pressuring out. They are going to grab this turret in the end. It's actually going to give them a small gold advantage.
I think Schalke is actually fine on the scaling side. Because if they all pick up a little bit of MR, Mr. Wallace can just carry these late game fights together with Fox. They only have one main tank to really deal with that's going to stack a lot of armor on the side of Memento, but he also went Sidestone, severely delaying like his ability to tank, maybe get to a Thornmail. But this is going to be one of those typical Rocket games where they don't have the moveset to truly close out, but they're not bad enough to like truly get stomped either, right? And Schalke, due to their draft, has a hard time like creating openings themselves. So they're looking for a punish and they're fine scaling. So this may be very slow game. Long game. Which is great because it's not like my play-by-play has a headache.
No, I'm excited. Look how big Raze is. Why is Raze that big? Did he pop the last one? Or is that regular cow size?
That is just, yeah.
Regular cow size.
Standard cows here.
All right.
He got grass-fed, man. He's been hovering around these bushes for so long. He's homegrown, grass-fed Alistar, bringing you the best of combos.
Or slapping the ground dramatically.
Yeah, cheerleader Alistar. That's what we need.
Steve, getting a little angry here. He doesn't like it when the enemy team has cheerleaders. Oh, Raze tries to go in though. Steve gets locked up for a second. Equalizer, beautiful shot onto the back line, but there's a cannon barrage back in response. Sudden aggression coming in. Fox, flash over from Steelback. Oh, the exhaust, not enough. What a beautiful play over the wall. They're moving in.
Oh,
they keep the ball rolling. Rocket! Steve tries to turn it back, but the double kill for the top laner and Rocket cleanup house.
That was a sexy fight from Rocket and nobody drops because again, no hard CC on Schalke, not enough damage. It looked really scary when Raze's initial combo put Steve borderline out of range for Betsy. You saw Betsy trying to ultimate him over the wall, but I don't think he was quite in range. So I felt like Schalke was going to win that fight, but then the beautiful division from Parang here with the equalizer set everything up in motion. Steelback, that is one thing. This guy knows how to go in. Don't get scared, Tifa. It wasn't stolen. Like, he knows how to enter into the space. That flash was beautiful. I watched this again. So like this combo, like
equalizer,
is Raze gonna put Steve out of range here? Because like Betsy's looking for an ulti off the wall. I think he does. Right here, Betsy's like doubting whether he should or not because Gilius is attacking him. Look how Betsy waits for Gilius's ultimate to run out, and at the same time, Steelback dashes out of the gangplank barrel from Fox and takes him out. Sprattle's late with the EXO. This was a magnificent fight. This is an outplay on both sides of the fight. And Steve, because he doesn't take enough damage to go into Mega Knight early, or his Mega Knight was on cooldown or whatever, like he couldn't get into that fight quick enough. And now Rocket had 4 Dragons and a Baron. But again, the fact that Steelback dodges the GP barrel at the same time aggressively into the fight, and Betsy almost like frame perfect finds Gilius without his ultimate, no longer available with the ulti. It means they play the fight so well, and amidst all that, Rumble did 5,000 damage. That's absolutely insane.
Equalizer, of course, an insanely strong ability, both at base and in terms of scaling. A 1.5 scaling AP ratio if you sit in it for the full duration. That's not something you want to mess with. Of course, impressive damage really across the board. 3,000 for Malzahar and Lucian as well, and Steelback cleaning up the GP in that fight was so good. An aggressive move over the wall. Yeah. We've seen so many carries hesitate to make that decision.
Yeah, they just dash out passively. Steve looking here. Let's see, Flash, no Flash still in cooldown here, so bit of an optimistic play here. No double bounce. Yeah, and that equalizer, it's like the bath that you draw that's a little bit too warm. And then sit in it for a while.
I described it as like 1.5 scaling AR ratio, most terrifying ult. You're like, yeah, it's like a warm bath.
Turns out it's lava instead.
That sounds like a relatable experience there, Crow.
Don't you hate it when your bath is lava?
It's lava. Oh, moving forward though. Brang may have been caught, but he will get the tower in the end. Don't think he's gonna be able to make it out of this one. Baron creeps coming in to back him up, but there's actually more members on the way in. Betsy moves forward, looking to find a kill on Achilles, and he's going to get it in the end.
Burning down, says Betsy. Power to Voidlings. Another siege coming up here. Fox looking for wave clear.
A little bit down. They have the Sivir and the GP. This should be easy to clear out.
Rock's gonna be careful now.
Steve has the Meganar. It's a good opportunity to turn. Raze does use the ultimate. Great knock-up. Stops Steve from any further engage. Is going to just walk this one out. Memento looking for a knockback, but is going to get thrown back himself by the Janna. Steelback dashes forward. He's on the front line. Wall-up comes in. Steve, he's about to turn. He's about to go Mininar. Is he going to get dropped? One more auto attack from Steelback. He's going to back off, but Memento isn't. The Prey Seeker to close it out, and Roccat are crushing Schalke.
Can we just admire Raze from that fight? He stops Steve, and then he dodges the stun from Gnar by knocking him away. Fox, not sure if it was on purpose, but it happened anyway, so let's just assume it is. He managed to get out of that fight alive here, and then Rocket clean up here. Regeneration from Ocean's kicking in too, as long as you don't take damage. Doesn't matter if you're in combat or not.
Moving in, burning down the creep waves. Brang dashes forward, maybe a little over-aggressive.
Yeah.
Equalizer up and available.
This is where Rocket needs to reset.
Oh, Fox moving forward. He sees an opportunity. Tries to get the 500 damage crit. May have been able to take out Steelback, but down comes the Cannon Barrage. Betsy getting aggressive. Equalizer to disengage.
There's 8,000 gold in Rocket's pockets right now that they need to spend. And they have a juicy top wave as well that they can pick up, so look for an influx in items. Whoa. Look here. It's going to W and then dodges Steve's escape path. So close. Sprattle resets the fight, but that's Janna. That's all you do. And he exhausts the AD carry. And the carpet's already laid out for Memento. It's like, oh, you're going there? Well, guess what? I have a tunnel right underneath Steve is the exit, and he finds the kill.
Moving forward, and Raze. I mean, so often we're critical of players who fall back on these out-of-meta champions like Alistar.
I mean, Alistar has been played quite a few times in LCK, so to technically baptize him in like out-of-meta, I think might be wrong.
That's probably fair.
He was undervalued at least.
Yeah. Definitely not a very successful champion when Karma was at the forefront of supports, but Raze bringing it back in style.
You know, people forgot, obviously, that also, I mean, yes, he is bound to like a 5-minute engage because he needs his flash almost every time, but like, and yes, Alistar players, right after the nerf, were playing as if they were still invulnerable, but like the whole mindset around Alistar has to be changed. Like, it's a lot more passive approach, but you need to make your key moments still count, and if you do that, obviously, with some CDR like Raze is built now, you can still be definitely highly impactful in teamfights. It's just you can no longer solo fish check and survive while the entire team focuses you. Here he goes.
Here goes the fight. Raze knocking back Sprattle all on his lonesome, and the Janna is set to fall. Roccat now moving forward. The gangplank Cannon Barrage goes down. Gilius looking for a bit of blood, but he's running right through the Flame Spitter.
That was almost good for Schalke because they got out the equalizer and the combo didn't land them up there to put up the barbecue. But there was just too much damage. Steve TP's in and Betsy immediately ultis him and he goes down. So right now it's a 5v3 on the side of Rocket.
Point and click. Fox zoned out of the fight for now. Gilius running forward. Rala is still alive. It's a 3v5. Rocket are doing well in it thus far.
Yeah, Betsy playing whack-a-mole with these barrels here, beating Fox to it.
Moving in, shots coming out, gives up on the barrels. Rays on the forefront. Rocket set to take down another tower, inhibitor in their sights. Rawlins, will he see an opportunity to go in? Spraddle is up, Steve 10 seconds away. Betsy exhausted, Rays punts him away. Savior for the team, Voidling's running rampant. Gilius gonna get burned down. Betsy with the ultimate going to save his own life as he backs off. And Steelback gonna clean up as they run through the base. The double kill, Fox trying to make his way back in. Steve moves forward, he does get the shutdown in the end. Can he turn this around? Steve poised to take down every single member, but Fox is there to back him up. It's a team effort as they move in.
Oh, Fox taking that kill actually meant Steve didn't get the double leap here, so potentially saved more enemies from dying here. We saw also the mental battle between Fox and Betsy in that race for the barrels. Walk in, and Fox actually procced his barrel too early, which allowed Betsy to kill it. So you can definitely see that the whole pressure is seeping in right here. And here, again, flash combo from Raze plus Equalizer. It's both on the same location, which is technically bad, but then they just, yeah, Proto Bell, Flame Spitter in, and there's too much damage here. Parang dodges the barrels too with the Zonias. Well, Steve gets dropped in the back here. And the rest of the fight, just keep looking at Fox. You know, barrel gets placed, then he gets popped again, and then he's gonna place another barrel soon later on. That gets he preemptively shoots too early because he's so afraid of Betsy popping it. I think it's this one. In the next part of this fight, it's just funny to see like how he's too early on that one. It just shows you that like Betsy's getting into Fox's head, and that means Betsy survives. One more hit, he turns around here, forces Fox to go past her. Like really well played by Betsy too.
Yeah, Steelback cleans up, and then I mean Steve comes back.
And then right here, like look, if Steve gets the jump on Parang, can he clean up? Like can he get more targets? Can he potentially get the Steelback? Because he would double hop, but it's actually Fox taking him down first. We don't know because we went into turbo speed for like 2 seconds. Because more things are happening.
Absolutely, Rocket now setting their sights on the Baron. Vision cleared out. Flanking opportunities on the backside, but Steve has no TP available, and Rollins is already here to clear out the waves.
Mr. Rollins doesn't have teleport, so Rocket can just brute force this fight. But like, Gilius has to walk in for the steal too, and he has to walk in so much damage.
Ragnarok already down comes the Equalizer as well. Ultimate's traded back.
I think I finished better because Gilius no flash.
Gilius running in, the ultimate comes in from Betsy one more time. Steve looking for an opportunity, but it's only Raze in the front. Baron drops in favor of Rocket, and the fight continues. Knockback onto Parang. Will he get the opportunity to Zonia's? No. Shot over the wall from GP. The gun enough to seal the deal. Betsy moving forward. Fox potentially in trouble. Spell immunity comes up on the perfect time. Fox is not going to get it in the end. The Void Shift saves the day. Memento has to run, has to be careful, but the rest of the team is here. Headbutt Pulverize, closing out. The double kill goes in, and Steelback in the meantime making his presence known as Rocket are going to move on to take their first 2-0 in so long.
Yeah, Rocket looking for the 3 points, convinced victory here on the back of Betsy's Malzahar. Steelback takes down the Nexus. What a surprise, but well deserved for Rocket.
Absolutely, the first 2-0 they've had since week 2. Truly
feels like forever.
Yeah, an incredible performance coming in from these guys.
And Betsy is truly overjoyed. Yeah, Schalke, yeah, honestly, if you look at their schedule, they came in expecting, needing a clean victory here because they're on track again to go relegation / 7th place, you know, the curse of the team.
Such a rough loss for Schalke, but honestly, just outclassed today. Beautiful play coming in from Memento, 6-1 and 10, the final scoreline, and Raze on this Alice.
I'm liking it. I'm liking the combos.
Good. Pushing the Gnar back, dodges the wall up.
I just like that Rocket's playing hard CC, that's very easy to play, to go in. Like, you have a point and click mid laner, you have a support that, like, when he goes in, you know exactly what he's gonna do. Knock some people up, and then Steelback can actually, like, kill stuff. You know,
yeah.
Like, he actually has
like
people
now
feeling
that
for
there's
him.
reliable CC, that he doesn't have to be the center of attention, he just gets everybody.
Yeah, big group hug from the Rocket organization. Coach grabs manager Fly on stage. This is what they need. They're obviously looking at the promotion tournament. It's highly unlikely that they make it out. Mathematically, they can still make it to playoffs, but sometimes you gotta be real, Sifa. And I don't think they're gonna make it to playoffs.
I mean, but at this Rocket's looking pretty good.
Not with those Baron baits.
Not maybe with the Baron baits, but I really enjoyed the way that they team fought.
Oh, beautiful fights, but let's not forget, Schalke was also making a lot of mistakes this series. And that's fine, you know. Bottom of the table teams will make mistakes against each other. It's all about how you punish them. But just don't get your hopes up too high if you're a Rocket fan, you know, because tougher opponents slightly better drafts, we'll punish them harder.
True. I think for a lot of teams who are very reliant on getting a 2-0 over Roccat to move up in the standings to secure a higher seed in the playoffs, have to be careful here. But I also think that this is a good first step for Roccat. Get that confidence back. Maybe look to improve some of those fundamentals, those Baron baits, clean up those mistakes. But 2-0 looks good on him.
It has to feel so good for this team because, like, speaking from experience of getting like smashed every week to go home and it's like replay analysis. It's like, okay, this went wrong. This went wrong. Why did you make this mistake? These discussions become. Instead, you go home and win, and you're like, oh yeah, we could have done this slightly better. Oh no, my bad. You know, like now everybody's like, okay, yes, I agree. I could have played this a little bit better. Like replay analysis on wins. Much more fun than replay analysis after the 4th consecutive loss streak in a row.
Yeah, a really, truly rough couple of weeks for Roccat, but bringing it back after their week 2-2-0. They now get one in week 8. Great to see. But of course, Steelback is on stage with Pulse for a chat about that incredible 2-0.
It's actually me, Pyra, but thanks anyways. See if I'm joined, of course, by Steelback, the AD carry for Roccat. And a big 2-0 victory for you guys. It seemed like it was a very different team coming into this week. Did Grabs put something in your cereal, or I mean, what happened, man?
Well, after the change, when we changed our walks, we took Memento, but he was new, so he had maybe trouble on stage, and we had a new jungle. I knew that from UL as well. So I feel we get along together, and this week was a really good week of scrims. I feel we improve a lot, so I'm really happy because even though it's gonna be hard to reach playoff, because we're really far from it, I guess we can still make it. And if we keep playing on like those games, I feel we can be a top team,
Yeah, you certainly showed off some impressive stuff, and just in time closing out the end of the season so far. Talk to me a little bit more about Memento, because, yeah, you said that it was kind of a rough start because he was not used to stage. Now that it seems like he's settled in, what's the dynamic that you guys have on the team? You seem very crisp together.
Yeah, well, when he came for the first scrims, I was really impressed because he was talking a lot, like talking all the time. So I was like, okay, maybe he's just motivated for the first games, but he keeps on talking all the time. And even when we're on stage, he's really not scared because I know that stage can be sometimes scary because you play in front of a lot of people. So I'm actually impressed by how he managed to not be scared and talk a lot. So I'm really happy with how we worked together as a team now.
Yeah, it definitely looked solid. I definitely know the feeling about being able to talk quite a lot and you guys not having any fear going forward. Obviously, it's still a rough path ahead, but a 2-0 means a lot. I mean, how much does it mean to your guys' mentality after so many losses, racking up a big victory here against Schalke?
Well, we were losing every scrims, like literally every scrims. But this week we start winning, so I was like, okay, we need to do it on stage now. And we actually managed to do it pretty cleanly. And I'm quite happy from those games because we were controlling the whole map properly. We had some sloppy moves sometimes that we can still improve, but I can see the improvement and I'm really happy for it. And I hope we can still pull it for the next games.
Well, best of luck to you. Thanks again for joining me, Steelback. For now, we're going to go ahead and send it back to the analyst desk to close out that big 2-0 victory for Roccat.
Thank you very much indeed. Fantastic victory, fantastically important 2-0 for the side of Roccat. And also welcome to the post-game lobby here at the EULCS. We are still joined by UOL's Vizicaci, as well as Castrovetti and Martini to kick off the post-game lobby. And, well, just talk about everything that happened. And, of course, we're going to start off with that 2-0, as said by the casters. The first 2-0 for Roccat since week 2 of the summer split and came right at the right time. What went well for them in this second game specifically? It looked possibly even more straightforward than the first one, where they were a little more hesitant. What do you think?
They got already ahead at the lane swap because they got an early kill on Sprattle. They got tower advantage and they could dominate mid lane all along because Fox, for some reason, was running Exhaust on GP, which I think is a bad choice, since with Teleport he could have provided a lot more to not only laning but later on as well.
Yeah, basically his summoner choice meant that he lost the lane. Also, they wanted to play 1-3-1 in the mid to late game, but he was sitting bot lane, losing the matchup against the Malzahar anyway, and none of them have teleport. But because the Malzahar is winning the matchup, he's actually putting pressure on the map, and GP just kind of sat back and did almost nothing. And then also in team fights, he couldn't execute like barrel combos when needed. He had a really bad game, and I'm not calling out a specific player here, but I actually feel like he's been dipping down in performance towards the end of the split compared to the player we saw in the start of the split who would be one of the absolute best mid laners we had in Europe.
That's an interesting discussion. I think we posed the same question to the coaches last week. You asked Yamato and Parley, I think, why is it that the teams that Fox is on always seem to do good in the beginning and then fall off towards the end? And our explanation, or your explanation, was, well, because all the other teams aren't as prepared in the beginning of the split, so a team with a very strong solo laner can pick up a lot of wins. However, do you think it is just Fox falling off now? Because that would be a new observation. Maybe Vedi?
Well, I mean, we have to remember that one of the big changes that we've had in the mid lane is Azir and Victor, very little priority, something that Fox has had a lot of prowess on. And with the introduction of Malzahar, it does seem that he was just trying to pick something that was a little bit of a niche. And while I can understand why it is a good pick into Malz, like it has strengths like the oranges to remove the ultimate, it lacks wave clear, it doesn't really stop Malzahar from doing what it's doing. And the fact that Fox doesn't seem to be as comfortable right now as he typically is, could very well see something that, I don't know whether it's a team thing or whether or not it's him as an individual, because I think there are a lot of aspects about it that it's not just him underperforming, there are a lot of other aspects of that team that are dropping.
Yeah, I think you look at the entire team, like it's really hard as an individual player to perform if your team is not doing well. I think like Chachi, just to bring you into this one, and no flame intended here, but like your performance in the start of the split compared to now is super, super different. I feel like in the start we didn't get to see the same Chachi where you were doing really well as a split pusher and you had a lot of impact on the game, but now suddenly you're playing much better. Was that also because the team around you got better, or was it more like your individual performance?
Or the meta?
Well, definitely the team around me got better. We got more used to the stage, and if you have stable laners everywhere, you just feel like it's fine for you to go at least even with someone. And you will just win the game with your team strengths, like team fighting, rotations and such. So it gives you a lot of confidence about just going even or like trying to get ahead maybe.
And right now Schalke looks just broken. Like it seems like no one trusts each other anymore. In the first game we highlighted like Gilly is invading in when his mid lane is out of mana and he dies. This game, you know, we talked about some of the issues in these team fights. I mean, we have one ready even where suddenly some of the key skill shots are being missed, like a GP Bell doesn't get executed properly and suddenly he deals like under 1,000 damage in the first fight compared to the enemy Rumble who does like 5k. Chachi, talk us through the fight.
Yeah, well, to be honest, this Rumble that is just coming through is gonna be the one that carries the whole fight for Rocket, because it owns the whole backline from Schalke, so Sivir couldn't land autos either, and the GP just misbarrel, steal back solo kills him. And even though Steve has like a really good ultimate at the end, it doesn't really help because the carries are already dead.
Super cool move from Steelbike in that
fight.
First barrel obviously get missed because he Qs onto the enemy champ. I think maybe it was on Olaf. He hit with a Q instead of the barrel. But then the second barrel, Steelbike obviously over the wall with that, dodges around the damage, takes down the GP very easily. So good team fight from him. What we expect from Steelbike, obviously.
He's a great player. This also means that Rocket is still contention for playoff, but as we said, it just will be very interesting for them to pick up points and go higher in the standings to get a more favorable position, obviously, in the promotion tournament, this and that. Avoid Misfits, of course, is something very important for all the teams down in the bottom of the table.
Have you scrimmed Misfits?
Yes, we have.
Do you think, compared to the bottom teams, they're higher level?
I would say they could be like a mid-tier LCS team right now. They are quite strong.
Would you think of, when you think of Misfits, do you think of Origin of when they were coming through Challenger?
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
They kind of remind me of Origin. Really strong Challenger performance, and they could be a strong LCS team as well.
You should have said Unicorns of Love. We all remember it. Qualifying with Puppy and all that kind of stuff. Got into the LCS.
At IM San Jose.
Final. Yeah, you make the final. Damn.
We remind.
You missed that one, Chachi.
Remember. Player of the game, before we move on in this game from Rocket, Parang. Someone we were talking about, and I asked you guys actually, do you think that he was underperforming or what is that word?
Underrated?
Underrated, yeah, because I have the feeling that we didn't think he was a very strong player beforehand.
I mean, first of all, it's hard again to judge individual players when the entire team doesn't work. I feel like it's a bit of the same story. I don't think Parang has been doing that well on his own, but I don't think he's ever really been given the tools to do well either, because almost all of Rocket just have been falling apart for the entire split. Obviously in scrims could be a different story, in solo queue could be a different story, I'm not too sure. So I don't think he's been underrated or overrated. I actually think we've been judging him as a bottom tier player right now because it's what we have seen, but it's also because the team has been bottom tier for the entire split now.
So my only caveat to that is that I think that we do still need to highlight the strength that he demonstrated in this series in particular, where his synergy with his new jungler seems to be getting better. This was something we heard from Steelback. They were working much more as a unit, and his play during the team fights was overall impressive. He landed a lot of good ultimates. Same with the Gangplank before. Something that I noticed regularly was the positioning of it, the setup for the plays was a lot more positive. And I just think that he is still growing, but we can't deny the fact that he is still, relative to a lot of the other tops in Europe, not quite at the highest level.
Chachi.
I think it's really hard to judge indeed, but when I look at top laners, I usually take into consideration how they lane and how they make the TP plays later on. And I think Parang has always been a solid laner, even from the very first time he came in. And at the beginning of the split, I feel like the meta was favoring him a lot. He was an Echo player, and Echo was meta. Also, some other champions he was good at. And the meta shifted and he couldn't adapt. I think that was his biggest problem, because he still kept playing the Echo even after the nerfs, and when other champions like Gnar and such were popping up, he was very slow to adapt. And now maybe he found some new champions for himself that he's good at, like the Rumble and the GP. So I think he's playing better now because of that as well.
We'll see how it evolves. And speaking of top lane and top lane meta, we had our match of the week, Splyce versus Fnatic. We had our eyes on Kikis versus Wonder, and this was a Fiora-Gnar matchup twice, and twice Splyce won. And a lot of that had to do with Fiora, I think, coming back in the game and played correctly, and also Sencux playing really, really good for Splyce.
Yeah, I like to see what Splyce were doing with their Kassadin Fiora setup. Like 1-3-1, very, very strong dueling champions. Next game, they got a Malzahar, and Fnatic had like losing mid lane, losing bot lane, a losing jungle matchup in the early game, and then only Gnar against Fiora. And like Gnar against Fiora, the way I see it right now is Gnar can push down the Fiora to a tower. She wants to like freeze it just outside tower. But killing Fiora is very difficult. Like you need to tower dive her basically. And he actually dodged around the tower dives pretty effectively, a Wonder in this game. And then he gets like one item fully completed and he starts almost all-inning the Gnar on cooldown.
The thing about Fiora is if you get 2 items already, the Black Cleaver and Ravenous Hydra, you can basically split push against anyone. So this champion is the strongest split pusher, especially since the QSS doesn't remove it anymore. And so if she's given this time to scale, she just becomes unstoppable later on.
Do you consider a high tier pick now? Because I actually do.
It looks like. I haven't been practicing her too much, but looks like she just came back to the meta suddenly.
I think it's quite interesting that we saw a lot of the Gangplank into the Shen for similar reasons, because he was given a free lane so he could get his Trinity into Ghostblade. And I think that we'll see a similar thing for Fiora, where if she's given a free lane, then I think that she could very well rise in popularity.
Well, coincidentally, we also had received a tweet because we asked you guys at home what you think of patch 6.14. And at DStage31 thinks the Fiora buff was essential to fight the Irelia and Jax we've been seeing. So are you guys happy that, or is that true? And are you guys happy that Fiora is in there? Because I do remember a time where all we did was saw Fiora ripping apart everybody, so...
I think there's more counterplay to the current Fiora compared to the one back at Season 5 Worlds, where it was Fiora, Darius, and Gangplank every game. Whereas, like, if you gave Smep Fiora, it could be like, game is over.
Well,
you know, there's nothing you can do against him now. Fiora is, obviously because she got nerfed quite a few times, is not as dominating. I think it's good she's back. I like champions like Fiora, and people might hate me now, but I think she's interesting to watch because there's like the skill cap is pretty high on her. If you're a fantastic Fiora player, I really think you can take over games. I understand it can be annoying though, because like late game she can like one-shot tanks almost, and it gets really annoying to play against, but I think she's entertaining, and there's counterplay to her in the early game.
Yeah, we see there that Wonder also got a player of the game in one of those games for his Fiora play, and I wanted to talk a little bit more about the top lane. You see today, top picks were Fiora, big surprise, and then Shen second, then Gangplank, and then Gnar. So we are definitely seeing a shift there. Chachi, what do you make of 6.14 and all of the top lane picks, and how does it suit you?
Yeah, seems like to me there is a lot of counter potential in top lane right now, because Shen kind of counters Irelia, and then there is Trundle as well that's good against her. So she's not kind of blind pickable, and then you have the Gnar into the Trundle, GP into Shen. So it basically increases the priority for top lane picks. You might just want to counter pick all the time and have a better matchup there, so you can threaten the other team by split pushing and winning during split push or something like that. So I think it's a bit of shift, but the old picks are still relevant.
What about Fiora into Irelia as a matchup? Is that pure skill matchup?
Yeah, it's skill matchup.
Okay.
I would say it's a lot of mind games. If you can block the stun of Irelia, Fiora wins, and if you can't, then he really
So
wins.
can you win?
Comes down to the mind games.
What about Alawi in these 4 picks?
Ilawi is good against all of them, but
Spoken like a true Unicorns player.
They drew 2 Ilawi bans today against G2, so it's definitely something that teams consider a threat.
But you're the only one playing it. It seems.
I think the main reason why they are banning it is because they just don't really know how to play against it. They lack the experience, so it's something annoying for them, and it's better to just remove.
Interesting. Well, let's take a look at that matchup today. G2 2-0 duo. Well, of course, it wasn't the best day for you guys against the league leaders. Obviously, it's not easy. But what did you identify as kind of the main issues for you guys?
Here in this first game, I think we had TP advantage on me, but the enemy duo lane swapped to the bot lane, and they just denied the TP advantage with that. And we were slow to react to this. I think that was the main issue. Then they slaughtered us at the Rift Herald later, and the game was over basically after that. And in game 2, yes, this fight that we just see is basically that won them the game. We were killing them before, like 30 seconds before, and then we just overchased and died.
So how do you look at this now? We were kind of theorizing here on the desk that against the league leaders, it's not really someone you're going to catch up to. So it's not as bad of as an 0-2 than maybe some other matchups. How do you guys look at it?
I think it's fine-ish to go 0-2 against G2 since they are the strongest. But didn't expect to lose like in this fashion as the first game, because I think we kind of got stomped there in like 26 minutes. It's quite a fast game. But I think tomorrow we have better chances against Rocket. So we should just look forward to that game and try to win as much as possible so we can secure a playoff spot.
Yeah, you got to focus on the positive aspects of the game.
Why are you smiling at me?
Because I wanted to fit it in somewhere, but I thought the pick was interesting, and I like the fact that it was brought out.
Who?
Which pick?
The Urgot.
Oh.
Yeah, right. Oh, God, we almost forgot.
You got to be kidding me. Yes, something that we regularly heard. But in the early game, you guys got first blood. Was crazy. It was a crazy first blood, and then unfortunately you immediately handed it back. But still, I'd like to hear what you think about Urgot in general, whether or not you think it's super strong. Can you even tell us anything about the Urgot?
When I heard that we got the first blood in game 1, that was super cool feeling. I was like, we are winning top lane super hard, and then suddenly we die as well. And there was like no communication, what's happening up there. And then, well, but we are still leading in that lane, and I think Urgot in general is someone that can dominate the lane against most champions. So we consider it quite strong, but I guess it's a bit harder to play on stage, and we also misplayed a lot in that game, so couldn't really see the strengths of the pick. We might bring it out another time again.
You were like, you're gonna get got, but then...
Yeah, we had actually planned that Chachi would make sure to announce to the world that Urgot was terrible, and you shouldn't play it.
Why?
Because we didn't want people to know that Unicorns actually like
Well,
to
they
play the
played
Urgot.
it today. I mean, the cat's out of the bag.
But it's
Why
like the
wasn't
Teemo
cat in the
pick.
bag
It'd be
in
like
the
the
first
Teemo
place?
pick. They're like, nah, we just tried
Maybe
it
I'm
once.
just saying that it's good.
Yeah, it's mind games here. Ban Urgot.
Something that I do want to jump onto is the fact that in Perks in the interview, we heard that he said like 2 weeks before playoffs is where we kind of become super serious for them because they probably have a bye and just not try as many crazy things anymore. How much of a strength do you think it is for your team that you seem to be the only team that still dares to take these risks in these matches?
I think it's good to have some pocket picks ready all the time. Maybe it's not good to shoot them before playoffs, especially if you are already in playoffs. It's better to just keep them for yourself and maybe surprise someone with it later. But I think when you are in the race for playoffs, bringing out a pocket pick from every now and then is pretty good, just to surprise your opponents and put them off guard.
Now, speaking about playoffs, Unicorns of Love have never missed playoffs.
True.
Ever since they joined the LCS. Because obviously the first split you guys joined, you made all the way to the finals.
Twice?
Yes.
Yeah, made the finals.
Once,
yeah. Spring split, they made finals. Summer
Virus in the
split.
first game, Power of Evil.
Yeah, I remember that, the Virus as well. A crowd in Spain went nuts. It was pretty insane.
Yeah.
But you guys, ever since the first spring split, summer split, you lost to Fnatic in the semifinal. And then obviously now last split, you guys lost in the quarterfinal to Origin. You're now looking to make it into playoffs again, but probably like one of the lowest seeds.
What's your question?
How does that feel? Like to go from like being like in the final, and then ever since you guys have never really been able to achieve the same success, yet you keep making playoffs. Do you just feel like a middle of the pack team? Is that okay, or do you feel like you have to be able to make more out of it?
I think we have to be able to take more out of it this split, since we started really badly the split. We dropped a lot of points, and now we are on the rise again. So I feel like we could be like a contender in every best of 5 against every team. So I'm looking forward to, if we get to the playoffs, to achieve some good place or something that might give us a chance to even qualify for Worlds later on.
Because I assume that's the big goal, right?
Yes. Also, our record, I think, in playoffs, the last best of 5s is like 0-12. So we have to win.
Yeah, I have to win. You're throwing out those weird picks already, so teams are like, "Ooh, unicorns!"
Lowy ban, Urgot ban.
No, we don't have
one
enough
left.
Damn. Okay, let's take a look at another series that happened today. H2K versus Vitality, obviously super important. H2K in a bit of a slump the last couple of weeks, but they 2-0'd Vitality. Very strong performance for them and very much needed win, Verius.
Yes, it definitely was. I really enjoyed watching how H2K set up a lot of their plays because they actually took 2 very early Barons. We did see a Sona come out from Vitality.
Yeah, the only one.
The only one. And he did have a couple of good engages, but overall the Sona didn't really do much. But what impressed me the most about H2K was just the way in which they set up a lot of the plays and then the follow-up execution. They just seemed so much cleaner, so much more decisive. And when we looked at their communication when things were so messy, it did appear that their communication in this week was just that much better. They just seemed to have a much better understanding. The only caveat to that is they are going up against Vitality, who is still in the bottom half of the table, who still have a lot of issues themselves. And I wonder whether or not they can continue this throughout the rest of the week.
But we say bottom half of the table, they were still like 2 points only.
Yeah, there's only 2 points separating.
Yeah, 1 point behind Unicorns of Love. So like that group of the 5 teams of Giants, Unicorns, Vitality, Schalke, I guess maybe not anymore after they lost again, but they're still near because you guys lost 2. So there's so many teams still fighting against each other. Taking out a direct opponent is huge for H2K when it comes to making playoffs. Great for you guys as well, obviously, that both Schalke and Vitality are losing because those are the guys under you.
Yes.
You're trying to keep down in the basement. So I think there's been some very interesting results and only 2 zeros today as well.
So teams are always like, oh, you know, a tie again, but it shows that when they need the points, they can get those.
But they try hard and get better.
Yeah. All we had to do is get to week 8.
I think last week we had a lot of 2 zeros as well.
Yeah.
So maybe make week 7.
I think the important thing is consistency. Deficio said it a lot, especially when players came on the on the desk, and they were very much like, hey, you know what? 1-1 doesn't feel that satisfying. And Deficio was like, if only you were more consistent, you could have walked away with a 2-0 and felt extremely satisfied.
Yeah, then it's exactly the same as a BO3 if you just 2-0 anyway.
I mean, it is very important for gentlemen sitting right here. Giants is 3 points ahead of the... It's not always about you. Okay, I have this. Whenever you're going out of your bounds, I'm going to be like, stop.
The shave bill.
I don't know what I wanted to come back to is the fact that Giants are 3 points ahead of the Unicorns of Love now in the standings in 5th, and they have 2 series wins more than Unicorns of Love. So these 2 O's are super important when it comes down to possible tiebreakers and this, that. How much are you looking at Giants as a contender for, well, playoffs and beyond?
It seems like they're most likely going to make it since they are 3 points ahead and it's quite stacked there. It's like 4 teams, 5 teams fighting for a playoff spot, which is quite unusual to the previous splits since it has never been the case. But I guess it's the best of 2 format and everyone having a lot of ties. So it's quite intense right now, and I think like a lot of surprises can happen still. Yeah. But I think we want to make it there for sure. So we'll work hard for it.
I have a surprise.
Tell me a surprise.
All right, OG versus Giants. FLICKR is playing AD carry tomorrow versus Fnatic.
They're replacing Toaster.
Well, not replacing. They have a
benching Toaster.
Yeah, they have a subsystem, obviously. Discuss.
Ooh, interesting. I mean,
I don't know if I like that.
Toaster was okay last week, his first week on stage, I felt like. And now, the games today, where Toaster clearly obviously didn't have like good enough performance, I feel, but FLICKR subbing him back in as AD carry. I actually thought he was done playing AD carry and there was a high chance he would sub in as a mid laner all of a sudden.
You're shocked.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty shocked. Now we can show B-roll apparently Toaster dying.
I unfortunately didn't get to see these games because I was casting at the same time, but From what I heard, it was just very much a commanding performance from Giants. Was it underperforming from OG, or was it just Giants looking very convincing?
I think Giants showed...
Giants with Knight were back to their regular form, so to say, of what we can be accustomed to.
Let's be real, we cannot be surprised anymore. Origin has been down in the bottom of the standings for almost the entire split, so the fact that Giants, who had actually been looking pretty good, you know, for the entire split, have been looking much better the last few weeks, obviously except for last week specifically. I don't think it was surprising they beat Origin. I'm Chachi, maybe you disagree, but I think Giants have shown they are a middle-of-the-pack team, and Origin have shown they are bottom of the table.
And who do we know who Origin plays tomorrow?
They play Fnatic, and the sub is only for game 1 for now, so obviously the teams can change.
Surprising.
So.
That is quite surprising.
Chachi, what do you
I
think?
agree. It's kind of surprising since they just brought in Toaster, and I didn't see today's game, so I can't really judge, but I feel like it's quite sudden to just change him again. He didn't really get the time to show himself. So
also for confidence.
Yeah, I agree. It's such a young player too. Odd. I mean, of course we don't know. Maybe he's not feeling well, this or that. That's what happened. We know when Power Evil was subbed out first. Power Evil wasn't feeling well.
Obviously, again, we don't have the behind-the-scene knowledge of what is going on with Origin, but I definitely thought Toaster was there and they would give him time for the last few weeks because FLICKR obviously didn't manage to have a good performance as an AD carry. It wasn't like FLICKR was great and they subbed him out anyway. No, FLICKR had a hard time showing up, so definitely a surprise. But then again, Origin right now, they are desperate for points and they're trying to see if they can upset Fnatic clearly.
Would you have rather seen him sub in for the mid lane?
No, I think after he's been practicing AD carry for 5 to 6 weeks now, you don't put him back into the mid lane. I think that's too weird.
That is too weird, but replacing the new AD carry you got 2 weeks ago by the mid laner turn AD carry is not?
I mean, the whole Origin thing is strange overall. I mean, clearly they think they need the leadership of the... Like, whatever experience that this FLICKR brings, because it's not like they think FLICKR is a better AD carry than Toaster, because then they wouldn't have replaced him in the first place with Toaster. So I think they're just looking for maybe something special against Fnatic, hoping to pull out a 1-1, because they're obviously not going in expecting to 2-0 them.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a good surprise factor, so to say, and it would make a great story, I guess. With only 3 best-of-2s remaining before the playoffs, let's take a look at the standings. We've been talking a lot about them. G2 is in first, and Splice has claimed the throne for second, and is now 2 points ahead of Fnatic, then H2K getting some well-needed points, and the Unicorns of Love currently in 6th, 1 point ahead of Schalke, and less series win? No, 1 more.
I actually think if you just swap Vitality and Schalke here, you could almost lock it. And I would not be surprised. That would be my prediction for how our playoff is going to look. Vitality gets number 7, so they get the safe spot. Schalke goes promotion tournament with Origin and Rocket. And Giants, Unicorns of Love, and H2K make it into playoffs.
My only caveat to that is when we looked at the strength of schedule for H2K and when we looked at it for Giants, I think Giants have a much easier time.
But they're both in playoffs.
Yes, but I do.
Oh, you want to swap?
In terms of the seeding, I think that there is a chance that Giants could move into 4th.
Yeah.
And if Fnatic have a similar performance to today, maybe 3rd, but I don't want to push it. I just think that Giants could slide their way into 4th simply due to strength of schedule.
Yeah, Giants is playing Schalke, Vitality, and Rocket next. So
yeah, they have the easiest schedule
Yeah.
of any team.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And for you, Chachi, you're playing, well, not G2, you're playing Splice, H2K, and Rocket.
Yes.
Yeah, well, you know this, obviously, but for the viewers, what do you make of those opponents?
I think against Rocket we kind of need a tool, but judging from today's performance from us, we played weaker than usual and they played better than usual. So it might be a bit harder to beat them than we originally thought. And next week we will have tough opponents to play against. H2K and Splice both are quite strong, so we will need at least 1 win against both of them. So gonna be hard for us.
And then the UOL playoff magic begins. Splice in 2nd.
Yeah, I think they're gonna stay in 2nd.
Yeah.
I think so too.
The game today was what decided the top 2, in my opinion, because now Splice can decide themselves. As long as they do not manage to drop games the next few weeks or next 2 weeks here, they get that 2nd place. And Fnatic will have to take 3rd and then play against, by the looks of it right now, the Unicorns of Love in like a first quarterfinal. So suddenly for them, they have to take a much longer route towards the final.
We heard in an interview earlier on with Perks, he said, I believe 100% Splice are 2nd place team. That's why G2 have been scrimming them so much, the amount of respect that they show to them. And I think you just can't underestimate. I believe I was told earlier on in the break room that Splice took the bot tower in game 2 at like 10 minutes. Like against Fnatic's bottom lane.
Stomp Fnatic.
Yeah.
So game 2 was a stomp.
I mean, it's crazy to think how far Splice have come in when they were like not even considered playoff contention last split.
Super interesting. Also, is there a break room? Did you know about this?
Where I go to
I've
have
been
a
up here
break.
all day.
Oh, you mean
Where I go to have a break.
Wait. Oh, never mind then. Let's take a
I don't
look.
want to hear about your
Let's
room.
take a look at the standout players of the night, the player of the game leaderboard. 1 to 10. This is for day 1. We have Wonder, Trashy, Jankos, Ryu, and Sunstar today. We had both of them here on the desk. Wonder and Trashy doing fantastic. And then Knight, Trick, Perks, Steelback, and Parang. Well, Trick, that's another one. I don't think he's giving up that title. And Knight is back in there. Obviously, whenever Knights and the Holy Trinity do well, then Giants are able to get a lot of wins. So you saw more of that again today?
Well, unfortunately, I didn't get to see the Giants
Right.
one, but it's always good to hear that they are doing well.
Yeah.
Smitty J showed up on Fiora. Definitely Knight had a great game. So the Holy Trinity is back. But I will add in that
Well,
actually,
Sunstar, he got
Sunstar
up
and
there.
Austin have been playing pretty well.
Yeah.
too. What do you think about Giants, by the way, and like Smitty J up in top lane?
Yeah, I think they are quite top lane centric team, or like top lane, mid lane rather. And
We like to
a
do this.
triangle, yeah.
The Holy
Yeah.
Trinity.
Okay.
Max Law, Knight, and Smitty J.
Yes, that's kind of true because Sunstar just receives very little amount of resources and he has to work with that. And meanwhile, Smithy J and Knight just gets most of it. So they are like the main carries of the team.
Yep, they are. Let's take a look at the player of the game leaderboard overall as the end of the split draws closer. The first 5 here. Trick in number 1 with 9 points. Jankos 7. Knight 7. Cabochard, yeah, down to 6 because, of course, not the best performance today. Power of Evil then also 6 points. And looking at the next 5, Spirit, Trashy, Wonder, and 11-way tie. So we're losing the ties, hopefully.
I think
for
you're
tiebreakers.
you're in that tie. I think.
Yeah, you're definitely Chachi.
With your 4 player of the game.
I thought Trashy would be higher. Yeah, in all honesty, I feel like for Splice, he's been a big facilitator for their success. But
What is up with you and the pens today?
I had a question for Chachi about player of the game.
Yes.
As a player, do you care a lot about getting it, or is this like, nah, it's a
Actually, not at all.
Not at all.
No.
So no, never give
Because
it
I
to
know a
Chachi
lot
'cause
of
he
other
doesn't
players.
care.
A lot of other players, they're like,
Nagging.
I don't care about it. And then when they don't get it, like, why didn't I get it? like, right to all of us, like, hello, what happened here? And I was supposed to get it. I'm like, all right, calm down.
Yeah, not to name any names, Trashy. But, you know, it's difficult when all that team's doing well. But I think we recognize it more. We try to be honest here.
It is really difficult, though, when multiple,
Yes.
like, you were now part of deciding player of the game for some of them. It's really hard when multiple of them are showing up, and then you always judge individual things, like, did he have a massive turnaround in a team fight? Did that
KDA.
make him back in the game? Not KDA. Did he, like, steal a super important Baron? It is difficult. Cool.
Yo, it's difficult. Week 8 of the European LCS continues tomorrow at 5 p.m. Central European Summertime. Kicking off with a battle of the league's top contenders. H2K versus Splice. Yummy. What a fantastic matchup that is to start us off. Cool stuff. Also Giants versus Vitalia. Obviously, UL versus Roccat. G2 versus Schalke. And OG versus Fnatic.
It's funny how maybe only 2 weeks ago, Deficio, you and I would have thought that G2 versus Schalke would have been one of the hype matchups. You know, Schalke looked really promising. We thought that they'd be top 6, maybe even top 4, and we thought, hey, that could be a really promising game. And now we're sitting there thinking this is going to be a one-sided stop.
Yeah, it probably will be. I mean, it should be a 2-0 for G2. If they were able to take you guys down today without, you know, too many issues, Schalke should get stomped, obviously, in that game. But that's where sometimes you get the turnarounds, you get the surprises, and this is really weird without a pen in my hands.
Hey, by the way, I offered you one, but you looked away.
Got it. Got it.
So I just said it. It's fine.
Got the right pen.
All right. Any case, in case you missed it earlier in the show, something was amiss in the Rift. We saw the reunion of the oddest of couples. They're daring, different, and together they are a force to be reckoned with.
trespassing.
Chachi hadn't seen that yet.
No, I haven't.
What do you think?
Looks good.
Yeah, looks interesting, doesn't it? He's like secretly hoping.
Yes, I secretly hope that it's top laner, so.
It does look
For
like
you,
a
everything's top
Yes.
lane.
That's fair, it's fair.
It's worth a try already.
Yeah.
We'll see it.
We'll see. Well, cool stuff. Thank you so much for joining us, Chachi.
Thanks you for having me.
Yeah, and good luck tomorrow versus Rocket and possibly in the playoffs as well. Before we go, also just one quick reminder. Next week, European LCS will be on Saturday and Sunday. Just a quick heads up so everybody has heard it. And now for us, though, tomorrow, we'll be back same time, same league place tomorrow at 5 p.m. Central European Summertime. From all of the broadcasts here in Berlin, see you tomorrow and good night.
Fnatic Splice. It is time to watch the fight at the top of the table.
I'm moving.
Nar could be there. I'm moving as well.
Do we win this?
Yeah, we do. Nar TP. Nar TP.
I'm ulting.
I'm coming
as well. Kill Trundle. Now after. No. He will die. Okay, nice.
Both Nexus towers are down. Spirit is killed. The Nexus is being destroyed and Fnatic cannot do a thing. Splice 2-0 Fnatic and are the second best team in Europe.
Whoa, what a sidestep. Going in hybrid. He's done too. Smitty J. What? Are you unstoppable? Triple kill.
Pepper. Can you get up?
I can get out.
I can turn. We can turn.
You can win.
Nice.
On the way in, hybrid in trouble. Down he goes. Toaster knocked back and knocked out. Smitty J on the way in, looking for the outplay. Beautiful parry, and down goes the top laner for OG. Giants taking the 2-0 over OG.
Nickelback, best band ever. Actually true.
More people search that Nickelback
today was your last day, tomorrow was too late.
Oh, Mickey.
Could you say again? No, Mickey. Okay.
I need to mute a teammate.
Go for release. Okay, go finish the game. Nice. Nice, guys.
Nice, guys. First win in the world.
Rocket. Steve tries to turn it back, but the double kill for the top laner.
What a surprise, but well deserved for Rocket.